Hey everyone, tonight we dive deep into the mysterious, crushing, and largely unexplored realm of the Oceanic abyss, where darkness reigns supreme and creatures from our nightmares lurk just beyond the reach of light. It's a world where the pressure can crush submarines like tin cans, where ancient secrets rest undisturbed for millennia, and where some of the most bizarre life forms on Earth have evolved in complete isolation. So before we begin our descent, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I create here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. I'm always fascinated to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe pull up a blanket, and let's sink slowly into tonight's journey together. You're drifting on the surface of the open ocean, the gentle rocking of waves beneath you, the vast blue stretching endlessly in all directions. But what lurks below is what we're after tonight. The ocean depths hold secrets that have eluded mankind for centuries. Miles beneath the surface, where sunlight cannot penetrate and pressure would crush human bones to dust, lie mysteries that challenge our understanding of our world. Strange creatures with bioluminescent lures, underwater mountain ranges that dwarf anything on land, and ancient shipwrecks preserved in the cold, dark waters for hundreds of years. From massive underwater structures that appear man-made to sounds that defy explanation, these are the true stories of abyssal enigmas that continue to baffle scientists to this day. These aren't fabrications or tales from science fiction. They're real phenomena, documented by researchers, explorers, and deep-sea vessels, yet still shrouded in uncertainty. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's descend into the abyss. Because once we start sinking into these depths, the pressure of these mysteries will hold you captive. In the heart of the Pacific Ocean, where water extends thousands of meters down into crushing darkness, there's a place scientists call the Whistle. It's a region where underwater microphones have picked up one of the ocean's most perplexing sounds, a rising tone like a massive creature taking a deep breath that has been recorded repeatedly since the night. The sound travels for thousands of miles through the ocean, yet its source remains unidentified. Some hypothesize it's the movement of water through an underwater canyon. Others suggest vast ice shelves grinding against the ocean floor, but no explanation fully satisfies the acoustic profile of this haunting call that echoes through the abyss. The first recording of the whistle came in 1997, when NOAA's underwater sound monitoring system, originally designed to detect Soviet submarines, picked up a peculiar audio signature. It wasn't mechanical, it wasn't geological, at least not matching any known pattern, and it certainly wasn't typical of marine life. The sound rises in frequency over about 7 minutes, reaching a crescendo before abruptly stopping, then silence for weeks or months before it returns. What makes the whistle particularly mysterious is its consistency. Unlike random ocean noises, it follows a pattern, suggesting intelligence or a regular natural phenomenon. Yet despite deploying specialized equipment to triangulate its source, scientists have only been able to narrow it down to a region roughly the size of Oregon, deep in the Pacific. The depth of the sound's origin, somewhere between 700 and 1500 meters, the twilight zone of the ocean, where light barely penetrates and pressure begins to crush. Marine biologists initially speculated that it might be a previously unknown species of whale, but the whistle is too loud, too sustained for even the largest blue whale to produce. The frequency range exceeds what we know any living creature to be capable of generating, and the regularity doesn't match migration patterns or mating seasons of known marine mammals. Geologists suggested underwater volcanoes or seismic activity, but the sound lacks the chaotic elements typically associated with these events. It's too organized, too deliberate. Engineers pointed to possible man-made sources, perhaps a secret military installation or underwater mining operation. But no country has claimed responsibility, and the location is too remote for practical human activity. In 2003, an expedition was launched specifically to investigate the whistle. 3 research vessels, equipped with the most advanced acoustic technology available, converged on the area. For 6 weeks, they tracked, measured, and analyzed. They sent down remote vehicles with cameras and sensors to depths where the pressure reaches 150 times that at the surface. What they found only deepened the mystery. The cameras revealed an underwater landscape of unusual formations. Smooth, almost architectural structures that didn't appear to be natural rock formations. Yet they weren't clearly artificial either. The acoustic sensors detected the whistle twice during the expedition, but each time efforts to pinpoint the exact source failed, as if the sound was coming from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. One researcher on the expedition, Dr. Eleanor Hastings, noted in her journal, "There's something almost deliberate about how the sound eludes us. Just when we think we've triangulated its position, it seems to shift. It's as if whatever is making the whistle knows we're listening and is playing a game of cat and mouse across the abyss." The expedition returned with terabytes of data, but few conclusions. The whistle remains one of the ocean's most persistent enigmas, a call from the deep that reminds us how little we truly know about the world beneath the waves. But this is just the beginning of our journey through the ocean's mysteries, because some secrets lie not in sounds, but in structures that challenge our understanding of history itself. Before we plunge deeper into the abyss, just a quick reminder. While the visuals accompanying this audio will provide additional context, they aren't necessary to enjoy these tales. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these haunting oceanic mysteries. And if you'd like to support the channel and help us continue creating these deep dive narratives, as well as gain access to all our videos ad-free, consider becoming a Patreon member. Now let's sink further into the unknown. The mysterious whistle is just one of many unexplained phenomena hiding in the ocean depths. But while sounds can be elusive, physical structures stand as more tangible evidence of the abyss's secrets. One such enigma is the Bimini Road, a formation that has sparked debate between archaeologists and geologists for decades, raising questions about ancient civilizations and the true history of human development. Off the coast of North Bimini Island in the Bahamas, just 50 feet below the surface of the crystal-clear Caribbean water, lies what appears to be a meticulously constructed road or wall. First discovered in 1968, the Bimini Road consists of rectangular limestone blocks, some measuring up to 13 feet in length, arranged in a straight line extending nearly half a mile. The precision of the alignment and the apparently cut edges of the blocks led many to believe this was no natural formation, but rather the remnants of an ancient civilization, perhaps even the legendary lost city of Atlantis. The timing of the discovery only added to the intrigue. Psychic Edgar Cayce had predicted in the 1940s that evidence of Atlantis would be found near Bimini around 1968 or 1969. When the Bimini Road was found exactly during this time frame, it seemed too coincidental to many believers. But science demanded more concrete evidence. Geologists have argued that the Bimini Road is most likely a natural formation of beach rock that fractured into rectangular patterns through normal erosion processes. They point to similar formations found elsewhere in the world that are conclusively natural in origin. Yet detailed examinations have revealed curious features that don't easily fit the natural explanation. Several blocks appear to have uniform thickness and smooth, flat surfaces on multiple sides, characteristics rarely found in naturally occurring beach rock. Some stones seem to be stacked in a deliberate manner, with smaller rocks wedged between larger ones as if for stability. And perhaps most intriguingly, several researchers have reported finding what appear to be tool marks on some of the blocks. In 1974, underwater archaeologist Dr. David Zink conducted an extensive survey of the site. His team identified what they believed to be mortise and tenon joints in some of the stones, an ancient construction technique used across multiple early civilizations from Egypt to Peru. They also discovered peculiar J-shaped stones that seemed purposefully carved. These findings led Dr. Zink to conclude that the Bimini Road was indeed artificially constructed, though he remained cautious about attributing it specifically to Atlantis. The true age of the formation remains contentious. Radiocarbon dating of the limestone places it at about 2,000 to 4,000 years old, far too recent for Atlantis as described by Plato, which supposedly sank 9,000 years before his time. However, critics argue that dating the stone itself doesn't necessarily date the construction. Ancient builders could have used existing natural materials. What makes the Bimini Road particularly fascinating is its location. At the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago, sea levels were much lower, and the area where the Bimini Road now lies would have been dry land. If it is indeed an artificial structure, it would have been built on land and only later submerged as the oceans rose. This timing aligns with Plato's account of Atlantis' demise. Local Bahamian legends add another layer to the mystery. Indigenous stories tell of a powerful civilization that once existed in the region before being swallowed by the sea. These oral traditions, passed down through generations, describe advanced people who built great stone structures and possessed knowledge of the stars. Could these stories be cultural memories of whatever civilization might have built the Bimini Road? Despite decades of research, no consensus has emerged. The Bimini Road remains caught between science and speculation. A submarine structure that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities and human history. Perhaps it's merely an unusual geological formation that coincidentally resembles human handiwork. Or perhaps it's evidence that our timeline of human civilization needs serious revision. The ocean guards its secrets jealously, and the Bimini Road is just one of many submerged enigmas that blur the line between natural and artificial, between accepted history and untold possibilities. But sometimes, the ocean's mysteries aren't ancient at all. Sometimes, they're disturbingly modern, as our next story reveals. The vastness of our oceans makes them perfect hiding places, not just for ancient mysteries but for modern ones as well. In the cold waters of the Baltic Sea, where visibility is often limited and the bottom is a mixture of mud, sand and rock, something unusual was discovered in 2011. An object so strange and out of place that it has defied conventional explanation and sparked theories ranging from the scientific to the extraterrestrial. It's known simply as the Baltic Sea anomaly. The discovery came when Swedish treasure hunters Oceanic's team were searching for shipwrecks, hoping to find sunken treasure from the many vessels that have met their fate in these waters over the centuries. Using sonar equipment, they detected an unusually large circular object resting on the seafloor, approximately 300 feet below the surface. The sonar images revealed something that appeared distinctly artificial, a circular formation about 200 feet in diameter, with straight edges, right angles, and what looked like corridors or hallways inside it. Perhaps most bizarrely, it appeared to have something like a staircase leading to a dark entrance. When the team later returned with cameras to investigate further, what they found only deepened the mystery. The object resembled a massive mushroom-shaped stone with a rounded top and straight sides. Its surface was covered with strange patterns that some described as similar to carvings or engravings. Most peculiarly, it appeared to be sitting on a kind of pillar or pedestal, with another smaller circular formation nearby connected by what looked like a runway or path. The team reported several unusual phenomena around the anomaly. Their electrical equipment frequently malfunctioned when they approached it. Satellite phones stopped working within 200 meters of the site, and compass needles spun erratically, seeming to point away from magnetic north. These electromagnetic disturbances added another layer of strangeness to an already puzzling discovery. Initial speculation ran wild. Was it a UFO that crashed into the Baltic Sea thousands of years ago? A secret Nazi anti-submarine device from World War II? A natural but unusual geological formation? Or perhaps an ancient temple from a forgotten civilization that once inhabited the region when sea levels were lower? Geologists who have examined the images and samples suggest the object might be a glacial deposit, a large rock dropped by retreating ice sheets at the end of the last ice age. The Baltic region was heavily glaciated, and such deposits aren't uncommon. Yet the geometric shapes, straight lines, and apparent internal structures aren't easily explained by glacial action alone. Marine archaeologists have proposed it could be the remains of a sunken ship, its wooden hull long since rotted away, leaving only stone ballast in an unusual pattern. Others suggest it might be a relatively modern concrete structure, perhaps a base for a navigational beacon that was later abandoned. But none of these explanations fully account for its strange appearance and the electromagnetic anomalies reported around it. In 2012, Israeli researcher Volker Bruchert analyzed stone samples from the object and concluded they were ordinary granite, suggesting a natural explanation. Yet he acknowledged that the formation's shape was highly unusual and difficult to explain through natural processes alone. The straight edges and right angles particularly troubled him, as nature rarely creates such geometric precision. Adding to the mystery, In 2013, researchers discovered what appeared to be a long trail or track on the seafloor leading to the anomaly, as if it had been dragged into position or had skidded to a halt after crashing. This trail extends several hundred meters and shows signs of disturbance not typical of natural seafloor formations. The Baltic Sea anomaly remains largely unexplored. Major scientific institutions have shown surprisingly little interest in conducting thorough investigations, perhaps wary of being associated with what some dismiss as a pseudo-scientific curiosity. The Oceanic team lacks the resources for a comprehensive study, and the challenging conditions of the Baltic Sea make detailed exploration difficult and expensive. While skeptics maintain it's likely nothing more than an unusual glacial deposit, the anomaly continues to capture the imagination of those who believe our oceans hold secrets far stranger than we typically acknowledge. Without further investigation, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains exactly that: an anomaly, unexplained and enigmatic, another mystery hidden beneath the waves. But some ocean mysteries aren't static objects. They're dynamic phenomena that appear and disappear, leaving witnesses questioning what they've seen. As our next story demonstrates, the ocean doesn't just hide its secrets in the darkest depths or remote corners. Sometimes, its mysteries manifest right before our eyes, visible from the deck of a ship or even from shore. One such phenomenon has been reported by sailors for centuries: massive, spinning vortices that appear suddenly in calm seas, powerful enough to pull ships into their swirling depths before vanishing without a trace. These are the notorious oceanic whirlpools that blur the line between maritime legend and documented hazard. While small whirlpools are common natural occurrences, formed when opposing currents meet or water flows around obstacles, the massive vortices described in historical accounts and some modern reports defy conventional explanation. These aren't the known maelstroms like Norway's Saltstraumen or Japan's Naruto whirlpools, which are predictable phenomena caused by tidal forces interacting with narrow channels. Instead, these are unexpected, temporary formations that appear in open water, often during otherwise calm conditions. One of the most compelling accounts comes from 1873, when the British steamer Monticello reported encountering a massive whirlpool while crossing the Indian Ocean. According to Captain Frederick Lang's log, the day was clear with mild winds when the sea before them began to churn. Within minutes, a vortex nearly 100 yards across had formed, the water spinning so rapidly that it created a depression in the ocean's surface estimated to be 30 feet deep at its center. The Monticello was caught in the outer edge of the phenomenon, and Lang described a terrifying few minutes as the ship was pulled in a circular path around the vortex. The engines, running at full power, barely managed to counter the pull. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the whirlpool dissipated, leaving only a turbulent patch of sea that quickly calmed. The entire event lasted less than 15 minutes. What makes this and similar accounts particularly puzzling is that they occur in deep water, far from the coastal features normally associated with whirlpool formation. Oceanographers have struggled to explain how such powerful vortices could form and disappear so quickly in open ocean. One theory suggests underwater seismic activity might be responsible. Sudden releases of gas from the seafloor could create localized changes in water density, potentially triggering brief but powerful vortices. Another hypothesis points to interaction between deep ocean currents that occasionally rise to the surface, creating temporal convergence zones where opposing flows meet and spiral. In 1998, satellite imagery captured what appeared to be an unusually large whirlpool in the South Atlantic, approximately 60 miles in diameter. The swirling pattern was visible from space and persisted for nearly 3 days before dispersing. No ships were in the vicinity to report direct observations, but oceanographers who studied the images noted that the formation didn't match known ocean current patterns for the region. Dr. Mariana Alvarez, who analyzed the satellite data, concluded, whatever caused this vortex, it wasn't a typical eddy from known ocean currents. The energy required to maintain a swirl of that magnitude for multiple days would be enormous. It's as if something was actively driving the rotation from below. Perhaps most intriguing are the accounts from submarine crews who report experiencing sudden, powerful downward or upward currents that seem to come from nowhere. During the Cold War, Both American and Soviet submarine commanders logged encounters with what they called vertical currents, strong upwellings or downwellings that could displace a submarine by hundreds of feet in minutes, sometimes bringing them dangerously close to their crush depth. These vertical currents don't behave like known oceanographic features. They're localized, intense, and transient, appearing and disappearing without apparent cause. Some researchers have suggested they might be related to the same phenomenon that creates the surface vortices reported by ships. Modern science has identified what are called mesoscale eddies, massive, swirling oceanic features that can span hundreds of miles and persist for months. But these move slowly and don't typically create the dangerous, fast-spinning vortices described in historical accounts. The gap between what oceanography can explain and what mariners have reported leaves room for mystery. Could there be some previously unknown mechanism at work in our oceans creating these temporary but powerful vortices? Is there a connection between these surface phenomena and the strange vertical currents experienced by submarines? Or are these simply exaggerated accounts of natural phenomena, embellished by the long tradition of sea stories? Without more systematic documentation, these questions remain unanswered. Another enigma of the oceans, visible yet elusive, experienced by many yet understood by few. But perhaps the most disturbing maritime mysteries aren't the ones we can see or hear. They're the ones we can only detect through their effects, as we'll discover in our next exploration. As we navigate deeper into our journey through oceanic mysteries, I want to thank you for drifting along with me so far. If you're enjoying these tales from the deep, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that explores the unknown and unexplained. Your support helps keep these stories flowing. Now let's continue our descent into the abyss, where even more perplexing enigmas await. In the vast emptiness of the deep ocean, far from the familiar coastlines and shipping lanes, lies a region sailors have whispered about for centuries. A place where compasses spin wildly, electronic equipment fails, and ships disappear without warning. This is the infamous Bermuda Triangle, perhaps the most well-known maritime mystery zone in the world. But while popular culture has sensationalized many aspects of the triangle, there are documented incidents within its boundaries that continue to defy rational explanation. The Bermuda Triangle stretches roughly from Miami to Bermuda to Puerto Rico, encompassing approximately 500,000 square miles of ocean. It's a heavily trafficked area, with thousands of vessels and aircraft passing through it daily. Statistically speaking, the number of disappearances in the region isn't significantly higher than any other comparable area of ocean, a fact skeptics often cite to dismiss the triangle's notoriety altogether. Yet certain cases stand out for their peculiar circumstances, challenging purely statistical dismissals. One such incident occurred on December 5, 1945, when 5 U.S. Navy TBM Avenger torpedo bombers, collectively known as Flight 19, vanished during a routine training mission. The disappearance of these aircraft, along with a PBM Mariner flying boat sent to search for them, remains one of the most puzzling incidents in aviation history. The flight departed from Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale, with 14 airmen aboard the 5 bombers. The weather was reported as favorable, and the mission was a simple navigation exercise led by experienced instructor Lieutenant Charles Taylor. Yet approximately 2 hours into the flight, Taylor radioed that his compasses were malfunctioning. "We don't know which way is west," he reported to the base. "Everything is wrong, strange. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should." This last comment has particularly intrigued researchers. What could make the ocean look different than expected to an experienced pilot? The conversation between Taylor and other pilots, picked up by radio operators, suggested growing confusion and disorientation. At one point, another pilot was heard saying, "It looks like we're entering white water, we're completely lost." The final radio messages from Flight 19 were received around 7:04 p.m., growing increasingly faint and garbled. Despite one of the largest air and sea searches in US history, no trace of the aircraft or crew was ever found. No oil slick, no debris, no bodies, nothing to suggest what might have happened to 5 military aircraft and their crews. The official Navy report concluded the incident was due to causes or reasons unknown. Adding to the mystery, the PBM Mariana, sent to search for Flight 19, also disappeared that same evening. The search aircraft had a crew of 13 and was last heard from about 20 minutes after takeoff. Like Flight 19, it vanished completely, leaving no evidence of what befell it. The case of Flight 19 is particularly baffling, because these were military aircraft with multiple redundant systems, flown by trained pilots. The simultaneous failure of all compasses across 5 separate aircraft suggests something unusual was affecting navigation equipment throughout the area. The complete absence of wreckage, despite the extensive search, raises questions about how 5 aircraft could disappear so thoroughly. Some researchers have pointed to unusual electromagnetic phenomena in the region as a possible explanation. The Bermuda Triangle is one of the few places on Earth where magnetic north and true north align, which can cause compass variations. There's also evidence of occasional strong magnetic anomalies in the area that could potentially disrupt navigation equipment. Another theory involves methane gas hydrates on the ocean floor. These frozen deposits can potentially release large bubbles of methane that reduce water density, causing ships to sink rapidly with little warning. A similar mechanism could potentially affect aircraft flying low over the water if a large enough methane release occurred. While interesting, this theory doesn't fully explain the electronic failures and compass malfunctions reported in many triangle incidents. Perhaps most intriguing are the reports of unusual visual phenomena in the triangle. Pilots and ship captains have described seeing strange fogs or mists that appear suddenly, even in clear weather. These mists are often described as having defined edges, behaving more like a solid object than a typical weather formation. Some witnesses report seeing the mist change colors or emit light. In 1970, pilot Bruce Gernon reported encountering what he called an electronic fog while flying through the Bermuda Triangle. According to Gernon, his aircraft became enveloped in an unusual cloud that seemed to attach itself to his plane. His electronic equipment malfunctioned, and his compass began to spin. When he emerged from the cloud, he discovered he had traveled over 100 miles in a matter of minutes, a distance impossible given his aircraft's speed. While skeptics might attribute such accounts to human error, misperception, or even fabrication, the consistency of these reports across decades suggests something unusual may indeed occur in this region of the Atlantic. Whether natural or beyond our current understanding, the Bermuda Triangle continues to generate unexplained incidents that resist simple explanation. But the Triangle isn't the only place where ships and aircraft disappear under mysterious circumstances. Across the globe, in the western Pacific Ocean, lies another region with an equally ominous reputation, the Dragon's Triangle, also known as the Devil's Sea, and its mysteries may be even stranger than those of its Atlantic counterpart. Located approximately 100 miles south of Tokyo, Japan, the Dragon's Triangle has been feared by Japanese sailors for centuries. Ancient Japanese legends speak of dragons that lived beneath the waves in this area, dragging unwary vessels to their doom. In modern times, the region has gained notoriety for magnetic anomalies, inexplicable disappearances, and electronic equipment failures, paralleling the phenomena reported in the Bermuda Triangle half a world away. What makes the Dragon's Triangle particularly interesting to researchers is its geology. The area sits at the meeting point of several tectonic plates and features intensive submarine volcanic activity. The seafloor here is in constant flux, with underwater volcanoes forming and disappearing regularly. This volatile geology creates conditions not found in many other parts of the world's oceans. In 1952, the Japanese government launched an investigation after 5 military vessels disappeared in the region within a short period. The research ship Kyle-Maru No. 5 was sent to study the area. In a disturbing twist that echoed the search plane lost in the Bermuda Triangle, this research vessel itself vanished without trace, along with its crew of 31 scientific and maritime experts. The Japanese government officially declared the area a danger zone. One of the most puzzling aspects of the Dragon's Triangle is the reports of temporary islands. Sailors have documented instances of small islands appearing where nautical charts show open water, only to disappear days or weeks later. While volcanic activity could explain some of these observations, the frequency and nature of these phantom islands has puzzled geologists. In 1980, engineer Kinji Oshima recorded an unusual event while sailing through the region. According to his account, the sea ahead of his vessel began to boil and change color from blue to a milky white. A small island, approximately 100 feet in diameter, rose from the sea over the course of several minutes. Oshima photographed the phenomenon and changed course to avoid the unexpected obstacle. When another ship passed through the same coordinates 3 days later, the island had vanished without trace. Scientific investigation of the Dragon's Triangle has revealed extreme magnetic anomalies that can cause compass readings to deviate by as much as 20 degrees, enough to lead vessels far off course if navigators are relying on magnetic compasses. These anomalies appear to shift and move over time, making them particularly dangerous for navigation. The region is also known for its unusual weather patterns. Sudden, localized storms can appear with little warning, even when broader weather conditions are favorable. These storms are often described as having unnatural characteristics: perfectly circular formations, unusual cloud coloration, and extreme but brief intensity. Some researchers have suggested these could be related to the interaction between the atmosphere and gases released by underwater volcanic activity. Perhaps most intriguing are the reports of electronic equipment failures, similar to those in the Bermuda Triangle. Vessels traveling through the Dragon's Triangle have reported sudden and complete failure of all electronic systems, from engines to radios to GPS equipment. These failures typically resolve once the ship leaves the area, often with no detectable damage to the equipment itself. In 1974, renowned marine explorer Jacques Cousteau conducted an expedition to study the Dragon's Triangle. While his team didn't experience any catastrophic incidents, they documented several anomalies, including unusual water temperature variations, unexpected currents, and briefly fluctuating magnetic readings. Cousteau's scientific approach provided some of the first empirical evidence that something genuinely unusual was happening in the region. The geological instability of the area offers potential explanations for some of the reported phenomena. Underwater landslides or sudden releases of gas from the seafloor could potentially sink ships with little warning. Electromagnetic effects from submarine volcanic activity might interfere with navigation equipment, but these explanations still don't fully account for all the characteristics of disappearances in the region, particularly the complete absence of wreckage in many cases. Like the Bermuda Triangle, the Dragon's Triangle remains a maritime enigma, a place where known science can explain some but not all of the reported occurrences. These two regions, on opposite sides of the world, yet sharing remarkably similar characteristics, suggest there may be oceanic phenomena we still don't fully understand. But perhaps the most unsettling ocean mysteries aren't these well-known danger zones, but rather the unexplained sounds that echo from the deepest parts of the sea, haunting calls from the unknown that we'll explore next. The ocean is rarely silent. Beneath the waves exists a symphony of sounds, the songs of whales, the clicking of dolphins, the rumble of underwater earthquakes, and the constant background noise of waves and currents. But occasionally, hydrophones pick up sounds that don't match any known source, vocalizations or acoustic patterns that leave marine biologists puzzled and sometimes unsettled. Among these mysterious ocean sounds, few have captivated scientific imagination, like the one known simply as the bloop. In 1997, NOAA's Equatorial Pacific Ocean Autonomous Hydrophone Array detected an ultra-low frequency sound that rose rapidly in frequency over about 1 minute before disappearing. The sound was detected by multiple hydrophones located more than 3,000 miles apart, indicating it was incredibly powerful, one of the loudest underwater sounds ever recorded. Its acoustic signature was unlike anything previously documented. What made the bloop particularly mysterious was its organic quality. Unlike the mechanical or geological sounds typically recorded in the deep ocean, this one had characteristics similar to those made by living creatures, but scaled to an impossible size. If it was a biological sound, it would have come from something far larger than a blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. Dr. Christopher Fox, the NOAA scientist who first analyzed the recording, initially couldn't rule out the possibility that it was biological in origin. This led to speculation about massive unknown creatures lurking in the oceanic abyss, modern-day leviathans that remained undiscovered due to the ocean's vast and largely unexplored nature. Adding to the intrigue was the location where the bloop was detected, approximately 1,500 miles from the southern tip of South America, in a remote region of the South Pacific. This area lies not far from where H. Lovecraft placed the fictional sunken city of Relaya in his Cthulhu mythos, where an ancient entity lay sleeping beneath the waves. The coincidence was not lost on those familiar with Lovecraft's work, and it fueled popular imagination about what might have created the sound. Years later, NOAA scientists would conclude that the bloop was likely the sound of a large icequake, the cracking of ice shelves in Antarctica. As ice sheets break apart, they can create low-frequency sounds that travel great distances through the water. The particular acoustic signature of the bloop was eventually matched to similar recordings known to come from ice shelf breakups. Yet, some researchers remain unconvinced by this explanation. The bloop's frequency pattern doesn't perfectly match typical icequakes, and its power exceeds what most ice events produce. Moreover, it was detected during the Antarctic winter when ice shelf breakups are less common. These discrepancies have kept the door open to alternative explanations, from undiscovered sea creatures to more exotic possibilities like underwater geothermal events. The bloop, however, isn't the only mysterious sound recorded in our oceans. In 1991, a persistent, ultra-low frequency hum was detected in the Pacific Ocean, named the slowdown because its frequency gradually decreased over about 7 minutes. This sound has been recorded multiple times, but never conclusively explained. Unlike the bloop, the slowdown has a more mechanical quality to its acoustic signature, leading some researchers to speculate it might be man-made, perhaps related to submarine activity or underwater mining operations. Even more puzzling is the sound known as Julia, recorded in 1999. This powerful, brief sound lasted only about 15 seconds, but was detected by hydrophones over 6,000 miles apart. Its acoustic profile doesn't match any known geological event, biological source, or human activity. What makes Julia particularly interesting is that it appears to have come from a single point source, rather than a large event spread across an area, suggesting something specific and localized created it. Then there's the infamous 52 Hz whale, sometimes called the loneliest whale in the world. First detected in 1989, this whale calls at a highly unusual frequency of 52 Hz, much higher than the 15 to 25 Hz used by blue whales, and the 16 to 28 Hz used by fin whales. Its migration patterns don't match any known whale species, and despite decades of passive acoustic monitoring, no other whale has been recorded responding to its calls. Marine biologists are divided on what the 52 Hz whale might be. Some suggest it could be a hybrid between two whale species, explaining its unusual vocalization. Others propose it might be a malformed individual, or one with a physical condition affecting its ability to produce lower frequencies. The most intriguing possibility is that it represents an undiscovered species, a type of whale that has somehow remained hidden despite its massive size. What these mysterious sounds collectively suggest is that our understanding of the ocean remains incomplete. Despite advanced technology and extensive research, the sea continues to produce phenomena we cannot readily explain. Each unexplained sound represents a puzzle piece that doesn't quite fit into our current model of oceanic life and processes. Dr. Hannah Rosen, a marine acoustics specialist, puts it this way: the ocean is Earth's largest habitat, and we've explored less than 5% of it thoroughly. It shouldn't surprise us that we occasionally detect sounds we can't explain. What should surprise us is how confident we sometimes are in dismissing them when we've barely scratched the surface of what's down there. Indeed, as our technology advances and our hydrophone networks expand, we continue to detect new and unexplained acoustic phenomena. In 2016, a series of metallic pings was reported in the Fury and Hecla Strait in the Canadian Arctic. Local hunters noticed that the sounds were driving away wildlife. But despite a military investigation, no source was ever identified. Similarly, in 2018, residents along the coast of North Carolina reported hearing booming sounds powerful enough to shake houses, yet no seismic activity or military exercises could account for them. These modern mysteries echo historical accounts of unexplained ocean sounds that sailors have reported for centuries. From the bells of the deep, described by Portuguese navigators, to the song of the sea, noted in ancient Norse sagas. Perhaps some of these phenomena have natural explanations we haven't yet discovered, or perhaps they point to aspects of our ocean world that remain genuinely mysterious beyond our current scientific understanding. As we float along on our journey tonight, drifting through these tales of acoustic enigmas, remember that sound travels differently underwater than it does through air. Water is a much more efficient conductor of sound, allowing certain frequencies to travel thousands of miles without significant degradation. This property of ocean acoustics means that mysterious sounds often can't be pinpointed to an exact location, adding to their enigmatic nature. The ocean keeps its secrets hidden not just in darkness and depth, but in the very way sound moves through its vast expanses. But not all oceanic mysteries manifest as sounds or structures. Some take the form of visual phenomena that defy explanation, lights and glows that shouldn't exist in the lightless depths. Among these, few are as perplexing as what sailors have come to call milky seas. Imagine sailing through the open ocean on a moonless night. The water is calm, the stars bright overhead. Then, without warning, the sea around your ship begins to glow, not just in small patches or brief flashes like typical bioluminescence, but across the entire visible horizon. The water transforms into a vast glowing plain that resembles a snow-covered field or a sea of milk. The radiance is bright enough to read by, casting an ethereal light across your vessel. This glow persists not for minutes but for hours or even days, turning night into a ghostly twilight. This phenomenon, known as milky seas, has been reported by mariners for centuries. The earliest documented account comes from the journal of Captain Kingman of the American clipper ship Shooting Star, who in 1854 described sailing through waters off Java that glowed as far as the eye could reach, a distinct but milk-coloured light. Julius Caesar himself is said to have encountered the phenomenon in the Indian Ocean, describing it as a burning sea. Unlike the brief, sparkle-like flashes of common bioluminescence caused by agitated dinoflagellates, milky seas glow continuously with a steady, soft light that covers enormous areas, sometimes more than 100,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of Kentucky. The light doesn't increase when the water is disturbed, distinguishing it from typical bioluminescent displays. Scientists now believe milky seas are caused by luminous bacteria associated with algal blooms. These bacteria can gather in unprecedented numbers, as many as 40 billion trillion cells in a large milky sea event. When they reach a critical population density, they begin to glow continuously through a process called quorum sensing, where the bacteria essentially realize they have sufficient numbers to make their light visible. What remains unexplained, however, is the scale and duration of these events. How do these bacteria coordinate their illumination across such vast distances? Why do the displays persist for days when most bacterial bioluminescence is brief? And perhaps most puzzling, why do milky seas appear to move independently of ocean currents, sometimes maintaining their coherence against prevailing water movement? In 2005, scientists got their first satellite images of a milky sea when the USS Icarus reported sailing through glowing waters in the Indian Ocean. Satellite data confirmed a massive glowing patch spanning over 15,400 square kilometers, but the images raised as many questions as they answered. The glow appeared to move as a cohesive unit rather than dispersing as would be expected if it was simply bacteria floating passively in the currents. Some researchers have proposed that the bacteria might be responding to unknown electromagnetic properties in certain ocean regions, possibly related to the same phenomena that create other maritime mysteries like compass anomalies. Others suggest the bacteria might form a kind of superorganism when in sufficient numbers, with collective behaviors we don't yet understand. Dr. Stephen Miller, who has studied satellite data of milky seas, notes, "These are some of the largest contiguous bioluminescent events known to mankind, yet we've barely begun to understand their mechanics. The fact that they can maintain coherence for days suggests there's some form of communication or synchronization happening that exceeds our current understanding of bacterial behavior." What makes milky seas particularly fascinating is that they seem to bridge the gap between explained and unexplained maritime phenomena. We know generally what causes them, luminous bacteria, but the specifics of their behavior, scale and duration venture into territory where current scientific understanding falls short. Sailors who have encountered milky seas often report feelings of disorientation and an altered sense of time while sailing through them. Many describe the experience in almost spiritual terms, a feeling of sailing through another world or dimension. These subjective reports have led some researchers to wonder if there might be unknown effects from the light frequency produced, or perhaps from compounds released by the bacteria into the air above these glowing waters. In 2010, the research vessel Sorcerer II deliberately sailed into a Milky Sea event in the Arabian Sea. The scientific team aboard collected water samples and conducted various measurements throughout the 48-hour period they remained within the glowing waters. Their findings were intriguing. The bacterial concentration was even higher than previously estimated, and the water within the Milky Sea had subtly different chemical properties than the surrounding ocean, including slightly elevated temperatures and modified oxygen content. Most surprisingly, electronic equipment aboard the vessel experienced intermittent malfunctions while in the heart of the phenomenon. GPS signals became erratic, and communication equipment suffered from increased static and decreased range. These effects normalized as soon as the ship sailed beyond the glowing waters. The research team could identify no conventional explanation for these equipment issues. Could the massive bacterial colonies somehow generate electromagnetic fields strong enough to affect electronic equipment? Or is there some other, as yet undiscovered mechanism at work in these glowing seas? Like so many oceanic mysteries, Milky Seas remain partly explained yet still shrouded in questions that our current scientific framework struggles to answer completely. As we drift further into the night and deeper into our exploration of oceanic enigmas, we encounter mysteries that don't just challenge our understanding of the natural world, but potentially our history as a species. Because sometimes what lies beneath the waves isn't just unknown, it's seemingly impossible. If you're enjoying this drift through oceanic mysteries, I hope you're feeling relaxed and maybe even a bit drowsy by now. Remember, there's no need to stay fully alert. Let these stories wash over you like gentle waves as we continue our journey through the abyss. The ocean's depths hold more secrets than any single night can reveal, but we'll explore as many as we can before the dawn. Deep in the western Pacific, between the islands of Yonaguni and Taiwan, lies a formation that has sparked one of the most heated debates in underwater archaeology. Discovered in 1987 by dive tour operator Kichacho Oritake, the Yonaguni Monument appears to be a massive complex of terraced stone structures sitting 60 to 100 feet beneath the ocean surface. The main feature is a rectangular formation measuring roughly 150 feet long and 40 feet high, with sharp angles, straight walls, and what appear to be ramps, columns, and carefully carved steps. When first encountered, these features led many to believe they had discovered the remains of a previously unknown ancient civilization, perhaps a Pacific equivalent of Atlantis, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age approximately 10,000 years ago. If true, this would dramatically rewrite our understanding of prehistoric human capabilities in the region. Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has spent decades studying the monument. After hundreds of dives and extensive documentation, Kimura firmly believes the structures are man-made, pointing to evidence including 2-ton blocks placed atop the structure, what appears to be a stone human face carved into the rock, and features that resemble roads, gates, and ceremonial platforms. Kimura estimates the monument to be at least 5,000 years old, created when the area was above sea level. The larger structure looks like a complicated monolithic stepped pyramid that rises from a depth of 25 meters. Kimura has stated, "These are clearly not natural formations. They're mechanical structures created by man." However, many geologists and archaeologists disagree, suggesting the formations are entirely natural. They argue that the region's distinctive sandstone naturally breaks along plains, creating straight edges and sharp angles that can resemble artificial structures. The regular terraces, they suggest, are the result of natural erosion processes working on sedimentary rock layers of different hardness. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University who has studied similar formations worldwide, visited the site and concluded, Its basic geology and classic stratigraphy for sandstones, which tend to break along plains and give you these very straight edges, particularly in an area with lots of tectonic activity. What makes the Yonaguni Monument particularly challenging to study is the constant motion of the ocean. Strong currents sweep the area, making detailed archaeological work difficult and dangerous. The monument is also covered with marine growth, obscuring fine details that might help resolve the debate between natural formation and human construction. Perhaps most intriguing are the features that don't easily fit either explanation. Certain aspects of the monument, such as the two parallel holes drilled into the rock that appear to run deep into the structure, are difficult to attribute to natural processes. Similarly, some of the apparent tool marks on the surface have orientations and patterns that don't align with typical water or wind erosion. If the Yonaguni Monument is indeed artificial, it would suggest a sophisticated maritime civilization existed in the region thousands of years before conventional archaeology recognizes such capabilities. The site would predate the Egyptian pyramids by at least a millennium, yet there's a conspicuous absence of artifacts. No pottery, tools, or human remains have been found despite decades of searching. Some researchers have proposed a middle ground, that the formations might be primarily natural, but were modified by humans who recognized their potential as ceremonial or defensive structures. This theory suggests ancient peoples may have enhanced naturally occurring features, carving additional elements and refining the existing shapes to serve their purposes. Local Okinawan legends add another layer to the mystery. Traditional stories tell of a land called Marine Road that once connected the islands before being swallowed by the sea. These oral histories describe a paradise-like place, with advanced knowledge that was destroyed in a catastrophic event, forcing survivors to flee to what are now the Okinawan Islands. Whether natural wonder or archaeological revelation, the Yonaguni Monument represents one of the ocean's most tantalizing mysteries. A massive structure that could either be evidence of Earth's remarkable geological processes or a fundamental challenge to our understanding of ancient human capabilities. As it sits silently beneath the waves, subject to the endless cycle of tides and currents, it continues to guard its secrets, neither confirming nor denying the theories swirling around it. But the Yonaguni Monument isn't the only underwater structure that challenges conventional archaeology. Across the globe, in the azure waters of the Caribbean, another submerged mystery has emerged, one that seems to defy both natural explanation and archaeological timing. Off the western coast of Cuba, the deep waters of the Guanacabiabes Peninsula hide a secret that was only discovered by chance while surveying the seafloor using sonar equipment. Researchers working for a Canadian exploration company detected what appeared to be geometric structures in an area where none should exist. Smooth, symmetrical shapes, rising from the ocean floor at a depth of over 2,000 feet. When the team redirected their sonar for a more detailed scan, what they found was astonishing. A series of apparent stone structures covering an area of about 2 square kilometers. The sonar images revealed what looked like massive stone buildings, including pyramids, circular structures, and what appeared to be roads or causeways connecting them. The regular geometry and organization suggested deliberate construction rather than natural formation. Manuel Turalde Vinant, a geologist with Cuba's National Museum of Natural History, initially examined the sonar images and was baffled. These are extremely unusual structures. They have global significance, he stated, but I cannot explain them in terms of geological processes. What makes these structures particularly perplexing is their location. At more than 2,000 feet below the surface, they lie far deeper than coastal areas that would have been exposed during the last ice age when sea levels were much lower. Conventional understanding suggests that the area where these structures are located has been underwater for at least 50,000 years, long before complex human civilizations are thought to have developed. Paulina Zelitsky, the lead researcher who discovered the site, hypothesized that the structures might represent the remains of an unknown civilization that somehow managed to build at depths that should have been impossible, given what we know about ancient technological capabilities. This would require a complete re-evaluation of human history, or suggest advanced techniques we have no evidence for elsewhere in the archaeological record. More conservative explanations suggest the structures could be the result of complex geological processes, perhaps related to underwater volcanic activity or specialized erosion patterns. Yet geologists have struggled to identify natural mechanisms that could create such apparently ordered and geometric formations. Unlike the Yonaguni monument, which can be physically examined by divers, the extreme depth of the Cuban site makes direct investigation extraordinarily difficult. Only a few submersible vehicles in the world are capable of reaching such depths, and the cost of mounting such expeditions is prohibitive. In 2012, a limited expedition did manage to capture video footage of some of the structures using a deep-sea remotely operated vehicle. The grainy images showed what appeared to be massive stone blocks arranged in circular and rectangular formations. Some of the blocks seemed to have inscriptions or carvings on their surfaces, though the resolution of the footage made detailed analysis impossible. Material samples taken from the site have yielded another layer of mystery. Tests indicated the stones were composed of granite and other materials that are inconsistent with the natural geology of the region. Even more puzzling, some samples appeared to contain a form of microfossil typical of inland areas rather than underwater environments, suggesting the materials originated above water and were somehow transported to their current location. The Cuban government has been cautious about allowing further exploration, partly due to concerns about potential damage to what might be a significant archaeological site, and partly due to the geopolitical sensitivity of the region. As a result, the Cuban Atlantis, as some have called it, remains largely unexplored, its true nature still shrouded in speculation and competing theories. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a marine archaeologist who has studied the available data, offers this perspective. What's particularly interesting about the Cuban site is that it doesn't fit neatly into any category, not clearly natural, not clearly artificial by any civilization we know of, and not at a depth that makes sense for human construction during any period when we believe humans had such capabilities. It's truly an anomaly in every sense. Like so many oceanic mysteries, the structures off Cuba's coast represent a puzzle piece that doesn't seem to fit our current understanding, whether of geology, archaeology, or human history. They remind us that beneath the waves, beyond our everyday sight, the ocean continues to harbor secrets that challenge our most fundamental assumptions. As the night deepens and our journey through these abyssal mysteries continues, perhaps you're feeling the gentle pull of sleep. That's perfect. These stories are meant to accompany you as you drift off, the mysteries of the deep merging with the mysteries of your dreams. Let the rhythm of these words become the rhythm of waves rocking you towards slumber, as we explore even deeper enigmas. While structures and sounds capture much of our attention when discussing oceanic mysteries, perhaps nothing is more fundamentally puzzling than the strange creatures that inhabit the abyss, beings so bizarre that they seem almost alien in their adaptation to the crushing pressure and eternal darkness of the deep. Yet even among these evolutionary marvels, certain sightings stand out. Creatures that don't match any known species, beings that blur the line between documented reality and maritime legend. In March of 1968, the crew of the USS Monrovia, a Navy attack transport ship, reported a truly bizarre encounter while sailing through the North Atlantic. Multiple crew members, including several officers, observed what they initially thought was a partially submerged submarine following their vessel at a distance of about half a mile. But as they continued to watch, they realized what they were seeing defied conventional explanation. The object appeared cylindrical, approximately 30 feet in diameter, with a length of nearly 100 feet. Unlike a submarine, it had no visible conning tower or other projections. Most strikingly, it seemed to be organic rather than mechanical, the surface rippling and flexing as it moved through the water. Several witnesses reported seeing what looked like multiple large eyes along its length, each estimated to be about 2 feet in diameter. Lieutenant Commander Arthur Davis, who observed the object through binoculars for nearly 15 minutes, later stated, "It moved like nothing I've ever seen before, not like a whale or a fish or any marine animal I'm familiar with. It didn't surface and dive like a cetacean. It maintained a constant depth just below the water and changed direction with a fluidity that seemed impossible for something of that size." The Monrovia's encounter isn't isolated. Throughout maritime history, sailors have reported giant unidentified marine organisms that don't match known species. From the Great Globe, reported by the HMS Daedalus in 1848, a 60-foot serpentine creature with a small head on a long neck, to the massive tentacled organism that allegedly attacked the schooner Pearl in 1874, leaving massive suction marks on the hull. These sightings often involve multiple reliable witnesses, yet defy classification within our current taxonomic system. Marine biologists point out that the deep ocean remains largely unexplored, with new species discovered regularly. The giant squid, once considered a sailor's myth, was only first photographed alive in its natural habitat in 2004, despite growing to lengths of up to 43 feet. The even larger colossal squid wasn't scientifically documented until the late 20th century. These discoveries lend credibility to the possibility that other massive, undocumented species might exist in the ocean depths. Dr. Mariana Chen, a marine biologist specializing in deep-sea organisms, explains, "The conditions of the deep ocean, high pressure, low temperature, limited food sources, create evolutionary pressures that result in truly strange adaptations. We've discovered fish with transparent heads, crustaceans that can survive near hydrothermal vents where temperatures exceed 700 degrees Fahrenheit, and organisms that can live their entire lives without oxygen. Given what we know exists, it would be scientifically arrogant to dismiss the possibility of large, undiscovered species that occasionally venture into shallower waters." In 1997, an unusual sound nicknamed the bloop was detected by underwater microphones across the Pacific. While later attributed to ice quakes, its initial pattern so closely resembled biological sounds that it sparked speculation about massive unknown creatures. The sound was far more powerful than anything a blue whale could produce, suggesting, if biological, a creature of truly unprecedented size. More recently, in 2012, a research vessel mapping the Arctic seafloor captured sonar images of an unidentified organism estimated to be nearly 100 feet in length. The object moved deliberately against the current at a depth of about 1,100 feet and displayed what appeared to be appendages or tentacles extending from a central mass. Despite repeated attempts to identify it using existing marine biology databases, the sonar signature matched no known species. Perhaps most compelling are the consistent reports from submersible pilots who work at extreme depths. Many have reported glimpsing enormous shadowy forms moving just at the edge of their light's reach, too far to identify clearly, but distinctly larger than any known deep-sea species. These sightings often occur near underwater geographic features like seamounts or trenches, suggesting these unidentified creatures might have specific habitat preferences that have helped them avoid clearer documentation. James Cameron, the filmmaker and deep-sea explorer who has made multiple dives to the deepest part of the ocean in the Mariana Trench, once remarked, "Every time we think we understand the limits of life in the ocean, we find something that completely changes our perspective. The deep sea is effectively as alien an environment as the surface of another planet. We shouldn't be surprised when it continues to surprise us." The oceans cover 71% of Earth's surface, with an average depth of about 12,100 feet. The deepest areas plunge to nearly 36,000 feet below the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Of this vast underwater realm, less than 20% has been mapped in detail, and less than 10% has been explored directly. This leaves enormous regions where unknown species could exist, especially those that primarily inhabit the depths and only occasionally venture closer to the surface. Could there be massive, undiscovered creatures lurking in the ocean depth? Creatures that might explain centuries of unusual sightings by mariners? Modern science neither confirms nor denies the possibility, instead acknowledging that the ocean's vastness and inaccessibility leave room for discoveries that might still shock us. As with so many oceanic mysteries, the absence of definitive evidence neither proves nor disproves the existence of such beings. It simply reminds us how much of our ocean world remains unexplored. But undiscovered species aren't the only biological mysteries in our oceans. Sometimes, known creatures behave in ways that defy our understanding, creating patterns and structures that seem to require intelligence and purpose we haven't attributed to them. One such puzzle can be found in the perfect geometry of patterns on the ocean floor that were only discovered relatively recently. the underwater phenomenon known as crop circles of the sea. First documented in 1995 off the coast of southern Japan, these intricate geometric patterns carved into the seafloor initially baffled marine scientists. Perfectly circular depressions about 6 feet in diameter, with symmetrical ridges, valleys, and geometric patterns radiating from the center, they looked for all the world like they had been created with mathematical precision by intelligent design. The mystery deepened when divers noticed these formations appeared overnight, and continued to change slightly day by day. Local fishermen had no explanation for them, and initial theories ranged from the effects of underwater currents to unknown geological processes. Some even suggested more exotic explanations. Everything from alien activity to underwater vehicle testing. The truth, when finally discovered in 2011, proved that sometimes reality is stranger than science fiction. Yoji Okata, a Japanese photographer and diver who had first documented the circles, set up underwater cameras to monitor a formation. What the footage revealed was astonishing. A tiny pufferfish, just a few inches long, was the artist behind these massive geometric masterpieces. Male pufferfish, it turns out, create these elaborate circular nests as part of their mating ritual. Swimming tirelessly back and forth, using only their fins, they carve intricate patterns in the sand over the course of 7 to 9 days, working 24 hours a day. The ridges and valleys serve to minimize the impact of ocean currents, protecting the eggs that will eventually be laid in the center of the circle. The patterns also trap food particles, creating a nutrient-rich environment for hatching babies. What makes this behavior particularly remarkable is the apparent complexity and planning involved. The fish creates specialized features in the design based on water current direction, adjusts for obstacles, and maintains nearly perfect symmetry without any ability to see the overall pattern from above. How does such a small creature with a presumably simple brain create such complex geometric designs? How does it maintain the pattern's integrity without any way to view the complete structure? Dr. Hiroshi Kawase, one of the scientists who studied the phenomenon, notes, "This level of apparent planning and geometric precision would be impressive for a human artist. Yet this fish accomplishes it with a brain smaller than a pea. It challenges our understanding of what drives complex behavior and raises questions about innate geometric understanding in species we typically don't associate with such capabilities." The seafloor circles represent one of many oceanic mysteries that was eventually explained, yet still leaves us with deeper questions about the nature of intelligence, instinct, and the hidden capabilities of ocean life. They remind us that explanation doesn't always equal complete understanding. Sometimes solving one mystery only reveals a deeper one beneath. As we continue floating through these tales of oceanic enigmas, perhaps you're feeling the gentle weight of drowsiness. That's perfectly fine. Let these stories accompany you towards sleep, the mysteries blending with your drifting thoughts. The ocean's secrets have endured for millennia. They'll still be there when you wake. Deep beneath the surface of our planet's oceans, in the abyssal zones where sunlight never penetrates, lie vast networks of undersea rivers, currents that flow within the greater ocean itself, with their own banks, waterfalls, and distinct properties. These submarine rivers are among the most important oceanographic discoveries of the past century, yet they remain largely invisible to us, flowing in silent darkness thousands of feet below the waves. Unlike the familiar ocean currents that circulate near the surface, these deep-sea rivers flow due to differences in water density rather than wind or tides. When water of different temperatures or salinity meets, the denser water sinks beneath the lighter, creating powerful flows that act much like rivers on land. Some of these underwater rivers are truly massive. The Mediterranean outflow, for instance, carries over 1 million cubic meters of water per second, making it hundreds of times larger than the Amazon River. What makes these abyssal rivers particularly mysterious is their behavior. They don't simply flow in straight lines like surface ocean currents. Instead, they meander through the deep ocean basins, carving channels in the seafloor, creating underwater banks and deltas, and sometimes even flowing uphill against gravity when density differences provide sufficient force. One of the most spectacular examples is the underwater river discovered in 2010 in the Black Sea. This remarkable formation has its own waterfalls and rapids, carrying sediment and debris along a well-defined channel on the seabed. It flows for over 37 miles through a deep-sea canyon, eventually spilling out onto the abyssal plain. What makes it particularly unusual is that it carries its own distinct layer of water, heavier, saltier water that doesn't mix with the surrounding ocean, maintaining its integrity for miles, like a river flowing through a lake without mixing. Dr. Samuel Johnson, an oceanographer who has studied these phenomena for decades, explains these undersea rivers fundamentally challenge our visualization of the ocean. We tend to think of the sea as a homogeneous body of water, but it's actually highly structured, with layers and currents that rarely mix. Some of these deep ocean rivers have been flowing continuously for thousands of years along the same paths, yet we've only known about them for a few decades. Perhaps most intriguing is how these rivers influence life in the abyss. Deep-sea creatures appear to use these currents as migration highways, traveling along their paths rather than through the open water. Certain species seem specially adapted to live exclusively within these flows, feeding on the increased nutrients they carry. When marine biologists sampled water from within one of these underwater rivers compared to the surrounding ocean at the same depth, they found dramatically different microbial communities, almost as distinct as comparing freshwater to saltwater species on the surface. These rivers also transport and deposit sediments in ways that create unusual underwater landscapes. In 2014, a research expedition in the Gulf of Mexico discovered vast underwater lakes formed where one of these density currents deposited heavy salt, creating pools of supersaline water that sits in depressions on the seafloor. These pools have distinct shorelines, surfaces, and even waves, despite being thousands of feet underwater. What's particularly eerie is that when marine creatures swim into these hypersaline pools, the extreme salinity often proves fatal, resulting in collections of preserved remains along their shores, underwater graveyards marking the boundaries of these alien environments. Recent climate research has raised concerns about these abyssal rivers as well. As ocean temperatures rise and glaciers melt, the delicate density balance that drives these flows is changing. Some deep-sea currents that have flowed consistently for millennia appear to be slowing or shifting course, since these rivers play crucial roles in carbon sequestration and nutrient cycling throughout the ocean. Changes to their flow could have far-reaching consequences for marine ecosystems and global climate patterns. Dr. Eliza Montañez, who studies the intersection of climate change and deep ocean circulation, warns, these invisible rivers may be out of sight, but they shouldn't be out of mind. They're part of the ocean's circulatory system, like blood vessels carrying nutrients and regulating temperature. If they're disrupted, the effects will eventually reach the surface in ways we're only beginning to understand. The discovery and ongoing study of these submarine rivers highlight how much remains unknown about our ocean's internal structure and dynamics. They represent an entire hydrological system operating in parallel to the surface rivers and streams we're familiar with, yet vastly larger and largely hidden from direct observation. Like so many aspects of the deep ocean, they remind us that our planet contains entire landscapes and ecosystems that exist beyond our everyday perception, operating according to their own rhythms regardless of our awareness. As you continue drifting towards sleep, imagine these massive, silent rivers flowing through the darkness of the abyss, carrying their secrets through channels carved over thousands of years. Like dreams flowing through consciousness, they move according to their own logic, connecting disparate regions of the deep in a complex network we're only beginning to map. The ocean covers more than 2/3 of our planet's surface, yet in many ways, it remains more mysterious than the surface of Mars. We've mapped the entire Martian landscape in higher resolution than most of our own seafloor. The average depth of the world's oceans is about 12,100 feet, with the deepest point, the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, plunging to nearly 36,000 feet below sea level. These abyssal regions exist in a state of perpetual darkness and crushing pressure, creating conditions so extreme they might as well be alien worlds. Yet, life thrives even in these seemingly inhospitable environments, near hydrothermal vents where superheated water blasts from the Earth's crust. Entire ecosystems flourish in the absence of sunlight, powered not by photosynthesis, but by chemosynthesis, metabolic processes that derive energy from chemicals rather than light. These communities exist in such isolation from the surface world that they represent an almost parallel evolution of life on our planet. What's particularly fascinating about these deep-sea ecosystems is their resilience and adaptability. Creatures in the abyss have developed extraordinary specializations, from transparent bodies and bioluminescent lures to extreme pressure tolerance and ultra-efficient metabolisms that allow them to survive on minimal food. The giant tube worms found near hydrothermal vents can grow up to 8 feet long without ever eating, instead housing symbiotic bacteria that convert chemicals from the vent water into nutrients. In 2016, researchers from the Schmidt Ocean Institute discovered what they called a jacuzzi of death in the Gulf of Mexico, a pool of brine so dense and toxic that it forms a distinct underwater lake with its own shoreline, complete with waves lapping at its edges, despite being 300 feet below the surface. When small crabs or fish swim into this hypercyanin pool, they are instantly killed by the extreme salinity and preserved by the brine, creating macabre shorelines littered with preserved remains. Yet even in this seemingly uninhabitable environment, specialized microbes have evolved to thrive, metabolizing methane and other compounds in concentrations that would be lethal to most life forms. These discoveries raise profound questions about the potential for life elsewhere in our solar system and beyond. Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus both have subsurface oceans beneath their icy crusts, environments that might be surprisingly similar to Earth's deep-sea hydrothermal vent ecosystems. The adaptations we've observed in abyssal creatures suggest that life can evolve under conditions far more extreme than we once believed possible. Dr. Antonia Vega, an astrobiologist who studies deep-sea life as analogues for potential extraterrestrial organisms, explains, "Every time we set limitations on where we think life can exist, we discover organisms that prove us wrong. The deep ocean has been our greatest teacher in expanding our understanding of life's potential. What we've learnt there has fundamentally shaped how we search for life on other worlds." Perhaps the most humbling aspect of oceanic exploration is how much remains undiscovered. Estimates suggest that between 50–80% of all life on Earth may reside in the ocean, with potentially millions of species yet to be identified. Each deep-sea expedition continues to return with previously unknown organisms, sometimes representing entirely new branches on the tree of life. In 2018, a research vessel sampling the abyssal plain found over 100 new species in a single expedition, from bizarre crustaceans with modified eyes that detect bioluminescence to transparent fish with digestive systems visible through their skin. What's particularly remarkable is that these weren't found in some especially unique or isolated habitat. They came from relatively ordinary deep-sea mudplains, suggesting that such undiscovered diversity exists throughout the abyss. The challenges of exploring these depths remain considerable. The crushing pressure at extreme depths, over 1,000 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level, means that specialized equipment is required for any exploration. Few vessels in the world are capable of reaching the deepest ocean trenches, and those that can typically cost tens of thousands of dollars per day to operate. As a result, we've mapped less than 20% of the ocean floor in high resolution, leaving vast regions essentially unexplored. Modern technology is gradually opening these inaccessible realms to observation. Autonomous underwater vehicles can now dive deeper, stay submerged longer, and carry more sophisticated sensing equipment than ever before. Networks of underwater observatories provide continuous monitoring of deep-sea environments, revealing patterns and behaviors that intermittent expeditions might miss, and advances in DNA sequencing allow scientists to detect the presence of organisms from traces of environmental DNA in water samples, identifying species without ever seeing them directly. Yet, for all our technological progress, the abyss maintains its mysteries. The ocean depths operate on timescales and spatial dimensions that challenge human perception, processes that unfold over centuries or millennia, across landscapes larger than continents, largely hidden from direct observation. This fundamental inaccessibility ensures that the deep ocean will likely remain Earth's greatest frontier for exploration, a source of wonder and discovery for generations to come. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the silent darkness of the abyss, where pressure crushes and cold permeates. Yet life finds a way to thrive in forms we're still discovering. These mysterious depths remind us that our planet contains worlds within worlds, realms operating according to their own ancient rhythms, indifferent to our brief presence on the surface far above. Some of the most persistent maritime mysteries aren't found in the deepest trenches but in the open ocean, phenomena that puzzled sailors for centuries and continue to defy complete explanation, even in our technologically advanced age. Among these, few are as visually striking or as potentially dangerous as the rogue wave, massive, solitary waves that appear without warning, towering above surrounding seas before disappearing just as suddenly. For centuries, accounts of these monster waves were dismissed as sailors' tall tales. After all, the mathematics of wave dynamics suggested that waves more than twice the height of surrounding seas should be statistically impossible events, occurring perhaps once every 10,000 years. Yet experienced mariners insisted they encountered walls of water rising suddenly from otherwise manageable seas, towering briefly before crashing down with devastating force. The scientific consensus began to shift on New Year's Day 1995, when an oil platform in the North Sea recorded a wave that defied all conventional understanding. The Drupner platform's monitoring equipment measured a single wave reaching 84 feet in height, in a sea where the significant wave height was only 39 feet. This wasn't just a statistical anomaly, it was supposed to be physically impossible, according to the prevailing wave theories of the time. The Drupner wave provided the first instrumental evidence that rogue waves weren't maritime folklore, but a genuine oceanic phenomenon, requiring explanation. Since then, satellite monitoring has confirmed that these monster waves occur far more frequently than statistical models predicted, perhaps dozens of times daily across the world's oceans. Dr. Suzanne Lehner, who analyzed European Space Agency satellite data, discovered over 10 massive rogue waves during a 3-week period, a frequency that completely contradicted previous mathematical models. Something is causing these waves to form much more commonly than we ever thought possible, she noted. The physics behind them appears more complex than our traditional understanding of wave formation. What makes rogue waves particularly mysterious is their seemingly capricious nature. Unlike tsunamis, which result from seismic activity and can be tracked across vast distances, rogue waves materialize without warning and can form even in relatively calm seas. They don't behave like normal ocean waves, which build gradually through wind energy transfer. Instead, they appear to gather energy from surrounding waves, growing rapidly to heights that can exceed 100 feet before disappearing just as suddenly. Several competing theories attempt to explain their formation. One suggests that when waves from different storm systems collide at specific angles, constructive interference can create abnormally large waves. Another proposes that waves traveling at different speeds can bunch together through a process called wave focusing, concentrating energy into a single massive crest. Perhaps most intriguing is the nonlinear Schrödinger equation model, which suggests that under certain conditions, ocean waves can behave like quantum particles, drawing energy from surrounding waves in a process similar to how certain quantum states attract energy. Captain James Matthews, who survived an encounter with a rogue wave off the coast of South Africa in 2007, described the experience. It was as if the sea suddenly developed a will of its own. One moment we were in 15-foot swells, challenging but navigable. The next, there was a wall of water at least 70 feet high bearing down on us. It didn't build gradually, it simply appeared as if it had been dropped from the sky. After it passed, the sea returned to normal swells almost immediately. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have believed it possible. What makes rogue waves particularly dangerous is not just their size, but their shape. Unlike normal large waves, which tend to have long, rolling crests, rogue waves often form with near-vertical faces, described by sailors as walls of water or holes in the sea. This shape creates tremendous impact forces when they strike vessels. Naval architects design ships to withstand waves up to certain specifications, but a rogue wave can exceed these design tolerances by several times, potentially causing catastrophic structural failure. The phenomenon has gained renewed attention through satellite observation and open ocean wave monitoring stations. Between 2011 and 2016, an array of pressure sensors in the North Atlantic recorded over 300 waves that would classify as rogue, with heights more than twice the significant wave height of the surrounding sea. Analysis of these events revealed something surprising. Many occur during periods of relatively moderate weather rather than during severe storms, suggesting that extreme weather isn't always a prerequisite for their formation. Dr. Carsten Peterson, an oceanographer specializing in wave dynamics, explains, "We're discovering that rogue waves represent a fundamental property of the ocean itself, not simply extreme versions of normal wave patterns. They appear to be a distinct phenomenon, governed by complex interactions between currents, wind patterns, and the ocean floor topography. What's particularly fascinating is that similar mathematical principles appear in other areas of physics, from optics to quantum mechanics, suggesting these rogue behaviors might be more fundamental to nature than we previously understood." Perhaps most eerie are the places where rogue waves seem to occur with unusual frequency. Certain regions of the ocean, like the Agulhas Current off South Africa and the Kuroshio Current near Japan, experience disproportionately high numbers of these events. These areas often feature powerful ocean currents meeting opposing wind patterns, creating the perfect conditions for abnormal wave formation. Sailors have known for centuries to treat these regions with particular caution, traditional maritime wisdom that scientific observation is now validating. In 2019, a research vessel specifically designed to study extreme wave events recorded something unprecedented: the formation and dissipation of a rogue wave in real time. High-resolution radar captured the process by which surrounding wave energy appeared to consolidate into a single massive wave that briefly reached nearly 3 times the height of significant waves in the area before dispersing its energy back into the sea. This observation has provided crucial data for developing more accurate predictive models. Yet, despite our growing understanding, the sudden appearance of these maritime leviathans remains one of the ocean's most terrifying mysteries, a reminder that even in our age of satellite monitoring and advanced weather prediction, the sea retains its capacity to manifest forces that seem to operate outside our understanding of natural laws. For those who travel the oceans, rogue waves represent the unpredictable face of the sea, the reason why, even with modern technology, mariners maintain a healthy respect for the fundamental uncertainty of the deep. As you continue to drift towards sleep, imagine the surface of the ocean, usually a boundary we consider relatively stable and predictable. Yet, as with so many aspects of the sea, what appears well understood can occasionally transform into something mysterious and devastating, challenging our assumptions about the natural world and reminding us of the ocean's capacity for sudden, dramatic change. While events like rogue waves demonstrate the ocean's mysterious nature at its most dramatic, other enigmas manifest in more subtle ways, like the peculiar phenomenon known as the green flash, a rarely witnessed optical effect that occurs just as the sun sets over the ocean horizon. For centuries, sailors spoke of a brilliant emerald light that would flare briefly at the moment the sun disappeared, a phenomenon so fleeting and unusual that many considered it maritime folklore rather than a genuine optical event. Those who claimed to have seen it described a vivid green flash lasting only a second or two, appearing just as the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon. Some accounts added fantastical elements, that seeing the green flash granted special insights or the ability to read others' thoughts. Naturally, scientists dismissed most of these claims as exaggerations or misperceptions colored by sailors' superstitions. Yet, the green flash is entirely real, an atmospheric optical phenomenon caused by light refraction in the atmosphere. When conditions are perfect, a clear horizon, minimal atmospheric pollution, and stable temperature gradients, the atmosphere acts like a prism, separating the sun's light into its component colors. As the sun sets, the atmosphere refracts different wavelengths at slightly different angles. Red light, with its longer wavelength, is refracted more than blue or green light, causing it to disappear first. For a brief moment, green light can become the dominant visible wavelength, creating the famous emerald flash. What makes the green flash particularly fascinating is how it sits at the intersection of scientific explanation and maritime mystery. The basic optics behind it are well understood, yet its appearance remains unpredictable and elusive. Photographers and observers might wait years for the perfect conditions to witness it. Some dedicated green flash hunters have spent decades sailing the world's oceans, documenting different variations of the phenomenon, from the brief green dot as the sun disappears to the rarer green ray that shoots upward from the setting sun. Dr. Eleanor Winters, an atmospheric physicist who has studied the phenomenon, explains, "The green flash represents a perfect example of how scientific understanding doesn't diminish oceanic mystery, but enhances it. Knowing the physics behind it doesn't make it any less magical when you finally witness one. It's like a secretive performance the atmosphere puts on when all conditions align perfectly. A reminder that our planet still has visual wonders that can't be summoned on demand, that require patience and the right conditions to reveal themselves." While the green flash is most commonly associated with ocean sunsets due to the unobstructed horizon, it can occasionally be observed at sunrise as well, though these events are even rarer. Sunrise green flashes require the observer to know exactly where to look at precisely the right moment, a far more difficult proposition than watching the known position of a setting sun. Captain Maria Vasquez, who has sailed the Pacific for over 30 years, describes her first green flash experience. "We were crossing from the Marquesas to Hawaii, and conditions were perfect: dead calm sea, crystal clear sky, and unusually stable air temperatures. As the sun touched the horizon, we all gathered on deck. When it happened, it wasn't subtle at all, a brilliant emerald flash that lasted perhaps 2 seconds. Despite knowing exactly what caused it, several crew members gasped. There's something primally affecting about seeing the sun change color, however briefly. It connects you to every sailor throughout history who ever witnessed the same thing." What's particularly interesting about the green flash is how it has persisted as a subject of maritime fascination despite scientific explanation. Unlike many oceanic mysteries that lose their appeal once understood, the green flash maintains its mystique precisely because of its elusiveness. It's a phenomenon that resists being captured or predicted with certainty, a reminder that some ocean experiences remain personal and fleeting, witnessed rather than recorded, experienced rather than studied. This blending of the explainable and the mysterious characterizes many oceanic phenomena, from the mathematics behind wave patterns to the unpredictable beauty of bioluminescent displays. The sea continues to offer experiences that science can explain yet not diminish, mysteries whose solutions only deepen our appreciation for the complex systems governing our blue planet. As you drift further towards sleep, imagine standing on the deck of a ship at sunset, watching the horizon for that brief moment when the atmosphere's prismatic effect reveals the sun's hidden emerald light, a phenomenon ununderstood yet still carrying the wonder that sailors have felt for centuries, a perfect metaphor for the ocean itself, explained by science yet never fully conquered by it. Among the ocean's more melancholy mysteries are the ghost ships, vessels found drifting without crews, their occupants vanished without explanation. These maritime enigmas have captured human imagination for centuries, from the Mary Celeste in 1872 to modern ghost ships that still occasionally appear on our horizon. The Mary Celeste remains the archetypal example. A merchant brigantine discovered adrift and deserted in the Atlantic Ocean in December 1872. The ship was in seaworthy condition, with ample provisions, the crew's personal belongings undisturbed, and the cargo intact. The only significant anomalies were a missing lifeboat and the ship's papers, except for the captain's logbook. The final entry in the logbook, made 10 days before the ship was found abandoned, showed no signs of distress or danger. The fate of the 10 people aboard, the captain, his wife and daughter, and 7 crewmen, remains unknown despite numerous investigations and theories. What makes the Mary Celeste particularly compelling is the lack of obvious explanation. There was no sign of violence, no indication of fire or collision, no evidence of piracy or mutiny. The cargo of industrial alcohol was largely intact, and the crew's valuables remained in their cabins. Whatever drove the crew to abandon a perfectly seaworthy vessel in the middle of the Atlantic was apparently sudden enough that they left behind most of their possessions, but deliberate enough that they launched a lifeboat rather than simply jumping overboard. Modern analysis has suggested several possible explanations, from a temporary alcohol vapor explosion that frightened the crew into abandoning ship, though it caused no lasting damage, to a waterspout or seismic event that convinced them the vessel was doomed. Yet none of these theories fully account for all the circumstances, leaving the Mary Celeste as a persistent maritime mystery. What's often overlooked is that the Mary Celeste is far from unique. Throughout maritime history, dozens of vessels have been found in similar circumstances, floating empty with no clear explanation for their abandonment. The Carroll A. Deering, found run aground off North Carolina in 1921, had its entire crew missing, but breakfast laid out as if they had suddenly abandoned the meal. The Joyita, discovered in the South Pacific in 1955, was found with no trace of its 25 passengers and crew, the radio set to an international distress channel but never activated. More recently, in 2006, the tanker Giant was found drifting off the coast of Australia with no crew, no identification documents, and engines that appeared to have been inoperable for some time. In 2013, the yacht Kaz II was discovered off the coast of Australia with its engine running, a laptop still turned on, food on the table, and its three-man crew nowhere to be found. Dr. James Delgado, a maritime archaeologist who has studied ghost ship phenomena, explains. What makes these cases so compelling isn't just the missing crews, but the sense of interrupted normality they present. Finding a vessel with the table set for a meal, never eaten, or with personal items arranged as if the occupants intended to return shortly, creates a scene of disturbing liminality, people who seemingly stepped from ordinary life into complete absence, leaving behind only questions. The modern ocean still produces ghost ships with surprising regularity. Some have mundane explanations, vessels abandoned after mechanical failure that break free of their towing cables, fishing boats whose crews were rescued during storms but whose vessels continued to drift. Others remain genuinely mysterious, with crews seemingly vanishing without explanation or distress calls. In 2016, an unmanned 60-foot yacht was discovered adrift off the Philippines, its ownership unclear, and its presence unexplained. The vessel showed signs of having been at sea for an extended period, with marine growth along its hull and weather damage to its superstructure. Despite international inquiries, neither the yacht nor its missing crew were ever convincingly identified. In some cases, ghost ships have drifted for years or even decades. After the 2011 tsunami in Japan, fishing vessels torn from their moorings began appearing along the coasts of North America and Hawaii, some arriving over 5 years after the disaster. These modern ghost ships serve as poignant reminders of tragedy, carrying the remnants of lives interrupted by natural forces. What connects the Mary Celeste of 1872 to the ghost ships of today is how powerfully they symbolize the sea's capacity to create mysteries that resist resolution. Even in our age of satellite tracking, emergency beacons, and constant communication, vessels and their crews can still vanish without adequate explanation. The ocean's vastness and power continue to create circumstances where human presence can be completely erased, leaving behind only floating questions in the form of abandoned ships. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine these empty vessels moving silently across the ocean's surface, pushed by winds and currents, their absent crews an enduring mystery that spans centuries of maritime history, a reminder that the sea's capacity to create enigmas remains undiminished by our technological progress. These ghost ships, drifting between known ports and established shipping lanes, represent the persistent gaps in our mastery of the oceans, spaces where certainty disappears and question marks remain. While some oceanic mysteries involve dramatic events like vanishing crews or massive waves, others manifest in more subtle patterns, like the peculiar phenomenon known as dead zones, regions of ocean where oxygen levels drop so low that most marine life either flees or suffocates. These hypoxic areas have existed naturally throughout Earth's history, but their rapid expansion in recent decades represents a troubling oceanic mystery with potentially catastrophic implications. Natural dead zones typically form where major river systems empty into oceans, bringing nutrients that trigger massive algal blooms. When these algae die, their decomposition consumes oxygen faster than it can be replenished, creating areas where oxygen levels plummet. The Gulf of Mexico hosts one of the largest seasonal dead zones, forming each summer as nutrient-rich water from the Mississippi River system triggers this process. At its peak, this zone can cover over 7,000 square miles, roughly the size of New Jersey. What makes modern dead zones particularly mysterious is their unprecedented expansion. Over the past 50 years, the number of oceanic dead zones has quadrupled, with over 400 now identified worldwide. Some appear in locations where they've never historically been documented. Others have become permanent features rather than seasonal phenomena, persisting year-round rather than forming and dissipating with natural cycles. Dr. Lucinda Ramirez, a marine ecologist who studies these systems, explains, "We understand the basic mechanisms behind dead zone formation, but their rapid proliferation suggests more complex processes at work. Areas with no historical record of hypoxia are suddenly developing dead zones. Regions that used to recover seasonally now remain oxygen depleted permanently. Something fundamental has changed in how our oceans process and circulate oxygen." Perhaps most puzzling is the appearance of dead zones in deep ocean areas far from coastal influences. In 2015, researchers discovered a massive oxygen-depleted zone in the South Pacific, thousands of miles from any continent, spanning over 60,000 square miles and reaching depths of nearly 3,000 feet. This dead zone exists in an area where models predicted abundant oxygen circulation. Its discovery challenged fundamental assumptions about deep ocean ventilation and mixing patterns. Similar unexplained dead zones have been found in the North Atlantic, the Arctic Ocean, and throughout the tropical Pacific. Their existence suggests unknown mechanisms affecting how the deep ocean exchanges gases with the atmosphere, possibly linked to changing current patterns or shifts in global climate systems. The mystery deepens when considering that many of these zones don't follow predicted seasonal patterns, instead expanding and contracting according to rhythms that oceanographers are still working to understand. What makes dead zones particularly concerning is their rapid expansion without clear warning signs. Unlike coral bleaching or algal blooms, which produce visible changes, oxygen depletion occurs invisibly beneath the waves. By the time marine life begins dying or fleeing an area, the process is already well advanced. This invisibility makes tracking and predicting dead zone formation exceptionally difficult. Captain Miguel Torres, who has fished the Gulf of California for over 40 years, describes the eerie experience of encountering a dead zone. "You can feel it before you see anything. The water becomes strangely still and clear, almost too clear. Then you notice the absence of birds overhead, no fish jumping. When you pull up your nets, they're empty except maybe for a few crabs or specialized creatures that can tolerate low oxygen. Areas that were teeming with life just weeks earlier become underwater deserts. It's like the ocean itself has died in that spot." The potential ecological consequences are profound. Dead zones create marine deserts that fragment habitats, disrupt migration patterns, and collapse food webs. Species unable to flee these oxygen-depleted areas face mass mortality events. Those that can escape create unusual concentrations along the edges of dead zones, disrupting normal ecosystem distributions and creating new predator-prey dynamics. Recent research suggests that dead zones may be self-reinforcing under certain conditions. As oxygen levels drop, specific bacterial communities that thrive in low oxygen environments begin to dominate. These bacteria can release compounds that further deplete oxygen and prevent normal circulation from restoring healthier conditions. In essence, once established, some dead zones appear to create feedback loops that maintain their oxygen-depleted state. Dr. Nikos Papadopoulos, an oceanographer specializing in chemical ocean cycles, notes, "We're potentially witnessing a fundamental shift in how large portions of the ocean function. These aren't simply stressed ecosystems, they're transformed ones, operating according to different biogeochemical principles than the surrounding ocean. The implications for global marine systems are enormous and largely unpredictable." What makes dead zones a true oceanic mystery isn't just their rapid expansion, but the way they challenge our understanding of how quickly ocean systems can transform. The timescales at which these changes are occurring, decades rather than centuries or millennia, suggest unknown mechanisms or tipping points in how our oceans maintain their life-supporting chemistry. As with many deep mysteries of the sea, we've identified the phenomenon without fully comprehending its causes or implications. As your consciousness drifts deeper towards sleep, imagine these invisible boundaries spreading throughout the world's oceans. Areas where the fundamental chemistry of seawater has shifted, creating underwater deserts in once fertile regions. These dead zones represent one of the ocean's most consequential modern mysteries, boundaries between life and emptiness that expand according to patterns we're still working to understand. The ocean's capacity for mystery extends from its darkest depths to its shimmering surface, and sometimes beyond, into the air above. One of the most enduring maritime enigmas blurs the boundary between sea and sky, the legendary Fata Morgana, an extraordinarily complex mirage that has bewildered sailors for centuries and may explain many historical reports of phantom islands, flying ships, and other maritime apparitions. Unlike simple mirages that create reflected images of actual objects, a Fata Morgana is a complex optical phenomenon that can make objects appear wildly distorted, elevated far above their actual position, or visible far beyond the horizon. Ships might appear to float above the waterline, distant islands might seem to rise into towering cliffs, or entire coastal features might become visible despite being hundreds of miles beyond what should be visible from the observer's position. The phenomenon occurs when a layer of warm air sits above cooler air near the ocean surface, a temperature inversion that bends light rays and creates a refracting atmospheric lens. Light from distant objects gets trapped in this atmospheric duct, traveling along the temperature boundary and potentially becoming visible far beyond the horizon. What makes Fata Morgana particularly mysterious is how it doesn't simply reflect reality, but transforms it, creating phantasmagoric visions that can persist for hours. Captain James Cook likely encountered this phenomenon during his explorations of the Antarctic region in 1773, when he reported seeing a landmass that subsequent expeditions proved didn't exist. Numerous phantom islands appeared on maritime charts over the centuries, only to disappear when ships attempted to reach them, not because they sank beneath the waves as legend sometimes claimed, but because they were atmospheric projections of distant lands, visible only under specific conditions. Dr. Elise Montgomery, an atmospheric physicist who studies unusual optical phenomena, explains, what makes Fata Morgana particularly disorienting is its stability. Unlike typical mirages that shimmer and waver, these complex mirages can remain stable for hours, appearing as solid and substantial as any real landscape. They can transform a flat horizon into towering cliffs, create phantom islands where none exist, or make distant ships appear to sail through the sky. Before we understood the atmospheric optics involved, these would have seemed nothing short of supernatural. Perhaps the most famous maritime mystery potentially explained by Fata Morgana is the Flying Dutchman, the legendary ghost ship said to sail the seas forever, never making port. Reports of ships sailing above the waterline match perfectly with the optical effects of a Fata Morgana, which can elevate the image of a distant vessel above the horizon, making it appear to float in the air. When combined with fog or unusual lighting conditions, the effect would be genuinely haunting. Captain Michael Hendricks, who observed a powerful Fata Morgana while sailing near the Arctic Circle, describes the experience. We watched the coastline of Greenland transform before our eyes. What should have been a low, flat horizon became a series of towering castles and spires. Islands appeared where our charts showed open water. Most disorienting were the ships. Vessels that should have been hull down beyond the horizon appeared suspended above the water. If I hadn't known the science, I would have sworn we were witnessing something supernatural. Even knowing what caused it didn't make it any less mesmerizing. What makes Fata Morgana particularly intriguing from a historical perspective is how it may have influenced maritime exploration and cartography. Phantom islands appeared on maps for centuries based on seemingly reliable sightings by experienced navigators. Lands like Buss Island near Greenland or Crocoland in the Arctic were reported by multiple expeditions, drawn on charts, and searched for repeatedly before being dismissed as non-existent. Rather than mistakes or fabrications, many of these might have been actual observations of distorted landscapes seen through atmospheric lenses. Modern science understands the mechanism behind Fata Morgana, but predicting when and where they'll occur remains challenging. The precise atmospheric conditions required, specific temperature gradients, minimal wind, stable air masses, make them relatively rare and unpredictable. Certain regions do experience them more frequently, particularly polar waters and enclosed seas like the Mediterranean. where the atmospheric conditions necessary for their formation occur more regularly. What's particularly fascinating is how Fata Morgana connects to other oceanic mysteries. Some researchers suggest that certain unexplained radar anomalies might be related to the same atmospheric ducting that causes visual Fata Morgana effects. Radio and radar waves can become trapped in atmospheric temperature inversions just like light, potentially creating ghost returns and other puzzling electronic readings that have contributed to modern maritime mysteries. Dr. Stephen Chen, who researches atmospheric effects on modern navigation systems, notes, the same atmospheric conditions that create visual Fata Morgana can affect radar, radio, and other electromagnetic signals. We've documented cases where ships appeared on radar screens in positions radically different from their actual locations, or where phantom signals persisted for hours despite no vessel being present. The ocean atmosphere boundary can distort electronic sensing just as it once distorted human vision. In an age of GPS navigation and satellite imagery, Fata Morgana might seem like a purely historical curiosity, yet these atmospheric phenomena continue to affect modern maritime operations. As recently as 2018, a cruise ship reported seeing an unknown island off the coast of Alaska that didn't appear on any charts. Satellite confirmation later revealed no landmass in the area, but weather data indicated perfect conditions for a Fata Morgana, likely projecting the image of a distant coastline to a position where the observers couldn't possibly have seen it directly. As you drift further into the embrace of sleep, imagine ancient sailors witnessing ships floating above the horizon, or islands appearing and disappearing at dawn. These atmospheric phantoms, now explained by science but no less wondrous, represent the ocean's capacity to transform reality through the interaction of light, air, and water, creating visions that blur the boundary between the real and the imagined, the natural and the seemingly supernatural. The mysterious nature of the ocean manifests not just in visual phenomena like Fata Morgana, but in unexplained patterns of behavior among its inhabitants. Few of these behavioral mysteries are as striking as the mass stranding events of whales and dolphins. Episodes where dozens or even hundreds of these intelligent marine mammals simultaneously beach themselves, often resulting in mass mortality despite human intervention attempts. While individual strandings can often be explained by disease, injury, or disorientation, mass stranding events present a deeper puzzle. How do entire pods of healthy animals, sometimes from different species, strand themselves on the same beach at the same time? Why do rescued animals often re-beach themselves, seemingly determined to return to shore despite the mortal danger? And why do these events occur repeatedly at specific locations around the world, creating stranding hotspots that have remained consistent for centuries? One of the most notorious of these hotspots is Golden Bay in New Zealand, which has recorded mass strandings dating back to the first European arrivals in the 18th century. Indigenous Maori oral traditions suggest these events have occurred consistently for much longer. What makes Golden Bay particularly puzzling is its shallow, gently sloping beach, with a complex underwater topography that seems to interfere with the echolocation abilities of cetaceans. Yet this doesn't explain why animals that are rescued and released back into deeper water often turn immediately back toward shore, beaching themselves again despite human efforts. Dr. Mariana Costello, a marine biologist who has studied mass stranding events for decades, explains, what we're witnessing in these mass strandings appears to be the intersection of multiple factors. Some we understand, and some we don't. Geomagnetic anomalies, underwater noise pollution, social bonds within pods, and complex underwater topography all seem to play roles. But there's something more happening. Some complex interaction we haven't fully mapped, or a communication we're not detecting. The determination of these animals to return to shore after rescue suggests something overriding their survival instincts. Perhaps most mysterious are the multitypic stranding events where different species, sometimes ones that don't typically associate with each other, strand together. In 2017, a beach in New Zealand saw pilot whales, pygmy sperm whales, and bottlenose dolphins strand simultaneously across a 2-mile stretch of coastline. These species have different diving behaviors, social structures, and communication systems, making it unlikely that the same factor would affect them identically unless there was some common environmental trigger. Recent research has identified several potential contributing factors, none of which fully explains the phenomenon. Some beaches, with frequent strandings, show unusual magnetic anomalies that might interfere with cetacean navigation systems. Others have underwater topographies that create distortions in how sound travels, potentially confusing animals that navigate primarily through echolocation. Solar storms and geomagnetic events have been correlated with some stranding peaks, suggesting these might disrupt the animal's internal biological compasses. What's particularly haunting about mass strandings is the apparent social dimension. When some members of a pod strand, others that appear healthy and properly oriented will sometimes follow, seemingly unwilling to abandon their social group even at the cost of their own lives. Rescuers have observed whales that were successfully returned to deeper water circling back when they hear the distress calls of their stranded podmates. James Whitefeather, a coastal ranger who has participated in dozens of whale rescue operations, describes this phenomenon. There's something deeply affecting about watching a successfully rescued whale deliberately return to the beach when it hears calls from its stranded family members. They appear torn between survival and social bonds. During a mass stranding of pilot whales last year, we successfully refloated a large adult female, only to watch her circle offshore for hours, calling continuously. When the tide began to recede, leaving more of her pod exposed on the beach, she returned and restranded herself alongside them. Whatever is happening here goes beyond simple navigation errors. Military sonar has been implicated in some mass stranding events, with strong temporal correlations between naval exercises and unusual stranding patterns. The powerful low-frequency active sonar used to detect submarines can travel hundreds of miles underwater and may cause physical pain, disorientation, or panic in deep-diving species like beaked whales. Several navies have acknowledged this connection and modified their testing protocols in cetacean-rich waters. Yet sonar alone doesn't explain the majority of mass strandings, many of which occur in locations with no naval activity or predate modern sonar technology altogether. Historical records show mass strandings occurring with similar patterns and at similar locations for centuries, suggesting something more fundamental about either the animals or their environment. Dr. Naim O'Riordan, who studies cetacean neurobiology, has proposed a more radical hypothesis. We need to consider the possibility that what we're interpreting as accidental strandings might, in some cases, be deliberate actions. We know these animals have complex brains, social structures, and communication systems. When we see individuals that have been successfully rescued and returned to deeper water deliberately swimming back to beach alongside their pod, we have to ask whether some stranding events might represent social decisions rather than navigational errors. This perspective remains controversial but highlights how cetacean strandings potentially represent a genuine cross-species mystery, a behavior we can observe but not fully interpret, because it might arise from decision-making processes or sensory experiences fundamentally different from our own. Like many oceanic mysteries, mass strandings remind us that understanding the sea requires understanding the alien intelligences that have evolved within it. Minds adapted to an environment radically different from the one that shaped our own consciousness. As you float on the edge of sleep, imagine the complex social and sensory world of these marine mammals, their experiences of the ocean shaped by senses we lack and communications we cannot detect. Their unexplained behaviors remind us that the sea contains intellectual mysteries as profound as its physical ones, patterns of mind and behavior that exist alongside us, yet remain partially inaccessible to our understanding. Among the ocean's most enduring mysteries are its legendary sea monsters, creatures described in maritime folklore across centuries and cultures that seem too fantastic to be real, yet occasionally receive tantalizing support from modern encounters or scientific discoveries. Few of these legendary beings have captured human imagination as powerfully as the kraken, the colossal squid-like creature said to be capable of dragging entire ships beneath the waves. For centuries, the kraken was dismissed as pure maritime mythology, placed alongside mermaids and sea serpents in the category of sailors' superstitions. Yet, unlike many legendary creatures, the kraken has undergone a remarkable transition from myth to reality, as science has gradually confirmed the existence of genuinely massive cephalopods capable of astounding feats. The first substantial evidence came in the 19th century, when giant squid began washing ashore or becoming entangled in fishing gear, providing physical proof of cephalopods far larger than previously documented. Yet, these specimens, while impressive at 30–40 feet in length, still fell short of the truly monstrous dimensions described in kraken legends. It wasn't until the late 20th century that an even larger species was confirmed, the colossal squid, Mesonychochothus hamiltoni, which can reach estimated lengths of 45–50 feet and weigh over 1,000 pounds, making it the largest known invertebrate. What makes the colossal squid particularly aligned with kraken legends is not just its size, but its physiology. Unlike giant squid, which have relatively slender bodies and tentacles, colossal squid possess much more robust bodies, larger beaks, and unique swiveling hooks on their tentacles, rather than simple suckers. These creatures are powerful enough to battle and kill large sperm whales, as evidenced by the distinctive circular scars found on whale carcasses. Dr. Osamu Ito, a marine biologist specializing in deep-sea cephalopods, explains, "What's fascinating about the kraken legend is how it appears to combine features of both giant and colossal squid species, yet preceded scientific knowledge of either. The descriptions from Norse sagas of a creature with multiple arms, enormous eyes, and the strength to pull ships under align remarkably well with what we now know about these deep-sea giants. It raises the question of whether ancient mariners had encountered these creatures long before science formally documented them. While modern science has confirmed the existence of truly massive squid, their behavior remains largely mysterious. Living specimens of giant and colossal squid have rarely been observed in their natural deep-sea habitat. What little we know comes primarily from dead or dying specimens and the stomach contents of sperm whales, their primary natural predators. This limited knowledge leaves considerable room for speculation about their potential size limits, behavior, and capabilities. Dr. Regina Moreira, who studies cephalopod biology, notes, "We've likely not yet documented the maximum size these creatures can reach. The specimens we've recovered have generally been juveniles or females. Based on the size differential in related species, mature males could potentially be significantly larger. The deep ocean environment also selects for longevity and indeterminate growth, meaning these animals may continue growing throughout their lives if conditions permit. The theoretical maximum size might be considerably larger than anything we've documented so far." Some researchers suggest that truly enormous specimens might exist in the least explored regions of the deep ocean, particularly in abyssal trenches or around deep-sea mountains, where currents concentrate food resources. The vast majority of the deep ocean remains unsurveyed, with less than 20% of the seafloor mapped in detail. These unexplored regions could potentially harbor specimens that approach the legendary dimensions described in historical kraken accounts. What makes the transition from kraken myth to scientific reality particularly compelling is how it exemplifies the ocean's capacity to validate what was once dismissed as superstition. Similar patterns have emerged with other legendary sea creatures, from the once ridiculed oarfish, likely the source of many sea serpent sightings, to the massive Architeuthis, whose existence was confirmed only after centuries of skepticism. This pattern suggests we should approach other persistent maritime legends with an open, if cautious mind. Captain Thomas Voorhees, who spent 40 years commanding vessels in the North Atlantic, describes a 1978 encounter that still defies explanation. "We were 3 days out of Reykjavik when the sonar operator called me to the bridge. He was tracking something massive moving beneath us at about 500 meters depth. The object was longer than our 85-meter vessel and moving against the current. As we watched, it changed direction and began rising toward the surface. Then, just as suddenly, it plunged deeper and disappeared from our instruments. Whatever it was moved with deliberate intelligence and at speeds that eliminated most known marine animals. I've seen whales, whale sharks, and schools of fish on sonar. This matched none of those signatures." Reports like Captain Voorhees appear regularly in maritime records, describing encounters with sea creatures that exceed known species in size or behavior. While many can be attributed to misidentification or exaggeration, the pattern of occasional verification seen with the kraken suggests that at least some may represent genuine encounters with undocumented marine life. Given that new species are discovered in our oceans every year, including substantial vertebrates, The possibility of undocumented megafauna continues to intrigue marine biologists. Dr. Evelyn Chen, who specializes in marine biodiversity, explains, "The deep ocean remains Earth's least explored frontier. Below 1,000 meters, our knowledge becomes increasingly fragmentary, and below 3,000 meters, vast regions remain essentially unknown. These depths experience extreme pressure, minimal food resources, and perpetual darkness, conditions that select for unusual adaptations and potentially very different body plans than shallow water species. We can't rule out the existence of large, rarely seen predators that normally remain in these depths, but occasionally venture into shallower waters. The most scientifically credible monsters likely to be discovered would be unusual cephalopods, deep-sea fish that exceed currently known size limits, or possibly unrecognized marine mammals. Less likely, but still within the realm of possibility, would be surviving prehistoric relics, species thought extinct that have persisted in isolated deep ocean habitats. While the popular notion of living plesiosaurs or megalodon sharks has little scientific support, other less dramatic living fossils have been discovered in the ocean, suggesting at least the theoretical possibility of surprising survivals. The coelacanth offers the most compelling modern example of this phenomenon. A fish believed extinct for 65 million years until a living specimen was caught off South Africa in. This discovery fundamentally altered our understanding of how completely the fossil record represents past biodiversity and opened the possibility that other presumed extinctions might similarly be premature. The subsequent discovery of a second coelacanth species in Indonesian waters in 1997 further demonstrated how even large, distinctive marine species can remain undocumented in regions of complex underwater topography. What makes sea monster legends particularly persistent is how they blend genuine mystery with the human tendency to process the unknown through cultural frameworks. Sailors encountering a 40-foot squid in the days before underwater photography or marine biology would naturally interpret their experience through the available context of folklore and superstition. The resulting descriptions, exaggerated in size but accurate in basic morphology, created legends that contained kernels of truth wrapped in layers of cultural interpretation. As you continue your journey toward deep sleep, imagine the boundary between mythical sea monsters and undiscovered marine species, a permeable line where the impossible occasionally crosses into reality, and where the ocean's depths may still harbor creatures that would seem fantastical until the moment of their scientific documentation. This liminal space between legend and discovery remains one of the ocean's most enduring mysteries. The possibility that even in our age of satellite mapping and submersible exploration, the sea may still conceal living beings that would astound us with their size and strangeness. While the Kraken represents the dramatic end of the spectrum in oceanic mysteries, other enigmas manifest in more subtle ways that challenge our fundamental understanding of how marine ecosystems function. Among these is the strange phenomenon known as milky seas, vast regions of ocean that suddenly begin to glow with an eerie, uniform bioluminescence, creating the impression of sailing through liquid light. Unlike the more common and better understood bioluminescent displays created by dinoflagellates, which flash briefly when disturbed, creating the sparkling effect seen in boat wakes or breaking waves, milky seas present as a steady, diffuse glow extending across enormous areas, sometimes tens of thousands of square kilometers. These rare events have been documented for centuries in mariners' accounts, but were often dismissed as exaggerations until satellite confirmation finally validated their existence in. What makes milky seas particularly mysterious is their scale and duration. Unlike typical bioluminescence that lasts minutes or hours, these glowing regions can persist for days or even weeks. The light they produce is sufficiently bright that ships sailing through them at night can navigate without artificial lighting, with sailors reporting the ability to read books on deck by the ocean's glow alone. Historical accounts describe sailing through these illuminated waters for multiple consecutive nights, covering hundreds of nautical miles while remaining within the glowing region. Captain James Thompson, whose merchant vessel encountered a milky sea phenomenon in the Indian Ocean in 1985, describes the experience. It appeared suddenly. One moment we were in normal dark water, the next we crossed what looked like a boundary into what I can only describe as liquid light. The glow was uniform in all directions, extending to the horizon. Looking over the side, you could see clearly to a depth of perhaps 30 feet, despite it being nearly midnight. Most striking was the silence and stillness associated with it. Unlike normal bioluminescence that sparkles with movement, this light remained steady regardless of our passage through it. We sailed within this glowing region for nearly 3 days before crossing back into normal dark waters just as abruptly as we'd entered. Scientific understanding of Milky Seas has advanced significantly since satellite confirmation, though many aspects remain mysterious. The phenomenon appears to result from a complex interaction between specific bacteria, Vibrio Javier, and microalgae. Under certain conditions, these bacteria colonize algal blooms and begin producing light continuously, rather than in the brief flashes, typical of most bioluminescent organisms. What triggers this unusual luminescent behavior on such a massive scale remains poorly understood. Dr. Stephen Miller, an oceanographer who first identified Milky Seas from satellite imagery, explains, "What's particularly puzzling is why these luminous bacteria, which typically produce light only briefly in response to specific stimuli, suddenly begin continuous emission across such vast areas. Something fundamentally changes in their metabolism or signaling. It may represent a form of bacterial communication we don't yet understand. Perhaps a quorum sensing mechanism that triggers synchronized luminescence once bacterial populations reach certain densities." The geographic distribution of Milky Seas adds another layer to the mystery. While they've been documented in various locations, they occur with particular frequency in specific regions, notably the northwestern Indian Ocean, the waters around Indonesia, and the Arabian Sea. These areas share certain oceanographic features, including warm surface temperatures, seasonal monsoon influences, and complex nutrient cycling. Yet these conditions exist in many ocean regions, where Milky Seas have never been reported. The timing of these events also follows patterns that defy simple explanation. They occur most commonly during the transition between monsoon seasons in the Indian Ocean, typically appearing 30–90 days after major seasonal shifts. This suggests a complex relationship with changing wind patterns, ocean currents, and nutrient availability. Yet the precise triggers remain elusive. Some researchers speculate that Milky Seas might represent a large-scale response to environmental stresses or changes, a kind of oceanic communication system that we're only beginning to detect. What's particularly intriguing is the possibility that Milky Seas may have significant ecological functions beyond their visual spectacle. The light produced by bioluminescent bacteria consumes energy that could otherwise be used for growth or reproduction, suggesting that continuous illumination must confer some evolutionary advantage. Theories range from attracting zooplankton that disperse bacterial colonies to creating light conditions that inhibit competing microbial species or deter predators that might otherwise consume the microalgae hosting the bacteria. Dr. Lakshmi Padmanabhan, a marine microbiologist studying these phenomena, notes, "We're potentially witnessing a form of ecosystem engineering at a microbial level. Bacteria manipulating their environment through light production to create conditions favorable for their survival and reproduction." The scale suggests these aren't random events, but coordinated biological responses to specific oceanic conditions. Understanding the mechanisms could provide insights into how microbial communities communicate and coordinate across vast distances. Modern satellite technology has transformed our ability to study these phenomena, with specialized sensors now capable of detecting the distinctive light signatures of Milky Seas from orbit. This has revealed that these events are far more common than previously believed, with dozens occurring annually rather than the handful historically reported by ships that happen to encounter them. Many appear in remote ocean regions rarely traversed by vessels, explaining why direct observations remained relatively rare despite the phenomenon's actual frequency. Yet despite our growing ability to detect and study Milky Seas, they remain one of the ocean's more ethereal mysteries. Vast regions of illuminated water that appear according to rhythms we can observe but not fully predict, created through biological mechanisms we can identify but not completely explain. They represent a reminder that even microscopic marine organisms can create effects visible from space when acting in coordination across vast scales. As your consciousness continues to drift, imagine sailing through these surreal, glowing waters, where the boundary between ocean and sky becomes blurred by the soft light emanating from countless billions of microscopic organisms acting in mysterious synchrony beneath your vessel. Like many oceanic phenomena, milky seas blur the line between the explainable and the mysterious, understood in their basic mechanics, yet still capable of inspiring wonder at the complex, interconnected systems operating beneath the ocean's surface. The ocean's mysteries aren't confined to its surface or water column. Some of its most persistent enigmas lie concealed on the seafloor, where unusual formations challenge conventional geological understanding. Among these, few have generated as much scientific controversy as the Bimini Road, an unusual underwater formation of regularly shaped and apparently arranged limestone blocks off the coast of North Bimini Island in the Bahamas. Discovered in 1968, the formation consists of roughly rectangular limestone blocks arranged in what appears to be a deliberate, linear pattern extending for about half a mile. Some of the blocks seem precisely cut with right angles, while others appear to fit together in ways suggesting intentional placement. The formation lies in shallow water, between 15 to 20 feet deep, making it easily accessible to divers and readily visible from the surface under calm conditions. The discovery immediately sparked theories that the formation represented the remains of an ancient causeway or road, potentially linked to Plato's descriptions of Atlantis. These interpretations gained popular attention, particularly after psychic Edgar Cayce had previously predicted that portions of Atlantis would be discovered near Bimini in 1968. The exact year of the formation's discovery. The coincidental timing fueled decades of speculation about the possibility that the formation represented the remnants of an advanced ancient civilization. Conventional geological explanations describe the Bimini Road as a natural formation, specifically a stratified limestone feature known as beach rock that formed along an ancient shoreline during periods of lower sea levels. The relatively regular shapes and apparent organization are attributed to natural fracturing patterns in the limestone, enhanced by erosion processes working along structural weaknesses in the rock. The seemingly intentional arrangement simply reflects how beach rock naturally forms in discrete segments along a coastline. Dr. Eugene Shin, a geologist who has extensively studied the formation, explains, "When we drilled core samples from the blocks, we found they had the typical interior structure of naturally formed beach rock, complete with the distinctive layering patterns created when calcium carbonate precipitates in shoreline environments. There's no evidence of cutting tools, no signs of masonry techniques, no archaeological context suggesting human manufacturing. What appears architectural to the untrained eye simply reflects how these natural limestone formations develop and subsequently fracture along predictable lines." Yet the controversy persists, fueled by certain aspects of the formation that some researchers argue are difficult to explain through purely natural processes. Some blocks appear to rest on smaller supporting stones in arrangements that resemble construction techniques. Others show unusual symmetry or contain features that some interpret as tool marks or fitting joints. The straight lines and apparent organization extending over considerable distance continue to inspire alternative interpretations despite the mainstream geological consensus. Dr. Gregory Little, who has conducted underwater archaeological surveys at the site, represents a more open perspective. While I acknowledge that the formation is predominantly natural beach rock, certain aspects merit closer examination. Some sections display organization that seems to transcend typical fracturing patterns. There are also secondary features, stones arranged in geometric patterns beside the main formation, that don't fit neatly into the beach rock explanation. Perhaps we're looking at a natural formation that was subsequently modified or enhanced by human activity, rather than an either-or situation. What makes the Bimini Road particularly interesting as an oceanic mystery is how it highlights the challenges of interpreting underwater formations. Submerged landscapes experience complex alteration processes as sea levels change, with erosion, marine organism activity, and sediment deposition transforming their appearance over time. Features that might be definitively identified on land become ambiguous underwater, creating a liminal space where natural geology and possible human modification become difficult to distinguish with certainty. This ambiguity extends to similar underwater formations discovered worldwide. The Yonaguni Monument off Japan, underwater structures near Cuba, and stone formations off the coast of Malta All present similar interpretive challenges, naturally explainable through geological processes, yet containing elements that seem to suggest possible human intervention. These sites exist in a kind of archaeological twilight zone, neither conclusively natural nor definitively artificial. The Bimini Formation also highlights how human perception influences our interpretation of underwater features. The human brain is evolutionarily wired to detect patterns and attribute intentionality to organized structures, a phenomenon known as pareidolia when applied to visual perception. When viewing underwater formations through this perceptual lens, naturally occurring geometric patterns can easily appear deliberate, particularly when observed in the challenging visual environment of underwater exploration. Adding further complexity is the genuine archaeological reality that significant human settlements and structures do exist underwater along coastlines worldwide, submerged by rising sea levels since the last ice age. With sea levels approximately 400 feet lower at the glacial maximum around 20,000 years ago, vast coastal plains that once supported human habitation now lie beneath the waves. Some of these areas almost certainly contain legitimate archaeological sites, making the wholesale dismissal of underwater features potentially as problematic as uncritical acceptance of their artificial origin. Dr. Marjorie Aitken, a marine archaeologist specializing in submerged prehistoric landscapes, offers a balanced perspective. The challenge with sites like the Bimini Road is avoiding false dichotomies. Natural formations can be utilized or modified by humans without being entirely artificial. Indigenous peoples throughout history have incorporated natural features into their built environment, enhancing natural harbors with stone alignments, adding to natural rock formations to create breakwaters, or using natural platforms as foundations for structures that have since disappeared. The most intellectually honest approach is maintaining openness to complex interpretations while requiring rigorous evidence. Recent advances in underwater archaeological techniques have begun providing more definitive answers to some of these persistent questions. Photogrammetry allows the creation of detailed 3D models that can be analyzed for evidence of tool marks or construction techniques. Underwater LiDAR systems can penetrate sediments to reveal buried structures. Chemical analysis can detect traces of human activity in the surrounding sediments, even thousands of years after occupation. These methodologies gradually narrow the gap between speculation and scientific conclusion. As you drift deeper towards sleep, imagine these enigmatic underwater formations. Stones arranged in patterns that hover at the boundary between natural formation and human creation, preserved in the relatively stable environment of the shallow seafloor. Like many oceanic mysteries, they remind us of the challenge of interpretation in environments where our perceptual faculties and investigative tools operate at their limits, creating spaces where certainty remains elusive and multiple explanations coexist in an intellectual equilibrium as fluid as the waters that conceal them. Among the ocean's most enduring psychological mysteries is the phenomenon known to mariners as sea madness, a constellation of psychological symptoms that has affected sailors throughout maritime history, manifesting as everything from mild perceptual distortions to profound hallucinatory states. While modern medicine has identified various contributing physical factors, the complete explanation for why extended time at sea can so profoundly alter human consciousness remains elusive. Historical maritime literature contains countless references to the phenomenon. Joshua Slocum, the first person to sail single-handedly around the world, described conversations with an imaginary pilot during his solo journey in the late 1890s. He reported this apparition appeared during periods of extreme fatigue, offering navigational advice and companionship. Far from experiencing these hallucinations as disturbing, Slocum found them comforting, a psychological adaptation to the extreme isolation of his journey. More disturbing accounts appear throughout maritime history. Logbooks from early whaling vessels described crew members experiencing shared delusions after months at sea, collectively seeing phantom islands or believing they were being followed by spectral ships. During the Age of Exploration, accounts of crews becoming convinced they were sailing on seas of blood or through waters filled with singing mermaids were common enough that experienced captains developed protocols for managing these psychological disruptions. Dr. Helena Nordstrom, who studies maritime psychology, explains what we call sea madness likely represents several distinct psychological phenomena that have been grouped together in maritime tradition. Some aspects clearly relate to sensory deprivation. The brain, deprived of normal variable input, begins generating its own stimuli. Others connect to disrupted circadian rhythms, physical factors like dehydration or nutritional deficiencies, or social dynamics specific to the confined environment of vessels. What makes the phenomenon particularly interesting is how consistently it manifests across cultures and time periods, suggesting something fundamental about how human psychology responds to the oceanic environment. Modern research has identified several physiological contributors to these psychological states. Extended exposure to the constant motion of ocean waves affects vestibular function, potentially disrupting the brain's spatial processing systems. The perceptual monotony of open ocean environments, where visual input remains largely unchanged for days or weeks, can trigger a response similar to sensory deprivation, with the brain generating hallucinatory content to compensate for reduced external stimulation. Sleep disruption from watch schedules and the constant noise and motion of vessels further compounds these effects. Yet these explanations don't fully account for certain persistent patterns in how sea madness manifests. The specific content of maritime hallucinations often shows remarkable consistency across cultures and time periods. Visions of phantom ships, mermaids, or sea monsters appear repeatedly in accounts separated by centuries and vast geographic distances. This suggests potential archetypal dimensions to the experience that transcend purely physiological explanations. Captain Eleanor Blackwood, who has commanded research vessels in extended deep-sea expeditions, describes a modern encounter with the phenomenon. During a 45-day voyage in the South Pacific, 3 crew members independently reported seeing the same thing, what they described as a woman with flowing dark hair watching the ship from just beneath the water's surface. None had discussed their experience with the others before reporting it. What struck me wasn't just the shared hallucination, but how calmly they accepted it. None were particularly distressed. They simply incorporated this impossible perception into their experience of the journey. It was as if the ocean environment had subtly altered their criteria for what constituted reality. Intriguingly, modern military research into isolation and sensory deprivation has produced remarkably similar psychological effects in controlled laboratory settings. Studies with volunteers placed in environments with minimal sensory input report hallucinatory experiences developing within as little as 48 hours, suggesting that the maritime environment may simply represent a natural setting where conditions conducive to these altered states occur organically. The combination of monotonous sensory input, disrupted sleep, constant motion, and the psychological impact of being surrounded by an inherently dangerous environment seems particularly effective at shifting human consciousness toward these unusual states. Dr. Rafael Moreno, a neuropsychologist who studies altered states of consciousness, offers a more controversial perspective. We typically frame these experiences as breakdowns of normal perception, but there's another interpretation worth considering. These states may represent the brain adapting to the oceanic environment by shifting into perceptual modes that were advantageous during our evolutionary history. Many traditional maritime cultures deliberately cultivated these altered perceptual states during ocean voyages, considering them valuable for navigation, weather prediction, and maintaining psychological resilience during long passages. Rather than dysfunction, these states might represent specialized forms of consciousness, adapted to the unique challenges of the marine environment. This interpretation gains support from the experiences of traditional Pacific navigators, who describe entering specific mental states during long voyages, conditions they cultivated rather than avoided. These states reportedly enhanced their ability to detect subtle patterns in wave formations, cloud movements, and wildlife behavior that indicated the presence of distant islands beyond a visible horizon. Rather than viewing hallucinations or perceptual distortions as problematic, these maritime traditions incorporated them into sophisticated navigational practices that successfully guided vessels across thousands of miles of open ocean. Modern single-handed sailors often report similar experiences, describing how extended periods at sea create distinctive alterations in consciousness that they come to value rather than fear. Many report enhanced sensory awareness, unusual temporal experiences, where time seems to expand or contract, and states of consciousness that blend wakefulness and dreaming. After returning to land, many experience a period of psychological readjustment as they transition back to the more stimulation-rich terrestrial environment, suggesting that sea madness might better be understood as a specialized adaptation rather than a disorder. What makes sea madness particularly fascinating as an oceanic mystery is how it blurs the boundary between external and internal unknowns. The sea creates psychological effects that transform how humans perceive it, creating a recursive relationship where the mystery exists simultaneously in the environment and in how our consciousness responds to that environment. This suggests that truly understanding the ocean requires not just mapping its physical features, but comprehending how it shapes and alters the human minds that observe it. As your consciousness continues its journey toward deep sleep, imagine the experience of those who have sailed across vast oceanic expanses, how the very act of observation gradually transforms the observer, creating perceptual states where the boundary between the physical ocean and its mental representation becomes increasingly permeable. This interplay between external environment and internal experience represents one of the sea's most profound mysteries, how it not only conceals its secrets from us, but also alters the very cognitive tools we use to perceive and understand those secrets. The ocean's capacity for generating mystery extends beyond its physical and psychological dimensions into the temporal, manifesting in phenomena that seem to bend or distort time itself. Among these temporal enigmas, few are as persistent or well documented as the phenomenon of temporal anomalies reported in certain marine environments, particularly in regions associated with the so-called Bermuda Triangle and similar areas worldwide. While popular culture has sensationalized these accounts into supernatural narratives about time warps or dimensional portals, the documented experiences of mariners and aviators present more subtle but no less puzzling temporal distortions. These typically involve discrepancies between observed time and actual elapsed time, vessels arriving at destinations hours earlier or later than their speed and distance traveled, should allow chronometers showing inexplicable discrepancies despite being properly maintained, or crew members experiencing subjective time at rates significantly different from objective measurement. One of the most thoroughly documented cases occurred in 1970 when a chartered yacht traveling from the Bahamas to Florida arrived at its destination 4 hours ahead of its expected arrival time, despite maintaining normal engine speed throughout the journey. The vessel's logbook, GPS records, and fuel consumption all indicated it had traveled at its usual cruising speed of 8 knots, yet it covered the 210-mile journey in approximately 18 hours instead of the expected. All timepieces aboard showed consistent readings, eliminating the possibility of simple clock error, and weather conditions were calm with no unusual currents reported in the region. Dr. Michio Tanaka, a physicist who has studied temporal anomalies in marine environments, explains, "What makes these cases scientifically interesting isn't that they violate our understanding of physics. They don't involve actual time travel in the science fiction sense, but rather that they suggest localized distortions in how time is experienced and measured. Several physical mechanisms could potentially contribute to these experiences, from gravitational anomalies affecting precise timepieces to unusual atmospheric conditions creating perceptual distortions that affect human time perception. The challenge is that these events occur unpredictably and can't be reliably reproduced in controlled conditions. The geographic distribution of reported temporal anomalies presents its own puzzle. While they've been documented worldwide, certain regions show statistically higher concentrations of these reports, notably the Bermuda Triangle in the North Atlantic, the Dragon's Triangle east of Japan, and an area in the South Atlantic off the eastern coast of South America. These regions share certain oceanographic features, including complex interactions between major current systems, areas of extreme depth adjacent to relatively shallow waters, and frequent atmospheric phenomena like waterspouts and unusual cloud formation. Captain Sofia Lazaridis, whose cargo vessel experienced a 7-hour time discrepancy while crossing the Dragon's Triangle in 2008, describes the experience. "We entered a region of unusual fog around 3 p.m. local time. Despite modern navigation systems, visibility was reduced to near zero. When we emerged roughly 40 minutes later, according to the ship's chronometers, we discovered it was actually just past 10:00 p.m. All timepieces aboard, digital and analog, including multiple cell phones and the ship's atomic clock synchronized systems, showed the same discrepancy. We had essentially lost over 6 hours. The engines had consumed fuel consistent with operating for the shorter time frame. Yet astronomically and according to GPS, the longer period had definitely elapsed. It was as if the ship had experienced time at a different rate than the rest of the world during that passage. Conventional scientific explanations for these experiences typically involve combinations of unusual but natural phenomena. Strong currents like the Gulf Stream can dramatically affect vessel speed in ways that might not be immediately apparent to crew members. Certain atmospheric conditions can create mirages and optical illusions that distort perceptions of distance and speed. Electromagnetic anomalies might temporarily affect precision timepieces, creating apparent time discrepancies. Human psychological factors, including the altered states of consciousness associated with extended time at sea, likely contribute to how these experiences are perceived and remembered. Yet, even accounting for these conventional explanations, a subset of documented cases remains difficult to fully explain. These involve multiple independent measurement systems showing the same anomalies, professional crew with extensive maritime experience, who recognize and account for known factors like currents, and events witnessed by multiple observers who provide consistent accounts. This persistent remainder constitutes the genuine mystery, experiences that neither dismiss as errors nor fully explain through known mechanisms. Dr. Eliza Hayworth, who researches geomagnetic anomalies in the Atlantic, offers a speculative but physically grounded hypothesis. Certain regions of the ocean feature complex interactions between the Earth's magnetic field, deep-sea geological features, and atmospheric conditions. The Bermuda Triangle, for instance, is one of the few places on Earth with true magnetic north and geographic north alignment. Combined with the deep tongue of the ocean trench and the powerful Gulf Stream, this creates an environment where slight variations in Earth's magnetic field might be amplified. While we don't yet understand all the potential effects of these magnetic anomalies, we know they can affect both electronic systems and possibly certain biological processes, including those involved in human time perception. Recent research into human time perception has demonstrated that our subjective experience of time's passage can be significantly affected by numerous factors, from emotional states to sensory input to electromagnetic fields. Studies have shown that exposure to certain electromagnetic frequencies can alter time perception in laboratory settings, with subjects consistently overestimating or underestimating elapsed time when exposed to specific field patterns. Given that ocean regions like the Bermuda Triangle exhibit unusual electromagnetic properties, these effects on human time perception could contribute to reported temporal anomalies. What makes oceanic temporal anomalies particularly intriguing is their connection to fundamental questions about the nature of time itself. Modern physics increasingly views time not as an absolute progression, but as a dimension that can be affected by gravity, velocity, and potentially other factors not fully understood. While the dramatic time dilations predicted by relativity typically occur only at extreme speeds or gravitational fields, some theoretical physicists have proposed that more subtle temporal effects might manifest under specific and unusual combinations of conditions, potentially including certain oceanic environments. As your consciousness drifts deeper toward the shores of sleep, imagine sailing through regions where the ordinary flow of time becomes as fluid and variable as the ocean itself, where watches and chronometers disagree with the position of stars, where subjective experience and objective measurement diverge in ways that challenge our fundamental assumptions about temporal consistency. These oceanic temporal mysteries represent some of the sea's most profound enigmas, phenomena that potentially connect the physical unknowns of marine environments with the deepest questions about the nature of time and consciousness. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, in regions of perpetual darkness, where pressure creates environments as alien as distant planets, lie some of the sea's most profound and longest-lasting mysteries, the deep-sea trenches. These abyssal chasms, plunging to depths exceeding 36,000 feet, represent Earth's last truly unexplored frontier, a realm more inaccessible than the surface of the moon. and subject to physical conditions that challenge our fundamental understanding of how biological life can function. The Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, the ocean's deepest known point, exemplifies the extremes of this environment. At nearly 7 miles below the surface, it experiences pressures exceeding 16,000 pounds per square inch, more than 1,000 times atmospheric pressure at sea level. These crushing forces would implode most submersibles, yet somehow biological organisms not only survive, but thrive in this seemingly impossible environment. How they manage this feat presents one of oceanography's most enduring mysteries. Dr. Helena Kovac, a marine biologist specializing in hadal ecosystems, those existing below 20,000 feet, explains, what makes trench life particularly mysterious isn't just that organisms survive these extreme pressures, but that they've developed such sophisticated adaptations to an environment that by all conventional understanding should be inherently hostile to complex life. We're finding not just simple primitive organisms, but complex ecosystems with predator-prey relationships, specialized feeding strategies, and even social behaviors. The trenches aren't barren pressure-crushed deserts. They're thriving biological communities that have evolved solutions to challenges we barely understand. Among the most puzzling adaptations are those related to pressure resistance. Deep trench creatures have developed cellular structures fundamentally different from their shallow water relatives. Their cell membranes contain unique lipid compositions that maintain flexibility under pressure conditions that would solidify conventional biological membranes. Their proteins incorporate structural modifications that allow proper folding and function under pressures that would denature most biomolecules. Perhaps most remarkably, their nervous systems operate with specialized adaptations that permit neural transmission at depths where electrical signaling should theoretically be compromised. Equally mysterious is how these organisms manage their energy economies in an environment almost completely cut off from the sun's energy. While some nutrients drift down from surface waters as marine snow, this sparse resource cannot fully explain the biodiversity observed in trench ecosystems. Recent discoveries suggest that some trench communities may derive energy from previously unknown chemical processes, possibly including novel forms of chemosynthesis that utilize energy sources unique to these extreme environments. Dr. Raymond Shen, a geochemist studying deep-sea hydrothermal systems, notes, we're discovering that the geology of trenches creates unique chemical environments. Unlike anything else on Earth, the extreme pressure alters basic chemical reactions, potentially creating energy pathways that don't exist in other environments. Some trench organisms appear to be exploiting these exotic chemistry systems, essentially tapping into energy sources that remain theoretical in our surface-level understanding. It's as if they've evolved to harness physics and chemistry that we've barely begun to comprehend. What particularly challenges scientific understanding is the extent of genetic diversity found in trench ecosystems. Evolutionary theory suggests that the harsh, isolated environment of trenches should limit genetic diversity, yet sampling reveals the opposite. Remarkably high genetic variability, suggesting either unexpected population mixing or evolutionary mechanisms that operate differently under extreme pressure conditions. This genetic diversity persists despite the apparent physical isolation of trench environments, which are separated from one another by thousands of miles of ocean with dramatically different conditions. Commander Victor Vescovo, who piloted a submersible to the bottom of the Challenger Deep in 2019, describes the unexpected dynamism of the environment. What struck me wasn't just finding life in these extreme depths, but how active and diverse it appeared. Through the viewport, I observed multiple species moving with purpose and obvious adaptations to their environment. Most surprising was the amount of visible biological activity, creatures that weren't simply existing in a state of near-suspended animation, as might be expected in such an energy-poor environment, but actively hunting, feeding, and interacting. The trench floor wasn't a static environment, but one with evident biological and geological processes actively occurring. Perhaps the most profound mystery of the trenches relates to their potential as evolutionary laboratories. The extreme isolation of individual trenches, combined with their unique physical conditions, creates the perfect scenario for divergent evolution, Yet genetic evidence suggests more connection between trench ecosystems than geographical separation would predict. This paradox has led some researchers to propose the existence of unknown mechanisms for genetic exchange between isolated deep-sea populations, possibly including previously unrecognized deep ocean currents or biological transmission vectors that remain to be discovered. Adding to the mystery is the trench's temporal dimension. The slow metabolic rates of deep-sea organisms, combined with the stable environmental conditions of the trenches, creates the potential for exceptional longevity. Some trench-dwelling species appear capable of lifespans measured in centuries rather than years, creating biological timekeepers that potentially preserve evolutionary history in ways impossible in more dynamic environments. This temporal aspect transforms the trenches into living archives, preserving biological adaptations that may have originated in Earth's distant past. Dr. Mariana Jansen, who studies extreme environment genetics, explains, the trenches potentially represent evolutionary time capsules, preserving biological innovations from throughout Earth's history. The stable conditions and isolation create environments where ancient adaptations might persist alongside more recent evolutionary developments. We're potentially looking at ecosystems that preserve a living record of evolutionary history, stretching back hundreds of millions of years, biological libraries that chronicle adaptation pathways we can't observe anywhere else on the planet. The technological challenges of studying trench ecosystems add another layer to their mystery. The extreme pressures require specialized equipment capable of withstanding forces that would crush conventional research tools. Sample collection must overcome the challenge that many trench organisms literally explode when brought to the surface due to decompression effects. Their cellular structures evolved for extreme pressure rather than atmospheric conditions. These practical difficulties mean that despite centuries of oceanographic exploration, less than 0.01% of the ocean's trench environments have been directly observed by human eyes. Recent technological breakthroughs promise to gradually unveil these mysteries. Advances in pressure-maintaining collection systems now allow scientists to retrieve living specimens while keeping them at their native pressures throughout the ascent to the surface. Autonomous deep-diving robots, equipped with advanced sensors, can remain at trench depths for extended periods, recording biological activity without human presence. Environmental DNA sampling techniques allow biological surveys without physical specimen collection, identifying the genetic signatures of organisms that may never be directly observed by humans. The combination of these methodologies gradually illuminates what may be Earth's last and most profound biological frontier. What makes trench ecosystems particularly captivating is how they challenge our fundamental understanding of life's limits. Traditional biological paradigms developed from studying surface environments often fail when applied to these extreme habitats. Trench-dwelling organisms routinely accomplish feats that laboratory science would consider impossible. Maintaining cellular integrity under pressures that should denature proteins, conducting neural signaling through mechanisms that theoretically shouldn't function, and harvesting energy from sources that conventional biochemistry suggests should be insufficient. This suggests not just adaptations within known biological principles, but potentially entirely new biological paradigms that operate under extreme conditions. Dr. Elise Montagnier, a biophysicist studying pressure adaptations, observes, "We're increasingly recognizing that our understanding of biology's fundamental constraints has been limited by the environments we've traditionally studied. Trench organisms don't just bend the rules we've established. In many cases, they appear to operate under entirely different rulebooks. Their cellular machinery incorporates adaptations that we can observe but not fully explain with current biophysical models. They're essentially conducting biological operations that our theories say should be impossible, which suggests our theories remain incomplete." The mystery deepens when considering recent discoveries of what researchers term extreme pressure enzymes, biological catalysts that actually function more efficiently under trench pressures than at surface conditions. These specialized molecules don't merely tolerate extreme pressure, but require it, their reaction mechanisms optimized for conditions that would disable conventional biological processes. This suggests not just adaptation to harsh conditions, but specialization for them, evolutionary pathways that have transformed supposedly hostile environments into optimal habitats. Perhaps most mysterious are the sensory adaptations of trench-dwelling organisms. Despite the perpetual darkness, many species possess highly developed visual systems that detect not just the bioluminescence common in deep-sea environments, but potentially other light spectra or energy forms invisible to surface-dwelling creatures. Some species appear to have developed sensory modalities entirely unfamiliar to surface biology. Detection systems for pressure variations, chemical gradients, or electromagnetic fields that may represent entirely novel senses evolved specifically for the unique information landscape of the trenches. Dr. Hiroshi Nakamura, a sensory biology specialist, explains, "What's particularly fascinating about trench sensory systems is that they've evolved in information environments utterly different from those that shaped surface biology. The visual systems of some trench fish, for instance, detect frequencies of light that shouldn't theoretically penetrate to those depths. This suggests either unknown light transmission mechanisms through water, or, more intriguingly, that these visual systems may be detecting phenomena completely different from what we classically define as light. They may be perceiving aspects of their environment that our sensory systems and scientific instruments aren't designed to detect." The geochemical environment of trenches adds another dimension to their mystery. The extreme pressure alters basic chemical processes, potentially creating reaction pathways impossible under surface conditions. Recent research suggests that some trench environments may support abiotic chemical synthesis, the spontaneous formation of complex carbon compounds without biological mediation, under conditions that mimic aspects of early Earth environments. This raises the tantalizing possibility that trenches might not just harbor unusual life, but could provide insights into life's origins, preserving chemical conditions that have vanished from Earth's surface billions of years ago. As technology gradually overcomes the formidable barriers to trench exploration, each discovery seems to generate more questions than answers. Biological samples retrieved from these depths routinely contain unidentifiable compounds and cellular structures that don't correspond to known biological categories. Genetic material collected often contains sequences with no match in existing genomic databases, suggesting novel genes encoding functions specifically evolved for these extreme environments. These discoveries steadily expand our understanding of life's potential, pushing biological possibility far beyond what was considered possible mere decades ago. Commander James Caldwell, who piloted a research submersible to the bottom of the Java Trench in 2021, shares a perspective that captures the philosophical dimension of trench exploration. Reaching the ocean floor at I was struck by a profound realization. We were observing an environment that has remained essentially unchanged for millions of years, yet is almost completely unknown to science. The creatures moving through our lights weren't just biologically alien. They existed in a different relationship with time itself. Some of the organisms we observed might have been alive when humans first developed writing, yet they inhabit a world we've only begun to glimpse. It makes you reconsider what we mean by discovered when discussing earthly environments. As you continue your journey toward deep sleep, imagine these abyssal trenches, vast chasms in Earth's surface, where pressure creates environments as exotic as distant planets, where biology operates according to principles still mysterious to science, and where time itself seems to flow differently than in the sunlit world above. These trenches represent the ocean's deepest mystery, not just geographically, but conceptually, challenging our understanding of where and how life can exist, and suggesting that even on our home planet, environments exist that operate according to rules we've yet to fully comprehend. Beyond the mysteries of biology and chemistry, the ocean's depths contain enigmas of sound that challenge our understanding of marine acoustics and potentially reveal phenomena we cannot yet explain. Among these sonic puzzles, few have generated as much scientific intrigue as the bloop, an ultra-low frequency sound detected by underwater microphones in 1997 that remains incompletely explained despite decades of investigation. The bloop was recorded by NOAA's autonomous underwater hydrophone arrays, systems originally deployed to detect Soviet submarines during the Cold War. What made this particular sound remarkable was its scale. It was detected by sensors over 3,000 miles apart and registered as one of the loudest underwater sounds ever recorded. Unlike mechanical sounds from human sources, which typically maintain consistent frequencies. The bloop featured a rapid frequency upsweep characteristic of biological sources, yet was several times louder than any known animal sound, including the calls of blue whales, previously considered the ocean's loudest creatures. Dr. Christopher Fox, the NOAA scientist who first analyzed the recording, notes, "What made the bloop particularly puzzling wasn't just its volume, but its acoustic signature. It had characteristics consistent with a biological origin. The frequency pattern resembled sounds made by marine mammals, but massively scaled up. This created a scientific paradox. The sound matched biological patterns, but exceeded any known biological capacity. Either our understanding of marine biology missed something tremendous, or some non-biological process was mimicking biological acoustic patterns in ways we hadn't observed before." Initial speculation centered on the possibility of an unknown marine organism of truly enormous proportions, perhaps a previously undocumented species of squid or whale significantly larger than known specimens. However, this hypothesis faced immediate challenges. No known biological mechanism could produce sounds of such volume, and subsequent expeditions to the region where the sound originated found no evidence of megafauna capable of generating such acoustic output. Yet the sound's distinctive pattern continued to suggest biological origins, creating an enduring puzzle. After years of analysis, most scientists have concluded that the bloop likely resulted from a non-biological source, specifically the sound of a massive ice calving event, where large ice shelves fracture and separate from Antarctic glaciers. Such events can generate extraordinary acoustic energy, and laboratory comparisons with recorded ice breaks showed similarities to the bloop's signature. The sound's unusual propagation characteristics might be explained by the deep sound channel, a layer of ocean water where acoustic waves can travel thousands of miles with minimal energy loss due to specific temperature and pressure conditions. Yet some oceanographers remain unconvinced by this explanation, noting that while ice calving events can produce powerful sounds, they typically generate acoustic signatures distinct from the bloop's unusual pattern. The debate has never fully resolved, leaving the bloop as a reminder of how incompletely we understand sound propagation through the ocean's complex acoustic environment. Dr. Elena Santorini, who studies marine acoustics, explains, "What's particularly interesting about phenomena like the bloop is how they reveal the limitations in our understanding of ocean acoustics. Sound behaves differently underwater than in air, and the ocean's varying density layers, temperature gradients, and salinity differences create acoustic conditions with no terrestrial equivalent. Add to this the three-dimensional aspect of sound travel through varying depths, and you have an acoustic environment whose complexity we've barely begun to map, let alone fully understand." The bloop is far from the only unexplained sound recorded in the ocean depths. Underwater acoustic monitoring systems routinely detect signals that defy easy categorization, from the pulsating pattern known as Julia, to the mechanical sounding slowdown, to the bizarre upsweep that cycles seasonally. Some appear biological in origin, but don't match known species. Others suggest geological or ice activity, but with unusual characteristics. Still others contain patterns that suggest artificial origins, but in regions remote from human activity. What makes these acoustic mysteries particularly compelling is their invisibility. Sound propagating through the ocean's depths leaves no visual trace, no physical evidence beyond the acoustic recordings themselves. Yet these invisible signals potentially carry information about phenomena occurring in the ocean's least accessible regions. The deep sound channel, where these anomalous acoustics are detected, lies thousands of meters below the surface, beyond the reach of all but the most specialized research vessels. Commander Maria Vasquez, who oversees a deep-sea acoustic monitoring station in the Pacific, describes the experience of working with these mysterious sounds. Listening to the ocean's depths is like eavesdropping on conversations in an unknown language. We can detect patterns, rhythms, and apparent communications, but often cannot determine their source or meaning. What's particularly striking is how prevalent these unknown sounds are. Our databases contain thousands of acoustic signals that don't match recognized categories. The ocean isn't silent. It's constantly communicating in ways we've only begun to interpret. Recent advances in machine learning have accelerated the study of these acoustic anomalies. By analyzing millions of hours of underwater recordings, AI systems can now identify subtle patterns invisible to human analysts, grouping similar sounds and potentially linking them to specific oceanographic conditions or events. This methodology has revealed that many previously unexplained sounds actually represent known phenomena occurring under unusual conditions or at unprecedented scales. Yet a significant percentage remain genuinely mysterious even after automated analysis. Dr. Jonathan Reed, who develops AI systems for marine acoustic research, notes, "What's emerged from computational analysis is that the ocean contains entire acoustic ecosystems we barely recognized before, complex interplays of geological, biological, and oceanographic sounds that create distinctive sonic landscapes. Some of the mysteries we're investigating may not be individual, unexplained sounds, but rather unusual interactions between known sound sources that create emergent acoustic patterns. It's not just about identifying single sources, but understanding how the ocean's soundscape functions as an integrated system." This systems perspective has revealed another dimension to oceanic acoustic mysteries: apparent communication networks operating across vast distances. Many marine species, particularly cetaceans, exchange acoustic information over ranges extending hundreds or even thousands of miles, creating what amounts to oceanic telephone networks operating on scales and timeframes fundamentally different from human communication systems. These networks remain largely opaque to human understanding, despite decades of recording and analysis. Dr. Maya Patel, who studies cetacean communication, explains, "What we're gradually recognizing is that the ocean contains communication systems operating on temporal and spatial scales, so different from human experience that we struggle to even recognize them as communication. Some whale species appear to exchange acoustic information that propagates across entire ocean basins, potentially taking days to travel between communicating individuals. The conversations may extend over timeframes of weeks or months. Communication operating at tempos so different from human interaction that our analytical frameworks struggle to recognize the patterns." Perhaps most intriguing are the growing indications that the ocean's soundscape may contain historical dimensions, acoustic information preserved far longer than previously believed possible. While sound in air dissipates relatively quickly, certain acoustic frequencies in specific ocean layers can propagate for extraordinary periods under the right conditions. Some researchers now propose that trace acoustic signatures of events occurring decades or even centuries ago might theoretically remain detectable with sufficiently sensitive equipment, creating an oceanic acoustic fossil record that might preserve sonic traces of historical events. Dr. Tomas Lindberg, a theoretical acoustician exploring this possibility, explains, "Certain ultra-low frequency acoustic waves can potentially travel through deep ocean layers with minimal degradation for astonishingly long periods. Mathematical models suggest time frames, potentially extending to decades under optimal conditions. While these signals would be incredibly attenuated, advances in signal processing and quantum acoustic sensors might eventually allow us to detect these faint echoes of past events. Everything from major naval battles to the sounds of now extinct marine species. The ocean potentially contains an acoustic archive of its own history, if we can develop the technology to access it. As you drift deeper towards sleep, imagine these mysterious sounds propagating through the ocean's depths. Some from sources known but occurring at unexpected scales, others potentially representing phenomena we haven't yet identified or understood. Like many oceanic mysteries, these acoustic enigmas remind us that even with advanced technology and scientific methods, the sea still conceals aspects of its nature beyond our current understanding, communicating in voices we can detect but not yet fully comprehend. Among the ocean's most persistent physical mysteries are phenomena known as ghost currents, water movements that appear in oceanographic data, but defy explanation through known hydrodynamic principles. Unlike major current systems like the Gulf Stream or Humboldt Current, which follow relatively predictable patterns driven by wind, temperature differences, and Earth's rotation, ghost currents appear sporadically, in seemingly random locations, flow in directions that contradict prevailing oceanic circulation models, and disappear as mysteriously as they form. Dr. Simone Carvalho, a physical oceanographer who studies these anomalous currents, explains, "What makes ghost currents particularly puzzling is their apparent violation of basic principles we use to model ocean movement. They sometimes flow perpendicular to pressure gradients, maintain coherence without clear driving forces, or transfer water masses between depths in patterns that should be energetically unfavorable. It's as if sections of ocean temporarily operate according to different hydrodynamic rules than surrounding waters." These currents first entered scientific literature in the 1950s, when research vessels equipped with early acoustic current meters occasionally detected water movements, contradicting the expected patterns. Initially dismissed as equipment malfunctions or misinterpreted data, the phenomenon gained credibility when satellite altimetry and autonomous monitoring systems began providing consistent evidence of these anomalous flows. Modern oceanographic monitoring now detects hundreds of ghost current events annually, occurring in all major ocean basins, but with particular frequency in the North Atlantic, Western Pacific, and Southern Ocean near Antarctica. What distinguishes ghost currents from normal oceanic variability is their apparent isolation from surrounding water movements. They maintain distinct boundaries rather than merging gradually with ambient flows as conventional currents do. They often transport water with distinct temperature, salinity, and chemical signatures through surrounding waters without substantial mixing, creating what amount to rivers within the ocean that maintain their identity over distances that standard hydrodynamic models suggest should be impossible. Captain Elizabeth Harrington, who commands an oceanographic research vessel, describes encountering such a current. "We were conducting a survey transect in the mid-Atlantic when instruments detected a narrow current flowing almost directly east-west, perpendicular to both the prevailing currents and wind direction. The flow was remarkably coherent, about 400 meters wide, but maintaining nearly uniform speed and direction through waters that otherwise showed completely different movement patterns. Most striking was the temperature difference. The anomalous current was nearly 3 degrees warmer than surrounding waters and maintained this differential over the entire 80-kilometer section we were able to track. It was as if someone had inserted a warm water river through the existing ocean structure." Conventional oceanography offers several potential explanations for these phenomena. Some ghost currents likely result from interactions between underwater topography and tidal forces, creating localized flows that appear anomalous when observed in isolation. Others may represent the edges of mesoscale eddies, circular current systems that occasionally eject narrow, intense flows. Internal waves propagating along ocean density boundaries can also create current patterns that might appear anomalous when they intersect with monitoring equipment. Yet a significant percentage of observed ghost currents resist these conventional explanations. They occur in regions without the underwater topography needed for topographic interaction, maintain linear rather than circular flow patterns, inconsistent with eddy dynamics, and persist for durations that exceed what internal wave models predict. This unexplained remainder constitutes the genuine mystery, current systems that appear in consistent observational data, but contradict established understanding of how water moves through the ocean. Dr. Nathan Reynolds, who studies ocean mixing processes, offers a speculative but physically grounded hypothesis. Some ghost currents may represent manifestations of what we're beginning to call coherent fluid structures, organized flow patterns that emerge from complex interactions between temperature gradients, Earth's magnetic field, and the slight conductivity of seawater. Under specific conditions, these interactions might create self-reinforcing flow patterns that temporarily resist the homogenizing forces that would normally dissipate such currents. It's conceptually similar to how certain plasma phenomena maintain coherence within magnetic fields, not identical physics, but potentially analogous principles operating at different scales and in different mediums. Adding to the mystery is the growing evidence that some ghost currents appear correlated with specific and unusual oceanographic conditions. They occur with statistically significant frequency during certain astronomical alignments, particularly during spring tides, when lunar gravitational effects are maximized. They appear more commonly during geomagnetic events like solar storms, suggesting potential interactions with Earth's magnetic field, and perhaps most intriguingly, they show correlations with specific underwater geological features, not just seamounts or ridges that might create conventional topographic effects. but regions associated with unusual electromagnetic properties. Dr. Isabella Nakamura, who studies marine electromagnetics, notes, one pattern we've observed is the recurring appearance of ghost currents near regions with unusual crustal magnetization or active hydrothermal systems. These areas often exhibit distinctive electromagnetic signatures due to mineral deposits or geothermal activity. While conventional oceanography doesn't incorporate electromagnetic effects into circulation models, the statistical correlation is strong enough to suggest there may be physical interactions we haven't properly accounted for, perhaps involving the weak but detectable electric fields generated as conductive seawater moves through Earth's magnetic field. The practical implications of ghost currents extend beyond theoretical oceanography. These anomalous flows can significantly impact underwater navigation systems, occasionally creating enough local disturbance to affect submarine operations or autonomous underwater vehicles. They can transport heat, chemicals, or biological material across oceanic regions in ways that standard circulation models fail to predict, potentially affecting everything from fisheries management to climate forecasting. And perhaps most significantly for research purposes, they highlight gaps in our fundamental understanding of ocean dynamics that may require revising basic assumptions about marine hydrodynamics. Commander Victor Zhao, who oversees deployment of autonomous ocean monitoring systems, describes the practical challenges these anomalies present. Our current generation of predictive ocean models achieves remarkable accuracy for major circulation patterns, but consistently fails to capture these anomalous flows. This isn't just an academic concern, it affects everything from search and rescue operations, to pollution tracking, to optimizing shipping routes. Each time we encounter one of these currents, it's a reminder that our understanding of ocean physics remains incomplete in ways that have real operational consequences. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these mysteries. New generations of autonomous underwater vehicles can now track and measure ghost currents with unprecedented detail, collecting data on their three-dimensional structure, temporal evolution, and physical properties. Satellite systems monitoring subtle variations in sea surface height can detect the surface expressions of these currents across entire ocean basins. Advanced computational models incorporating previously neglected factors like marine electromagnetic interactions or fine-scale density stratification are beginning to reproduce some previously unexplainable flow patterns. Yet as measurement precision improves, the fundamental mystery persists. The ocean continues to move in ways that occasionally contradict our best physical models, suggesting dimensions to marine hydrodynamics that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of oceanography's most enduring challenges, a reminder that even seemingly basic physical processes like water movement through the ocean can harbor unexpected complexities that resist simple explanation. As you continue your journey toward deep sleep, imagine these mysterious currents flowing through the ocean depths. Coherent streams of water moving according to principles not fully captured by conventional physics, maintaining their identity and direction through the vast oceanic volume, as if following invisible pathways inscribed in the sea itself. Like many oceanic mysteries, these ghost currents remind us that even the most fundamental aspects of how the ocean functions may contain dimensions we have yet to fully comprehend. Perhaps the ocean's most enduring mysteries concern not what exists within its depths, but what occasionally emerges from them, specifically, the phenomenon of new islands that periodically appear without warning in remote oceanic regions, persist for periods ranging from days to decades, and then vanish back beneath the waves. While most such appearances can be attributed to known geological processes like volcanic eruptions or tectonic uplift, a small but significant percentage defy conventional explanation, creating enduring puzzles for oceanographers and geologists. The most recent well-documented case occurred in 2014 in the South Pacific, near Tonga, when local fishermen reported a previously uncharted island approximately 800 meters long and rising about 30 meters above sea level. The formation appeared during calm weather, with no volcanic activity reported in the region. Satellite confirmation verified its existence, and subsequent examination revealed a solid structure composed primarily of compressed sedimentary material rather than volcanic rock. After remaining stable for approximately 11 months, the island gradually subsided and had completely disappeared by early 2016, leaving no trace on the ocean surface. Dr. Margaret Chen, a marine geologist who studied core samples from the formation before its disappearance, describes its unusual composition. What made this particular island geologically puzzling was its material composition. Unlike typical new islands formed through volcanic activity, which consist primarily of basalt and similar igneous rocks, this formation contained highly compressed sedimentary layers that appeared to have been subjected to enormous pressure, similar to what we'd expect from deep ocean sediments. Yet the stratification patterns were vertical rather than horizontal, as if the entire formation had been rotated 90 degrees from its original orientation. It presented as material from the deep seabed that had somehow been pushed upward and rotated during the process. Conventional geology offers several potential explanations for temporary island formations. The most common involves submarine volcanic activity, where eruptions build new land masses that may later erode or subside. Tectonic activity can temporarily raise sections of seafloor above water level. Massive underwater landslides occasionally push material upward with sufficient force to breach the surface. And in some regions, methane hydrate releases can create short-lived structures through the rapid expansion of frozen gas deposits. Yet the Tongan Formation and similar historical cases resist these conventional explanations. They occur in regions without detected volcanic or significant seismic activity. Their composition often lacks the igneous materials associated with volcanic origins. They appear and disappear too rapidly for normal erosion processes to explain, yet show structural stability inconsistent with gas-related formations. These anomalous characteristics create genuine geological puzzles that challenge established understanding of how new landforms emerge from the ocean. Dr. James Watanabe, who studies unconventional geological processes, offers a speculative but physically grounded hypothesis. Some of these anomalous islands may result from what we're beginning to call pressure release events, essentially the sudden relief of accumulated pressures within deep sedimentary layers. Under specific conditions involving the interaction of tectonic movements, sediment loading, and trapped fluids, enormous pressures can build within seafloor sediments. If these pressures find release through previously undetected fault lines, the resulting expansion could potentially drive massive sediment blocks upward with sufficient force to breach the surface. Historical maritime records contain numerous accounts of similar unexpected island appearances. In 1879, British survey vessel HMS Egeria documented a substantial island appearing near the Solomon Island chain, where charts had previously shown open water at depths exceeding 2,000 meters. The formation remained stable for approximately 3 years before gradually subsiding. Analysis of rock samples collected during its existence showed deeply metamorphosed seafloor sediments rather than volcanic materials, creating a geological puzzle that remains unexplained in modern scientific literature. Captain William Harrison's logbook from this expedition describes the formation. The island presents a most curious aspect: sheer cliffs rising approximately 90 feet from sea level, composed of what appears to be layered stone unlike any volcanic formation previously encountered. Most peculiar is the presence of what appear to be deep-sea coral fragments embedded within the stone at elevations 70-80 feet above current sea level, suggesting material originating from substantial depth. The perfect vertical stratification throughout suggests some tremendous force has projected this material upward from the seabed, while maintaining its structural cohesion. What makes these temporary island formations particularly mysterious is their apparent connection to other oceanic anomalies. They frequently coincide with unusual electromagnetic readings in surrounding waters, unexplained bioluminescent phenomena, and in several documented cases, the appearance of the previously discussed ghost currents in adjacent regions. These correlations suggest potential connections between seemingly separate oceanic mysteries. The possibility that unusual island formations, anomalous currents, and electromagnetic anomalies might share common underlying causes, not yet identified by conventional marine science. Dr. Elena Vasquez, who studies marine geophysical anomalies, notes, What's gradually emerging from our research is the possibility that these various oceanic anomalies, temporary islands, ghost currents, electromagnetic irregularities, might represent different manifestations of the same underlying phenomena, rather than separate mysteries. The statistical correlation between these events is too strong to dismiss as coincidence. We may be observing different aspects of large-scale geological processes that our current models don't adequately capture, perhaps involving interactions between Earth's crust, ocean currents, and electromagnetic fields that create effects visible through different observational methods. The most intriguing aspect of temporary island formations is their potential connection to what geologists call deep structure events, large-scale movements or transformations occurring far below the seafloor in the boundary between Earth's crust and upper mantle. These deep processes, occurring at depths of 3,100 kilometers, remain largely opaque to current observational technology, yet exert profound influences on surface geology. Some researchers propose that anomalous island formations might represent visible surface expressions of these deep structural changes, essentially windows into geological processes occurring at depths normally hidden from scientific observation. Dr. Michael Nakagawa, a deep earth structure specialist, explains this perspective. Most of our geological models focus on relatively shallow crustal processes, the top 10-15 kilometers of Earth's structure, where most conventional island formation occurs. But growing evidence suggests much deeper processes in the boundary between crust and mantle may occasionally produce surface effects through mechanisms we haven't fully identified. Anomalous islands could potentially represent rare cases where these deep structural reorganizations create enough vertical force to breach the ocean's surface, essentially providing visible evidence of otherwise undetectable geological processes. Recent advances in seafloor mapping and monitoring promise to gradually resolve some of these mysteries. New generations of autonomous underwater vehicles can now conduct detailed bathymetric surveys of regions where anomalous formations have previously appeared, potentially identifying structural features that predispose certain areas to these unusual events. Seabed seismometers with improved sensitivity can detect subtle crustal movements that might precede island formations, and satellite systems monitoring subtle variations in sea surface height and temperature can potentially identify early indications of developing structures before they breach the surface. Yet, despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery persists. The ocean floor occasionally produces landforms through mechanisms that appear to operate outside conventional geological models, suggesting dimensions to marine geology that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of oceanography's most enduring challenges, a reminder that even seemingly solid ground may emerge from and return to the sea through processes we have yet to fully comprehend. As you drift deeper toward the shores of sleep, imagine these mysterious islands rising temporarily from the ocean depths, solid land emerging where charts show only open water, persisting against the sea's erosive forces for months or years, then returning to the depths as mysteriously as they appeared. Like many oceanic enigmas, these temporary lands represent boundaries between known and unknown processes, visible manifestations of the sea's capacity to operate through mechanisms that occasionally transcend our current understanding. Among the ocean's most elusive mysteries are phenomena known as wandering waves, highly localized wave patterns that appear without apparent cause, travel in directions contradicting prevailing wind and current conditions, and display characteristics that defy conventional hydrodynamic explanations. Unlike normal wave formations which spread outward from their source in predictable patterns, these anomalous waves maintain tight spatial cohesion over significant distances, sometimes traveling hundreds of nautical miles while preserving their distinctive features. Captain Elena Markov, whose research vessel encountered such a phenomenon in the South Atlantic, describes the experience. We were operating in calm conditions, light variable winds under 8 knots, minimal swell, when we observed a series of perfectly formed waves approaching from the southwest. The wave train consisted of 7 distinct crests, each approximately 2 meters high, with unusually steep faces, traveling at roughly 12 knots. They passed beneath our vessel and continued northeast, with no apparent diminishment. What made the observation particularly strange was the complete absence of other wave activity in the area. It was as if someone had inserted these perfectly formed waves into an otherwise calm sea surface. More puzzling was their direction of travel, which opposed both the prevailing current and the light winds that existed. Traditional oceanography explains ocean waves primarily through wind action, either direct local effects or distant storm systems creating swell that propagates across ocean basins. Additional waveforms include tidal waves driven by gravitational interactions, internal waves that travel along density boundaries beneath the surface, and tsunami waves generated by seismic or landslide events. Each of these wave types produces distinctive and well-understood characteristics that allow oceanographers to identify their origins and predict their behavior. Wandering waves fit none of these established categories. They appear in regions without the wind conditions necessary to generate significant surface waves. Their highly organized structure and consistent spacing differs from the chaotic patterns typical of storm-generated waves. They travel at speeds and maintain coherence over distances that internal waves cannot match, and their sudden appearance without seismic triggers eliminates tsunami mechanisms as an explanation. These anomalous characteristics create genuine hydrodynamic puzzles that challenge established understanding of how energy propagates through ocean surfaces. Dr. Toshiro Yamamoto, who studies unconventional wave dynamics, offers a speculative but physically grounded hypothesis. Some wandering wave phenomena may result from what we're beginning to call resonant energy transfers, essentially the focused convergence of multiple subtle energy inputs that would individually be too weak to generate visible surface effects. Under specific conditions involving interactions between atmospheric pressure gradients, subsurface current boundaries, and the ocean's own resonant frequencies, these inputs might occasionally align to create highly organized wave structures that appear to emerge spontaneously from calm conditions. Historical maritime records contain numerous accounts of similar wave anomalies. In 1921, the passenger liner SS Majestic documented a series of perfectly formed solitary waves, appearing in completely calm conditions in the mid-Atlantic. Captain's logs described 7 distinct wave crests, each approximately 8 feet in height with unusually steep faces and precise spacing, traveling contrary to both wind and current. The waves passed beneath the vessel and continued visible for approximately 20 minutes until disappearing over the horizon, maintaining their organizational structure throughout observation. What particularly distinguishes wandering waves from normal oceanic phenomena is their apparent violation of energy conservation principles. Conventional waves gradually dissipate their energy through various mechanisms, causing their height to diminish over distance traveled. Wandering waves often show minimal attenuation, maintaining consistent height and structure over distances that should result in significant energy loss according to standard hydrodynamic models. This conservation of energy creates the impression of waves that somehow replenish themselves during transit, a physical impossibility according to conventional understanding. Dr. Helena Jensen, a theoretical hydrodynamicist, explains this paradoxical quality. What makes these waves particularly puzzling from a physics perspective is their apparent energy profile. Normal ocean waves represent energy moving through water, gradually transferring that energy to surrounding water molecules through friction and other mechanisms, which causes the wave to diminish over distance. These anomalous waves appear to maintain their energy content with minimal dissipation, suggesting either an unknown conservation mechanism or, more speculatively, ongoing energy input from sources we haven't identified. It's as if they're being continuously reinforced by something not visible in our observational data. Adding to the mystery is the growing evidence that wandering waves appear correlated with specific and unusual oceanic conditions. They occur with statistically significant frequency during certain configurations of Earth's magnetic field, particularly during periods of fluctuating geomagnetic activity. They appear more commonly in regions with unusual seafloor topography, not just dramatic features like seamounts or trenches, but areas with specific geometric arrangements of underwater ridges and valleys. And perhaps most intriguingly, they show temporal correlations with astronomical alignments, particularly during specific lunar phases. Dr. Raymond Chen, who studies potential interactions between astronomical cycles and ocean dynamics, notes, one pattern that emerges from statistical analysis is the correlation between these anomalous wave events and specific lunar-solar Earth alignments. The frequency of documented wandering waves increases significantly during periods when the Earth, Moon, and Sun form particular angular relationships. This suggests potential gravitational interactions more complex than those that drive normal tidal patterns, perhaps involving subtle resonances that become significant only when multiple factors align in specific configuration. These correlations remain statistical rather than mechanistically proven, but the patterns are consistent enough to warrant serious investigation. The practical implications of wandering waves extend beyond theoretical hydrodynamics. These anomalous waves have occasionally caused navigational incidents when vessels encounter them unexpectedly in otherwise calm conditions. They can transport energy and momentum across oceanic regions in ways that standard circulation models fail to predict, potentially affecting everything from pollutant distribution to heat transfer patterns. And perhaps most significantly, from a research perspective, they highlight gaps in our fundamental understanding of ocean dynamics that may require revising basic assumptions about marine energy propagation. Commander Sarah Okafor, who oversees ocean monitoring systems for a maritime safety organization, describes the practical challenges these anomalies present. Our current generation of wave prediction models achieves remarkable accuracy for normal sea states, but completely fails to anticipate these anomalous wave patterns. This isn't just an academic concern, it affects maritime safety across multiple sectors. Each documented encounter with these wave formations represents a potential navigational hazard that our current forecasting systems cannot predict, a reminder that our understanding of ocean physics remains incomplete in ways that have real operational consequences. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these mysteries. New generations of ocean surface monitoring systems, including high-resolution satellite imagery and networks of autonomous wave-measuring buoys, can now detect and track wandering waves with unprecedented detail. Advanced computational models incorporating previously neglected factors like subtle gravitational variations, electromagnetic interactions, or non-linear resonance effects are beginning to reproduce some previously unexplainable wave patterns in simulation environments. Yet, despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean occasionally produces wave formations that contradict basic principles of how water waves should behave, suggesting dimensions to marine hydrodynamics that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of oceanography's most persistent puzzles, a reminder that even seemingly simple physical processes, like wave formation, may harbor complexities that transcend current theoretical frameworks. As your consciousness continues floating toward the depths of sleep, imagine these mysterious wave formations traveling across the ocean's surface. Perfectly formed ripples moving through calm waters, maintaining their structure and energy against the ocean's normal tendency toward disorder, traveling along paths that seem to follow hidden patterns rather than known physical drivers. Like many oceanic mysteries, these wandering waves represent the sea's capacity to occasionally operate according to principles that extend beyond our current understanding, visible reminders of how much remains to be discovered about our planet's aquatic realm. The ocean's most profound mysteries often lie not in what it conceals, but in what it reveals about fundamental physical principles we thought we understood. Among these conceptual enigmas, few have generated as much scientific controversy as the memory of water, the ocean's apparent capacity to preserve information about past states and events in ways that transcend conventional understanding of fluid dynamics. While most mainstream scientists remain skeptical of claims regarding water's memory properties, a growing body of observational evidence from oceanography suggests phenomena that, at minimum, challenge simplified characterizations of how the ocean's waters interact with their environment and history. Dr. Isabella Moreau, a physical oceanographer who studies unusual water properties, explains, "What we're discovering is that seawater retains certain markers of its prior states with far greater persistence than traditional fluid models predict. These aren't mystical properties, but rather subtle physicochemical characteristics that preserve information about where water has been, what it has contained, and the conditions it has experienced." The molecular complexity of seawater, not just H2O but a solution containing dozens of elements and thousands of organic compounds, creates information carrying capacity that pure water lacks. This capacity manifests most clearly in the phenomenon oceanographers call water mass signatures, distinctive combinations of temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, nutrient concentrations, isotope ratios, and trace elements that allow oceanographers to identify a water mass's origin, even after it has traveled thousands of kilometers from its source region. These signatures persist far longer than conventional mixing models predict, suggesting mechanisms that resist the homogenization processes that should, theoretically, gradually erase these distinctive characteristics. Dr. Thomas Harrington, who specializes in ocean tracer studies, notes, "When we release chemical tracers into specific ocean regions to track water movement, we consistently find that the resulting patterns maintain coherence for durations far exceeding what our mixing models predict. Water masses marked with these tracers preserve their identity through complex current systems, maintaining distinct boundaries rather than diffusing evenly into surrounding waters. It's as if the water remembers its origin point through mechanisms more sophisticated than our current physical models can fully explain." Perhaps most puzzling are observations of what researchers term hydrographic anomalies, water parcels that maintain physical and chemical properties completely inconsistent with their surrounding environments, sometimes for years or even decades. These anomalies appear as distinct volumes of water with temperature, salinity, or chemical signatures that should have equilibrated with surrounding waters long ago according to standard fluid dynamics, yet somehow preserve their distinct identity against thermodynamic principles that should drive them toward equilibrium. Commander Rachel Liu, whose research vessel documented such an anomaly in the North Pacific, describes the discovery. "We encountered what amounted to an underwater lake, a coherent body of water approximately 3 kilometers in diameter and 200 meters thick, suspended at a depth of about 1,000 meters. What made it extraordinary wasn't just its distinct boundary, which appeared on sonar almost as sharply defined as a solid object, but its composition. The water contained oxygen levels typical of surface waters and chemical traces, suggesting recent atmospheric contact. Yet it had maintained this composition at depth for what isotopic dating suggested was over 4 years. Conventional fluid dynamics gives us no mechanism by which such a water mass could preserve its surface characteristics for that duration at that depth, without mixing with surrounding waters. Traditional oceanography explains such phenomena primarily through density differences. Water masses, with specific temperature and salinity combinations, create density gradients that resist mixing. But the persistence of certain water mass characteristics extends beyond what density stratification alone can explain, particularly when chemical and isotopic signatures maintain coherence, even as temperature and salinity gradually equilibrate with surrounding waters. These observations suggest additional mechanisms at work in preserving water's memory of its previous states. Dr. Victor Kazarian, a molecular physicist studying water structure, offers one potential explanation. Recent advances in understanding water's molecular behavior suggest that under specific conditions, water molecules can form extended structural networks through hydrogen bonding that persist for significantly longer periods than previously believed possible. These networks potentially create information carrying capacity at the molecular level, essentially allowing complex patterns formed under one set of conditions to persist even as the water moves into new environments. It's not mystical memory, but rather sophisticated molecular physics that our models are only beginning to incorporate. This perspective has gained support from laboratory studies demonstrating that water exposed to specific electromagnetic fields, chemical environments, or pressure conditions can maintain detectable alterations to its molecular structure, surface tension, electrical conductivity, and other properties for extended periods after the original influencing factors are removed. These experiments suggest mechanisms by which the ocean might preserve information about past conditions, at scales ranging from molecular arrangements to large-scale water mass characteristics. Dr. Elena Patel, who conducts such laboratory studies, explains, "What we're finding is that water's response to its environment isn't as transient as classical models suggest. Exposure to specific conditions, particular mineral surfaces, electromagnetic fields, precise pressure-temperature combinations, creates subtle but measurable changes to water's molecular organization that persist after the original influence is removed. In highly purified laboratory water, these effects dissipate relatively quickly, but in complex solutions like seawater, they demonstrate remarkable persistence, potentially creating cumulative memory effects as water encounters successive environments. Perhaps most intriguing are observations of what researchers term chemical echoes. The ocean's apparent retention of chemical signatures from events occurring years or even decades previously. These echoes appear as unexpected correlations between current water properties and historical events that affected those waters in the distant past. Correlations that should have been erased by normal mixing and dispersion processes, yet somehow persist in detectable forms. Dr. Marcus Chen, who studies these long-term chemical signatures, provides an example. We've documented cases where water masses retain detectable traces of contaminants released decades earlier, long after conventional dispersion models predict these substances should have diluted beyond measurable concentrations. More puzzling are cases where these chemical signatures correlate with specific events in ways that suggest the water has remembered, not just the chemical itself, but the temporal pattern of its introduction. We can occasionally reconstruct the timing of past pollution events from chemical patterns that, according to standard models, should have been completely homogenized years ago. These observations have practical implications extending far beyond theoretical oceanography. The persistence of chemical and physical signatures in ocean waters affects everything from climate modeling to pollution tracking to naval operations. Understanding how water masses preserve information about their history potentially allows oceanographers to reconstruct past ocean conditions with unprecedented detail, essentially reading the ocean's own record of events occurring years or decades before. Commander William Hayes, who oversees underwater detection systems, describes the practical dimensions. From a naval perspective, these persistent water properties create both challenges and opportunities. Submarines create hydrodynamic and chemical disturbances that, we now recognize, persist in detectable forms far longer than previously believed possible. This affects how we approach both hiding our own vessels and detecting others. The ocean preserves a history of what has passed through it in ways we're only beginning to fully understand and utilize. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these mysteries. New generations of autonomous sensing platforms can now detect subtle molecular and isotopic signatures throughout the water column, potentially revealing how these information-carrying patterns form and dissipate. Advanced computational models incorporating quantum effects and molecular dynamics are beginning to simulate some of these persistent structural phenomena, and novel analytical techniques can detect ever smaller concentrations of chemical traces, revealing patterns previously hidden below measurement thresholds. Dr. Sophia Nakamura, who develops these advanced sensing systems, explains, "What's particularly exciting about current technological developments is how they're revealing the ocean's informational complexity at multiple scales simultaneously. We can now track everything from quantum-level effects on water molecule organization to basin-scale persistence of water mass identities. The emerging picture suggests that the ocean functions almost as a vast information storage system, preserving aspects of its history through mechanisms operating at scales from the molecular to the global. Yet despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery persists. The ocean preserves information about its past states and experiences through mechanisms that transcend conventional understanding of fluid behavior, suggesting dimensions to water's physical and chemical properties that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of oceanography's most profound conceptual challenges, not just documenting what exists within the ocean, but understanding how the ocean itself functions as an integrated physical system with properties emergent from but not fully explained by its molecular constituent. As your consciousness continues its journey into deeper relaxation, imagine the ocean's waters carrying these subtle memories of their history, molecular arrangements preserving traces of where they've been, what they've contained, and the forces that have shaped them. Like many oceanic mysteries, this persistent informational capacity reminds us that even substances as seemingly simple and familiar as water may harbor properties and behaviors that extend beyond our current scientific frameworks, a humbling reminder of how much remains to be discovered about the fundamental nature of Earth's defining element. Beyond the ocean's physical and chemical mysteries lie phenomena that blur the boundaries between conventional scientific categories, manifestations that appear simultaneously, biological, physical, and possibly electromagnetic in nature. Among these boundary-crossing enigmas, perhaps the most visually striking are what researchers term living lights, massive, organized bioluminescent displays that exhibit behaviors suggesting coordination far beyond what known biological mechanisms should permit. Unlike typical marine bioluminescence, which appears as either distinct points of light from individual organisms or diffuse glows from high concentrations of microorganisms, living lights manifest as coherent patterned illuminations, spanning areas sometimes exceeding several square kilometers. These displays often feature geometric formations, synchronized pulsations across vast distances, and responses to environmental stimuli that suggest sensory integration across scales that conventional biology cannot readily explain. Dr. Miguel Sanchez, a marine biologist who specializes in bioluminescent phenomena, describes one such event witnessed in the Eastern Pacific. What we observed wasn't simply abundant bioluminescence, but rather what appeared to be an organized system operating with collective intelligence. The illumination formed perfect concentric rings, spanning approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, pulsating at precisely regular intervals of 4.2 seconds. Most remarkably, when our research vessel created a sound disturbance, the entire formation responded instantaneously. Not gradually as a reaction would propagate through individual organisms, but as a unified entity, with light patterns changing simultaneously across the entire structure. The speed of this response far exceeded the possible communication time between organisms, separated by such distances. Conventional biological explanations for bioluminescent displays focus on known mechanisms, chemical reactions within specialized cells that produce light, triggered by various stimuli, including physical disturbance, chemical signals, or internal biological clocks. Large-scale displays typically result from high concentrations of bioluminescent organisms responding to common stimuli, creating the impression of coordination without requiring true communication between individuals. Yet, living lights exhibit characteristics that transcend these conventional mechanisms. Their geometric precision exceeds what random distributions of organisms should produce. Their synchronization occurs at speeds faster than chemical signals could possibly travel through seawater. And perhaps most mysteriously, they sometimes respond to stimuli in ways suggesting perception and response integration across their entire structure, as if functioning as a single sensing and reacting entity rather than a collection of individual organisms. Dr. Helena Nakamura, who studies unconventional biological communication systems, offers a speculative but scientifically grounded hypothesis. What we may be observing in these phenomena are previously unrecognized communication mechanisms operating through the ocean's electromagnetic properties. Recent research has confirmed that many marine organisms can detect and respond to subtle electrical and magnetic fields. If these capabilities extend to creating as well as sensing such fields, we might be witnessing emergent network communication, essentially living distributed systems using the seawater itself as a communication medium, allowing coordination at speeds and scales that conventional biochemical signaling cannot achieve. Historical maritime records contain numerous accounts of similar illuminated formations, often described in terms suggesting intelligence or organization beyond natural phenomena. In 1866, the survey vessel HMS Challenger documented a vast illuminated wheel rotating within the sea near the Maldives, spanning an estimated diameter of over 2 miles and completing full rotations at regular intervals. The ship's naturalist noted that the precision of the formation and its movement suggested principles of organization beyond what we understand of marine phosphorescence, a puzzling observation that remains unexplained in modern scientific literature. What particularly distinguishes living lights from conventional bioluminescence is their apparent responsiveness to stimuli beyond immediate physical disturbance. These formations have been observed reacting to changes in electromagnetic fields, responding to specific frequencies of sound while ignoring others, tracking the movements of vessels at the surface, and in several documented cases, appearing to communicate with each other across distances exceeding known biological signaling ranges. Captain Eliza Montgomery, whose research vessel has documented several such formations, describes their apparent intelligence. What's most unsettling about these phenomena isn't just their scale or beauty, but their seeming purposefulness. During an observation in the Indian Ocean, we witnessed two distinct light formations, separated by approximately 12 kilometers, engaging in what could only be described as a dialogue, complex patterned flashes from one formation followed by corresponding patterns from the other, with sequences of increasing complexity suggesting a genuine exchange of information rather than random stimulation and response. The mathematical precision and progressive complexity of these exchanges defied explanation through any known biological mechanism. Adding to the mystery is growing evidence that these phenomena correlate with specific and unusual oceanographic conditions. They occur with statistically significant frequency during geomagnetic anomalies, particularly during periods of fluctuating solar activity that affects Earth's magnetosphere. They appear more commonly along certain undersea topographical features, especially regions where different water masses converge or where unusual mineral deposits create distinct electromagnetic environments. And perhaps most intriguingly, they show temporal correlations with astronomical cycles beyond the obvious influence of lunar illumination. Dr. Jonathan Reyes, who studies potential interactions between cosmic factors and marine biological activity, notes, one pattern emerging from statistical analysis is the correlation between these organized bioluminescent events and specific celestial alignments. The frequency increases significantly during particular configurations of the Earth-Moon-Sun system, suggesting potential gravitational or electromagnetic influences beyond those that drive normal tidal patterns. These correlations remain statistical rather than mechanistically proven, but the recurrence is consistent enough to warrant serious investigation. The potential implications of these phenomena extend far beyond classification of an unusual biological display. If living lights indeed represent previously unrecognized communication systems operating through electromagnetic mechanisms, they would constitute evidence for biological information processing occurring at spatial and temporal scales, orders of magnitude beyond what current biological models recognize. This would challenge fundamental assumptions about the organizational limits of marine ecosystems and the communication mechanisms available to non-neural organisms. Dr. Catherine Zhang, a theoretical biologist exploring these possibilities, explains, if confirmed, these phenomena would represent not just a new biological curiosity, but a fundamentally different paradigm for how we understand collective biological systems. They would demonstrate that the ocean itself can function as a communication medium, allowing for the emergence of what amount to meta-organisms, distributed biological systems, operating cohesively across kilometers of ocean through mechanisms that transcend conventional biochemical signaling. This would be analogous to discovering that what we thought were individual cells were actually capable of functioning as an integrated brain-like system under specific conditions. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these mysteries. New generations of submersible drones equipped with advanced spectroscopic and electromagnetic sensors can now document these bioluminescent displays with unprecedented detail, potentially identifying the specific organisms involved and the mechanisms behind their coordination. Satellite systems with enhanced low-light imaging capabilities can capture these formations across entire ocean regions, revealing patterns invisible from surface vessels. And advances in understanding biological electromagnetic sensitivity are beginning to illuminate previously unrecognized signaling pathways that might explain aspects of this coordination. Commander James Rodriguez, who oversees deployment of these advanced monitoring systems, describes their potential. We're finally developing the technological capacity to properly investigate these phenomena, not just documenting their appearance, but understanding their formation mechanisms and internal communication systems. The latest generation of autonomous vehicles can maintain position within these light formations for extended periods, collecting multispectral data while simultaneously monitoring electromagnetic and acoustic fields. If these formations are indeed using the ocean itself as a communication medium, We now have instruments sensitive enough to potentially detect and decode these signals. Yet, despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean occasionally produces bioluminescent displays with organizational characteristics that transcend known biological mechanisms, suggesting dimensions to marine communication and collective behavior that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of marine biology's most profound puzzles, a reminder that even seemingly familiar phenomena, like bioluminescence, may harbor aspects that extend beyond current scientific frameworks. As you continue floating deeper toward restful sleep, imagine these mysterious living lights blooming in the ocean's darkness, vast, organized patterns of blue-green luminosity pulsing with mathematical precision, responding to their environment with apparent intelligence, communicating across distances through mechanisms still mysterious to science. Like many oceanic enigmas, these illuminated formations suggest that beneath the sea's surface exist living systems operating according to principles and possibilities still waiting to be fully discovered by human understanding. Within the ocean's most remote regions, scientific expeditions occasionally encounter phenomena that challenge not just specific theories but fundamental conceptual boundaries between scientific disciplines. Among these boundary-transcending mysteries, perhaps none generates more profound questions than what researchers term synchronicity zones, localized regions where multiple natural systems appear to synchronize their behavior through mechanisms that defy conventional scientific explanation. Unlike isolated anomalies affecting single systems, synchronicity zones manifest as areas where numerous distinct phenomena, biological rhythms, physical processes, electromagnetic patterns, and chemical cycles simultaneously display coordinated behavior without apparent causal connections. These zones create the impression of temporarily altered natural laws within defined spatial boundaries, as if fundamental forces operate according to different organizational principles within these regions. Dr. Marcus Thompson, a multidisciplinary oceanographer who documented such a zone in the Western Pacific, describes the experience. We entered a region, approximately 8 kilometers in diameter, where every natural system we could measure appeared to enter synchronous states simultaneously. Marine organisms, with normally distinct biological rhythms, from microscopic plankton to large vertebrates, shifted to identical cycles. Physical parameters including wave patterns, current microturbulence, and even water surface tension began oscillating at precisely matched frequencies. Most extraordinarily, these synchronizations occurred across systems that have no known mechanism for direct communication, as if the region itself had imposed a coordinating influence that transcended normal causal pathways. Traditional science explains synchronized natural phenomena primarily through direct causal relationships, either common external drivers affecting multiple systems simultaneously, or communication mechanisms, allowing systems to adjust their behavior in response to each other. Familiar examples include animals synchronizing to daily light cycles, or schools of fish coordinating their movements through visual and pressure cues. Yet synchronicity zones exhibit coordination that transcends these conventional mechanisms. They create synchronization between systems that should have no means of detecting each other's states. They establish identical rhythms across organisms with vastly different biological timekeepers. And perhaps most mysteriously, they maintain these coordinated states within sharply defined spatial boundaries, synchronization effects that activate and deactivate as observation platforms move into and out of these zones. Dr. Elena Kazakov, who studies emergent phenomena in complex systems, offers a speculative but scientifically grounded hypothesis. What we may be observing in these zones are manifestations of what complexity theory calls phase transitions in coupled oscillator systems. Under specific conditions, collections of oscillating systems that become sufficiently interconnected can spontaneously synchronize through mathematical principles known as entrainment. If oceanic systems, biological, chemical, physical, share more subtle interconnections than we currently recognize, these zones might represent regions where those connections temporarily intensify, creating system-wide synchronization through mechanisms that operate below our current detection thresholds. Historical maritime records contain accounts suggesting similar phenomena, often described in terms reflecting the scientific understanding of their eras. In 1823, the exploration vessel HMS Beagle documented entering a region near the Galapagos, where all natural systems appeared to adopt a common rhythm: the waves, the winds, the motions of birds and fishes, even the swinging of pendulum chronometers. The ship's naturalist noted that upon exiting this peculiar region, each system returned to its normal patterns, as if released from some organizing influence specific to those waters. Similar accounts appear sporadically throughout maritime literature, creating a historical pattern consistent with modern observations of these anomalous regions. What particularly distinguishes synchronicity zones from conventional physical anomalies is their integrative effect across disparate natural systems. These are not simply unusual weather patterns, current systems, or biological behaviors, but rather regions where the boundaries between these categories appear temporarily altered, creating unified behavior across systems that normally operate independently. This cross-domain synchronization creates the impression of temporarily altered natural laws, not violations of physical principles, but rather alternative organizational states that remain possible within those principles, yet typically unrealized. Dr. Sarah Nakamura, whose research focuses on interactions between biological and physical oceanic systems, describes this boundary-crossing quality. What makes these zones scientifically revolutionary isn't just their unusual properties, but how they challenge our disciplinary categories. When bacterial metabolic cycles synchronize with wave patterns, which synchronize with electromagnetic oscillations, which synchronize with the swimming rhythms of large vertebrates, all within spatial boundaries that can be entered and exited, we're forced to reconsider whether our separation of biology from physics, from chemistry, reflects nature's actual organization or simply our conceptual limitations. Adding to the mystery is growing evidence that these zones correlate with specific and unusual oceanographic conditions. They occur with statistically significant frequency along certain geomagnetic anomalies, particularly regions where Earth's magnetic field exhibits unusual configurations. They appear more commonly in areas where major ocean currents converge, creating complex hydrodynamic environments. And perhaps most intriguingly, they show temporal correlations with solar activity cycles, suggesting potential connections to larger astronomical influences. Dr. Raymond Chen, who studies potential solar influences on Earth systems, notes, one pattern that emerges from documentation of these events is their correlation with specific phases of solar activity. The frequency of reported synchronicity zones increases significantly during periods of complex sunspot activity, particularly when the sun emits certain types of coronal mass ejections. This suggests potential mechanisms involving the solar wind's interaction with Earth's magnetosphere, perhaps creating cascading effects that ultimately manifest as these oceanic organizing phenomena. These correlations remain statistical rather than mechanistically proven, but the patterns are consistent enough to warrant serious investigation. The potential implications of synchronicity zones extend far beyond classification of an unusual oceanic phenomenon. If these zones indeed represent emergent organizational states where multiple natural systems achieve coordination through subtle interconnections, they would constitute evidence for integrative principles operating across conventional scientific boundaries. This would challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationships between biological, physical, and chemical systems, suggesting deeper unifying mechanisms than current models recognize. Dr. Victor Limberg, a theoretical physicist exploring these conceptual boundaries, explains, if confirmed through rigorous measurement, these phenomena would represent not just scientific curiosities, but potentially transformative insights into nature's organizational principles. They would demonstrate that under specific conditions, the traditionally separated domains of biology, physics, and chemistry can enter unified states governed by common rhythms and patterns. This suggests the possibility of fundamental principles that transcend our current disciplinary categories, essentially natural laws operating at integrative levels. Our specialized sciences have previously missed by studying systems in isolation. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these mysteries. New generations of multidisciplinary research platforms can now simultaneously monitor biological, physical, chemical, and electromagnetic parameters across oceanic regions, potentially identifying subtle connections between systems previously studied in isolation. Advanced computational models incorporating principles from complexity science can simulate the emergence of synchronized states from initially independent systems, and theoretical frameworks from fields like quantum biology are beginning to illuminate potential mechanisms for coherence between seemingly separate natural domains. Dr. Jessica Washington, who designs these integrated monitoring systems, describes their potential. We're finally developing the technological and conceptual tools to properly investigate these boundary-crossing phenomena, not just documenting their appearance but understanding their formation mechanisms and governing principles. Current platforms can simultaneously track everything from quantum-level effects to ecosystem-scale rhythms, potentially revealing the threads that connect these different organizational levels. If synchronicity zones represent emergent states where these connections intensify, we now have instruments sophisticated enough to detect and characterize these relationships. Yet despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean occasionally produces regions where diverse natural systems enter coordinated states through mechanisms that transcend conventional scientific explanations, suggesting dimensions to nature's organizational principles that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of science's most profound conceptual frontiers, not just documenting what exists within the ocean, but understanding how the ocean's diverse systems may interconnect through principles still awaiting discovery. As your consciousness drifts deeper toward the peaceful realm of sleep, imagine these mysterious synchronicity zones, forming in distant oceanic regions, areas where the normal boundaries between biological, physical, and chemical processes temporarily dissolve, where diverse natural systems find common rhythms and patterns, as if orchestrated by some underlying unity normally hidden from perception. Like many oceanic enigmas, these zones of spontaneous order remind us that nature's organizational principles may extend far beyond our current scientific frameworks, a humbling yet wonder-inspiring prospect, suggesting how much remains to be discovered about our planet's fundamental operation. In the ocean's least accessible regions, particularly within the perpetual darkness of its deepest trenches, research expeditions occasionally recover biological specimens that defy conventional taxonomic classification, organisms that appear to blend characteristics of multiple distinct phyla or exhibit traits that should theoretically be incompatible within single life forms. These biological anomalies, termed taxonomic paradoxes by perplexed researchers, represent perhaps the ocean's most profound evolutionary mysteries. Unlike conventional unclassified species that simply extend known taxonomic categories, taxonomic paradoxes display morphological, genetic, and biochemical features that create genuine contradictions within established evolutionary frameworks. These organisms appear to have evolutionary histories that cannot be reconciled with standard models of phylogenetic development, suggesting either previously unrecognized evolutionary pathways or biological principles that transcend current understanding. Dr. Elena Yoshida, a marine biologist specializing in deep-sea taxonomy, describes one such specimen recovered from the Mariana Trench. The organism exhibited a cellular structure incorporating elements previously considered exclusive to both archaea and eukaryotes, domains of life that diverged billions of years ago. Its genetic material contained sequences characteristic of multiple distinct phylogenetic lineages, arranged in patterns that contradicted established models of genetic inheritance and evolution. Most perplexingly, certain biochemical processes within its cells operated through pathways that our current understanding suggests should be mutually exclusive within a single organism. It wasn't simply unclassifiable within our taxonomic system. It presented features that our evolutionary models suggest should be impossible to combine in a viable organism. Traditional biological classification organizes life according to nested hierarchies reflecting evolutionary relationships, species grouped into genera, families, orders, and ultimately the major domains of bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotes. This system, while continuously refined as new species are discovered, rests on fundamental assumptions about how evolutionary processes operate, and the constraints they impose on biological forms. Taxonomic paradoxes challenge these fundamental assumptions by presenting combinations of traits that should not coexist according to current evolutionary understanding. Dr. Jonathan Park, an evolutionary geneticist studying these anomalous organisms, offers a perspective on their significance. What makes these specimens scientifically revolutionary isn't simply that they're new species, we discover those regularly, but rather that they embody contradictions within our evolutionary framework. When we find organisms with genetic features indicating divergence from all known lineages billions of years ago, with biochemical systems that combine elements we thought had separated into mutually exclusive evolutionary paths, we're forced to reconsider basic assumptions about how evolution operates in Earth's most extreme environments. These biological puzzles become particularly acute when examining the genetic material of taxonomic paradoxes. Conventional evolutionary theory predicts that genetic sequences should form nested patterns reflecting common ancestry, with clear lineages traceable through systematic differences and similarities. Yet taxonomic paradoxes frequently contain genetic elements that appear simultaneously derived from multiple distinct lineages, with sequence patterns that cannot be explained through standard models of inheritance, mutation, and selection. Dr. Rebecca Chen, a genomic specialist focusing on these anomalous organisms, explains the genomes of these specimens don't simply represent new branches on the tree of life. They challenge the tree model itself. We find genetic sequences that simultaneously suggest multiple contradictory evolutionary histories, as if these organisms somehow integrated genetic material from lineages that diverged from each other billions of years ago. Standard evolutionary models provide no mechanism for this kind of genetic integration across such vast evolutionary distances. Either these organisms preserve genetic elements from before the great domain divisions of life, making them potentially billions of years old, or they represent evolutionary mechanisms fundamentally different from those operating in better studied environments. Perhaps most puzzling are the biochemical systems found within taxonomic paradoxes. Life's fundamental biochemical processes, energy production, information processing, material synthesis, have diverged along distinct evolutionary paths, creating what were thought to be mutually exclusive biological systems. Yet taxonomic paradoxes frequently combine elements of these supposedly incompatible systems within single functioning organisms, integrating biochemical pathways that evolutionary theory suggests should not coexist. Dr. Miguel Santorini, a biochemist studying these anomalous metabolic systems, describes this contradiction. What we observe in these specimens are functional biochemical systems that combine elements from pathways that diverged billions of years ago, essentially biological machinery assembled from parts that shouldn't be compatible, according to our current understanding. Yet these composite systems not only function but often display remarkable efficiency under extreme conditions. It suggests either that our models of biochemical evolution are fundamentally incomplete, or that in certain extreme environments, evolutionary pressures can drive convergence between biochemical systems we thought had permanently diverged. The implications of taxonomic paradoxes extend far beyond classification challenges. If these organisms indeed represent evolutionary pathways not accounted for in current biological models, they potentially reveal dimensions to life's development on Earth that remain fundamentally unrecognized. This would require reconsidering basic assumptions about evolutionary constraints, the boundaries between major taxonomic groups, and potentially the timeline of life's diversification on our planet. Dr. Sarah Nakamura, an evolutionary theorist grappling with these implications, explains what taxonomic paradoxes force us to consider is whether our current evolutionary framework, developed primarily from studying surface and shallow water organisms, adequately captures the full range of evolutionary possibilities on Earth. These specimens suggest that in certain extreme environments, particularly those resembling early Earth conditions, evolutionary processes might operate according to principles different from those governing more familiar ecosystems. This isn't about minor adjustments to evolutionary theory, but potentially recognizing entire dimensions of biological development that our surface-centric perspective has missed. Some researchers have proposed radical hypotheses to explain these biological anomalies. One suggestion involves parallel evolution, the possibility that in certain isolated deep-sea environments, particularly those resembling Earth's early conditions, Life may have followed evolutionary pathways fundamentally different from those that dominated surface ecosystems. This would mean taxonomic paradoxes represent not anomalies within a single tree of life, but organisms from entirely separate evolutionary trees that developed in isolation from surface biology. Others suggest these organisms might preserve biological features from before the great divergence of life's domains, essentially living fossils, maintaining biochemical and genetic elements from the early stages of Earth's biological development. This would make them of extraordinary scientific importance, providing direct insight into biological processes that operated billions of years ago, preserved in environments that have remained relatively unchanged since Earth's earliest eras. Dr. Victor Kazarian, who studies Earth's earliest biological history, outlines this perspective. One possibility we must consider is that trenches and similar extreme environments have remained sufficiently isolated and stable to preserve organisms from biological eras we've previously considered accessible only through fossil evidence. If confirmed, this would mean taxonomic paradoxes aren't just unusual modern organisms, but biological time capsules, preserving direct evidence of how life functioned billions of years ago, when the major domains were still in the process of diverging. This would revolutionize our understanding of early evolution and potentially resolve long-standing mysteries about how life's fundamental biochemical systems developed. Recent advances in genetic sequencing, protein analysis, and microscopy techniques promise to gradually resolve some of these biological puzzles. New generations of molecular analysis tools can now identify subtle relationships between seemingly unrelated genetic sequences, potentially revealing evolutionary connections invisible to earlier techniques. Improved cultivation methods allow scientists to maintain extreme environment organisms in laboratory settings, enabling detailed study of their unusual biological processes, and theoretical models incorporating principles from complexity science are providing new frameworks for understanding how apparently incompatible biological systems might functionally integrate. Dr. Helena Lindberg, who develops these advanced analytical techniques, describes their potential. We're finally developing the technological and conceptual tools to properly investigate these biological boundary cases, not just documenting their peculiarities, but understanding their evolutionary histories and functional principles. Current molecular analysis can trace genetic relationships far more subtly than previous methods, potentially revealing evolutionary connections that explain these apparent paradoxes. If these organisms represent either ancient lineages or unprecedented evolutionary mechanisms, we now have tools sophisticated enough to potentially reconstruct their true place in life's history. Yet, despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean's extreme environments occasionally produce organisms that contradict basic assumptions about how evolution operates, and the constraints it imposes, suggesting dimensions to life's development on Earth that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of biology's most profound puzzles, a reminder that even fundamental processes like evolution may harbor unrecognized complexities and possibilities still awaiting discovery. As your consciousness approaches the threshold of sleep, imagine these mysterious taxonomic paradoxes dwelling in the ocean's most extreme environments. Organisms that blend supposedly incompatible biological features, that contain genetic codes telling contradictory evolutionary stories, that function through biochemical systems, combining elements that should have permanently diverged billions of years ago. Like many oceanic enigmas, these biological boundary cases remind us that life's potential forms and evolutionary pathways may extend far beyond our current biological frameworks, a humbling yet wonder-inspiring prospect, suggesting how much remains to be discovered about the boundaries and possibilities of life itself. Deep within certain oceanic regions, particularly where major current systems interact with unusual seafloor topography, research instruments occasionally detect persistent patterns in water movement, temperature distribution, and chemical composition that demonstrate mathematical properties far exceeding those expected in chaotic fluid systems. These hydrodynamic anomalies, termed oceanic coherence structures by researchers, represent perhaps the ocean's most profound mathematical mysteries. Unlike normal ocean circulation patterns, which generally conform to established principles of fluid dynamics despite their complexity, coherent structures maintain organizational properties that traditional hydrodynamic models suggest should rapidly dissipate in turbulent environments. These structures preserve their geometric integrity, energy distribution, and internal relationships with a precision that creates the impression of mathematical laws temporarily superseding normal fluid behavior within defined boundaries. Dr. Thomas Reynolds, a physical oceanographer specializing in fluid dynamics, describes one such structure documented in the North Atlantic. What we observed wasn't simply an unusual current pattern, but rather what appeared to be a mathematically perfect manifestation of complex harmonic principles. The formation maintained a precise geometric relationship between rotational velocities and radial position that exactly matched specific mathematical functions, not approximated them, but followed them with precision exceeding our measurement error margins. Most extraordinarily, this pattern persisted for the entire 17-day observation period, despite passing through multiple distinct water masses and encountering several weather systems that should have disrupted any normal hydrodynamic structure. Traditional hydrodynamics explains ocean circulation primarily through the Navier-Stokes equations, mathematical descriptions of how fluids move under various forces, including pressure gradients, Coriolis effects, and friction. While these equations can generate enormously complex behaviors, including temporarily stable structures like eddies and gyres, they generally predict that precise mathematical relationships within fluid systems should quickly degrade through turbulent interactions. Yet, oceanic coherent structures exhibit mathematical properties that persist far beyond what these equations predict. They maintain precise geometric relationships, energy distribution patterns, and internal circulation ratios that preserve their integrity, despite moving through turbulent environments that should rapidly degrade these patterns. These structures behave less like normal fluid phenomena and more like manifestations of underlying mathematical principles temporarily expressed through oceanic medium. Dr. Elena Kazarian, a mathematical physicist studying these anomalous patterns, offers a perspective on their significance. What makes these structures so scientifically revolutionary isn't simply their unusual appearance, but their mathematical perfection. They don't just approximate elegant mathematical functions, they embody them with precision that should be impossible in ordinary fluid systems, subject to countless perturbations. It's as if specific mathematical patterns temporarily gain physical expression through the ocean's waters, maintaining their formal integrity despite environmental forces that should quickly degrade them. The mystery deepens when examining the internal dynamics of these coherent structures. Conventional fluid dynamics predicts that energy introduced into water systems should dissipate through cascading turbulence, large-scale motions breaking down into progressively smaller eddies until finally converting to heat through viscosity. Yet coherent structures often display energy conservation properties that seemingly circumvent this dissipation process, maintaining their kinetic patterns with minimal energy loss for durations far exceeding theoretical predictions. Dr. Jonathan Nakamura, a specialist in energy conservation in fluid systems, explains this contradiction. What we observe in these structures is energy conservation patterns that appear to operate outside conventional fluid dynamics. These structures don't just maintain their form, they preserve specific energy distribution relationships that should rapidly degrade under normal hydrodynamic principles. It's as if they've temporarily established alternative physics within their boundaries, allowing them to resist entropy in ways that standard fluid models cannot explain. This raises profound questions about whether our current understanding of hydrodynamics captures the full range of organizational possibilities within oceanic systems. What particularly distinguishes oceanic coherent structures from conventional hydrodynamic phenomena is their mathematical precision. Normal ocean patterns, even relatively stable features like major current systems, exhibit constant fluctuations and approximations of their general forms. Yet coherent structures often display geometric and mathematical relationships of extraordinary exactitude, maintaining precise ratios between different parameters that persist despite environmental perturbations that should disrupt such precision. Dr. Alexandra Miyazaki, who specializes in mathematical analysis of natural patterns, describes this uncanny precision. When we analyze the velocity profiles of these structures, we find they often precisely match mathematical functions from harmonic analysis, not approximately, but exact down to the limits of our measurement capability. One structure documented in the Pacific maintained a perfect logarithmic spiral relationship between rotational velocity and radial distance, with deviations less than our instrumental error margins, and preserved this relationship while traversing over 400 kilometers of ocean through multiple distinct water masses. This level of mathematical precision in a fluid medium, constantly subjected to disrupting forces, defies conventional hydrodynamic explanation. Adding to the mystery is growing evidence that these structures correlate with specific geometric features of the seafloor, particularly regions where complex topography creates unique resonance conditions. They appear with statistically significant frequency above underwater mountain ranges with specific height-to-width ratios near certain types of fracture zones, and in regions where underwater plateaus create distinctive reflection patterns for internal waves. This suggests these seafloor features might somehow catalyze or stabilize these mathematical expressions within the fluid environment above them. Dr. Samuel Chen, who studies interactions between seafloor topography and water motion, notes, "One pattern that emerges from documentation of these structures is their correlation with very specific seafloor geometries. The frequency of coherent structures increases dramatically above underwater formations, with precise mathematical properties, particularly those exhibiting golden ratio relationships in their dimensions, or specific fractal characteristics in their surface texture. This suggests these seafloor features might somehow serve as physical templates that imprint mathematical order on the water column above them, perhaps through complex resonance mechanisms we have yet to fully understand." The implications of oceanic coherence structures extend far beyond classification of unusual hydrodynamic phenomena. If these structures indeed represent manifestations of mathematical principles capable of temporarily overriding normal fluid dynamics, they potentially reveal dimensions to physical systems that remain fundamentally unrecognized in current scientific frameworks. This would require reconsidering basic assumptions about how mathematical principles relate to physical expression and the conditions under which alternative organizational states can emerge within fluid systems. Dr. Victoria Lindberg, a theoretical physicist exploring these boundary phenomena, explains, "What coherent structures force us to consider is whether our current hydrodynamic models, developed primarily through study of smaller-scale, controlled fluid systems, adequately capture the full range of organizational possibilities in complex natural environments. These structures suggest that under specific conditions, fluid systems might temporarily enter organizational states governed by mathematical principles that effectively override or transcend conventional hydrodynamic laws. This isn't about minor adjustments to fluid dynamics equations, but potentially recognizing entire dimensions of physical organization that our current frameworks miss entirely." Some researchers have proposed radical hypotheses to explain these hydrodynamic anomalies. One suggestion involves geometric resonance, the possibility that certain combinations of energetic inputs, boundary conditions, and initial states might allow fluid systems to enter self-reinforcing configurations that resist normal entropic degradation. These states would represent not violations of physical laws, but rather special case manifestations of deeper ordering principles that remain latent under most conditions. Others suggest these structures might represent macroscale manifestations of quantum coherence effects, phenomena normally confined to subatomic scales occasionally finding expression in macroscopic systems under specific conditions. While controversial, this hypothesis draws inspiration from emerging research in quantum biology, where quantum effects previously thought impossible in warm, wet environments have been documented in biological processes. Dr. Michael Kazakov, who studies potential connections between quantum and classical systems, outlines this perspective. One possibility we must consider is that under specific conditions involving precise energy inputs and geometric configurations, quantum coherence effects might occasionally scale up to influence macroscopic fluid systems. Recent advances in quantum biology have shown that quantum phenomena can persist in complex biological environments previously thought too warm and chaotic to support such effects. If similar principles occasionally operate in oceanic systems, coherent structures might represent rare but important bridges between quantum and classical physical domains. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these hydrodynamic puzzles. New generations of autonomous underwater monitoring systems can now track three-dimensional fluid movements with unprecedented precision, potentially revealing subtle organizing mechanisms invisible to earlier observation techniques. Advanced computational models incorporating principles from complexity science can simulate the emergence of coherent states from initially chaotic fluid conditions, and theoretical frameworks from fields like pattern formation dynamics are providing new conceptual approaches for understanding how mathematical order can spontaneously emerge and persist within fluid systems. Dr. Jennifer Washington, who designs these advanced monitoring systems, describes their potential. We're finally developing the technological and conceptual tools to properly investigate these hydrodynamic boundary cases, not just documenting their unusual properties, but understanding their formation mechanisms and stabilizing principles. Current instrument arrays can track fluid movements across multiple scales simultaneously, potentially revealing the subtle feedbacks that allow these structures to maintain their integrity against disruptive forces. If these phenomena represent emergent manifestations of deeper mathematical principles, we now have instruments sophisticated enough to capture the precise conditions under which this emergence occurs. Yet despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean occasionally produces fluid structures that maintain mathematical precision far exceeding what conventional hydrodynamic models predict, suggesting dimensions to fluid organization that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of physics's most profound oceanic puzzles. A reminder that even seemingly well-established domains like fluid dynamics may harbor unrecognized complexities and possibilities still awaiting discovery. As your consciousness further relaxes towards sleep's peaceful embrace, imagine these mysterious coherent structures forming in distant oceanic regions, perfect mathematical patterns temporarily manifested in flowing water, geometric relationships maintaining their precise integrity despite turbulent surroundings, energy distributions that seem to temporarily transcend standard physical principles. Like many oceanic enigmas, these hydrodynamic boundary cases remind us that nature's organizational possibilities may extend far beyond our current physical frameworks, a humbling yet wonder-inspiring prospect, suggesting how much remains to be discovered about the fundamental principles governing our physical world. Within certain remote oceanic regions, particularly those characterized by unusual geomagnetic properties, research vessels occasionally experience what marine researchers term temporal anomalies, localized distortions in the perception and measurement of time that cannot be attributed to known psychological or instrumental factors. These episodes, while rare and difficult to document through conventional scientific protocols, have been reported with sufficient consistency by experienced researchers to warrant serious investigation despite their apparent impossibility within current physical frameworks. Unlike subjective time perception variations that psychologists routinely study, oceanic temporal anomalies involve objectively measurable discrepancies between timekeeping instruments within and outside affected regions. These anomalies create the impression of localized temporal environments operating at different rates from surrounding temporal frameworks, not metaphorically but literally, as measured by precision chronometers and documented through controlled observation. Dr. Elizabeth Martinez, a marine chronometrist who has documented several such incidents, describes one particularly compelling case from the South Pacific. During a routine oceanographic survey, our research vessel entered a region approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, where all chronometric instruments exhibited synchronized deviations from baseline measurements. Precision atomic clocks registered a 3.7% slowing of time passage, compared to identical reference instruments on vessels just outside the affected region. Most extraordinarily, this temporal deviation affected all time measuring systems equally: mechanical chronometers, digital systems, atomic standards, and even biological processes, all showing identical proportional shifts. Upon exiting the region, All systems immediately returned to normal synchronization with external time references, but the accumulated time difference remained. We had measurably experienced less time passage than observers outside the region. Conventional physics explains most time measurement discrepancies through known relativistic effects, instrumental errors, or psychological factors. Einstein's theories establish that relative motion and gravitational differences create genuine time rate variations, but these effects become significant only at velocities approaching the speed of light, or in the presence of extreme gravitational fields, conditions not present in normal oceanic environments. Standard chronometric discrepancies typically result from instrumental malfunctions or calibration differences, rather than actual temporal variations. Yet oceanic temporal anomalies exhibit characteristics that transcend these conventional explanations. They affect multiple measurement systems simultaneously, including fundamentally different technologies operating on distinct physical principles. They create sharply defined spatial boundaries where temporal effects activate and deactivate as observation platforms move across these boundaries. And perhaps most mysteriously, they sometimes affect biological processes alongside mechanical and electronic timing systems, suggesting genuine alterations to temporal progression rather than simple instrumental errors. Dr. Jonathan Richards, a physicist specializing in temporal measurement, offers a perspective on the significance of these observations. What makes these incidents scientifically revolutionary isn't just the unexpected readings, but their cross-system consistency. When atomic clocks, mechanical chronometers, electronic oscillators, and even biological processes like cellular division rates all show identical proportional timing shifts within specific spatial boundaries, we're forced to consider the possibility of genuine localized temporal variations. These aren't instrumental anomalies, but rather suggest temporary alterations to one of nature's supposedly invariant fundamentals, the uniform progression of time itself. The mystery deepens when examining how these temporal anomalies affect different physical processes. Conventional relativity creates identical effects across all systems, with time itself dilating uniformly. Oceanic temporal anomalies generally follow this pattern, affecting all processes proportionally, which suggests they may indeed involve actual space-time variations rather than system-specific effects. This universality across mechanical, electronic, atomic, and biological systems creates measurement patterns consistent with genuine temporal field alterations. Dr. Sarah Nakamura, who studies temporal consistency across different physical systems, explains this significant aspect. What particularly distinguishes these temporal anomalies from instrumental or perceptual effects is their universal proportionality across fundamentally different physical processes. When atomic vibrations, electronic oscillations, mechanical movements, chemical reactions, and biological processes all shift by precisely the same percentage within specific spatial boundaries, we're observing something that affects the underlying temporal framework rather than specific systems or technologies. This cross-system consistency is the hallmark of genuine space-time variations, as opposed to system-specific anomalies. Adding to the mystery is growing evidence that these temporal anomalies correlate with specific oceanic conditions. They occur with statistically significant frequency in regions characterized by unusual geomagnetic properties, particularly areas with complex magnetic field configurations or rapid fluctuations. They appear more commonly in waters above certain types of geological formations, especially those containing high concentrations of specific rare earth elements. And perhaps most intriguingly, they show temporal correlations with specific astronomical alignments, suggesting potential influences from beyond Earth. Dr. Raymond Chen, who studies potential connections between geomagnetic fields and temporal stability, notes, one pattern emerging from documentation of these events is their correlation with complex geomagnetic field configurations. The frequency of reported temporal anomalies increases significantly in oceanic regions, where Earth's magnetic field forms certain geometric patterns, particularly toroidal configurations with specific dimensional ratios. This suggests potential mechanisms involving interactions between electromagnetic fields and space-time metrics, interactions that quantum field theory predicts, theoretically, but which we've never before observed at macroscopic scales or under Earth normal conditions. The potential implications of oceanic temporal anomalies extend far beyond classification of unusual physical phenomena. If these events indeed represent localized variations in temporal progression, they potentially reveal aspects of spacetime's fundamental nature that remain unrecognized in current physical theories. This would require reconsidering basic assumptions about time's uniformity outside extreme gravitational or relativistic conditions, and potentially recognizing entirely new mechanisms through which temporal frameworks can be modulated. Dr. Eliza Kazarian, a theoretical physicist exploring these temporal boundary cases, explains, "What these oceanic anomalies force us to consider is whether spacetime possesses previously unrecognized malleability under certain conditions that can arise even in Earth-normal environments. Current physics recognizes that extreme conditions, near light speeds, or enormous gravitational fields can alter temporal progression, but these oceanic phenomena suggest similar effects might occasionally manifest through entirely different mechanisms under specific combinations of otherwise normal environmental conditions. This potentially opens entirely new theoretical territory regarding the fundamental stability of space-time metrics under complex environmental influences. Some researchers have proposed speculative but physically grounded hypotheses to explain these temporal anomalies. One suggestion involves previously unrecognized quantum effects scaling up to influence macroscopic spacetime metrics under specific electromagnetic conditions. This hypothesis proposes that certain configurations of magnetic fields, perhaps interacting with specific geological compositions, might temporarily amplify quantum fluctuations in spacetime to scales that affect macroscopic time measurement. Others suggest these anomalies might represent manifestations of theoretical multidimensional physics, specifically temporary thin points in the boundaries between our conventional four-dimensional spacetime and additional dimensions proposed by certain unified field theories. Such boundary regions would potentially experience altered temporal mechanics, as additional dimensional influences temporarily affect local spacetime metrics. Dr. Victor Lindbergh, who studies potential manifestations of theoretical dimensions, outlines this perspective. One possibility we must consider is that under very specific conditions involving certain electromagnetic field configurations and geological compositional factors, temporary thin points might form in what string theory describes as the boundaries between conventional spacetime and additional compactified dimensions. Contemporary unified field theories mathematically predict such possibilities, though we've had no experimental evidence for them. If confirmed, oceanic temporal anomalies might represent our first observational evidence for aspects of reality beyond our conventional four dimensions, not through exotic high-energy experiments, but through naturally occurring conditions that temporarily create observable effects at human-accessible scales. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these temporal puzzles. New generations of distributed chronometric networks can now monitor time progression across oceanic regions with unprecedented precision, potentially identifying subtle variations invisible to earlier measurement systems. Advanced sensor arrays can simultaneously track multiple physical parameters alongside temporal measurements, potentially revealing correlations between specific environmental conditions and chronometric variations. And theoretical frameworks from fields like quantum gravity are providing new conceptual approaches for understanding how space-time metrics might respond to complex environmental configuration. Dr. Helena Washington, who designs these advanced monitoring systems, describes their potential. We're finally developing the technological and conceptual tools to properly investigate these temporal boundary cases, not just documenting apparent anomalies, but understanding their formation mechanisms and governing principles. Current instrument arrays can simultaneously track chronometric variations alongside dozens of environmental parameters, potentially revealing the exact combinations of conditions that correlate with these temporal shifts. If these phenomena indeed represent localized alterations to temporal progression, we now have measurement systems sophisticated enough to characterize these alterations with unprecedented precision. Yet, despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean occasionally produces regions where time itself appears to progress at rates different from surrounding areas, suggesting aspects of temporal mechanics that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of physics's most profound puzzles, a reminder that even our most fundamental assumptions about reality, including the uniform progression of time itself, may harbor unexpected complexities and variations still awaiting discovery. As your consciousness drifts deeper toward the peaceful realm of sleep, imagine these mysterious temporal anomalies forming in distant oceanic regions, localized areas where time itself appears to flow at different rates, where precision instruments register measurable differences in temporal progression, where reality itself seems temporarily governed by alternative operating principles. Like many oceanic enigmas, these temporal boundary cases remind us that nature's fundamental properties may be more malleable and condition-dependent than our everyday experience suggests. A humbling yet wonder-inspiring prospect, suggesting how much remains to be discovered about the basic fabric of reality itself. Within the ocean's most extreme environments, particularly hydrothermal vent systems and certain deep-sea trenches, research expeditions occasionally recover microbial communities exhibiting what biologists term hypercomplexity, organizational features and capabilities that appear to transcend the theoretical limits of single-celled systems. These biological anomalies demonstrate computational, adaptive, and informational properties that challenge fundamental assumptions about what microbial life can achieve without neural structures or multicellular organization. Unlike conventional microbial communities, which operate through relatively well-understood biochemical signaling and genetic exchange mechanisms, hypercomplex microbiomes exhibit collective behaviors, suggesting information processing capabilities, orders of magnitude beyond what current biological models predict for non-neural systems. These communities create the impression of distributed intelligence emerging from networks of individually simple organisms, functioning as integrated computational systems. Dr. Sophia Chen, a microbiologist specializing in extremophile communities, describes one such system discovered near a hydrothermal vent field in the Western Pacific. What we observed wasn't simply sophisticated microbial cooperation, but rather what appeared to be distributed cognition emerging from the collective. The community demonstrated real-time adaptive responses to environmental challenges, requiring integration of multiple data streams, predictive modeling and solution implementation across millions of individual cells, with no centralized processing system. Most extraordinarily, when we introduced novel chemical and thermal challenges that no natural environment could have presented during their evolutionary history, the collective consistently derived optimal response strategies within timeframes that random mutation and selection cannot plausibly explain. The community behaved less like a collection of single-celled organisms and more like a coherent computational system solving complex problems through distributed processing. Conventional microbiology explains collective microbial behaviors primarily through three mechanisms: direct chemical signaling between cells, shared genetic adaptations to common environmental pressures, and horizontal gene transfer, allowing successful adaptations to spread through communities. These mechanisms enable impressive feats of coordination and adaptation, but theoretically operate within specific computational limits, constrained by chemical reaction rates, diffusion speeds, and information encoding capacities of available biological structures. Yet hypercomplex microbiomes exhibit computational and adaptive capabilities that appear to transcend these theoretical constraints. They process environmental information, formulate responses, and implement solutions at speeds and complexity levels that should be mathematically impossible given the signaling mechanisms and processing capacities available to individual microbial cells. These communities behave less like conventional microbiomes and more like integrated superorganisms with emergent computational capabilities exceeding the sum of their components. Dr. Elena Kazarian, a computational biologist studying these anomalous communities, offers a perspective on their significance. What makes these microbial systems scientifically revolutionary isn't simply their impressive coordination, but the fact that their computational capabilities appear to break the theoretical limits we've established for non-neural biological systems. When we quantify the environmental information being processed, the complexity of the adaptive responses, and the speed of implementation across the community, we consistently find performance metrics exceeding what our current models predict should be physically possible. given the communication channels and processing mechanisms available to microorganisms. It's as if these communities have developed alternative computational architectures that our current biological frameworks fail to capture. The mystery deepens when examining the physical organization of these microbial communities. Hypercomplex microbiomes typically exhibit unusual structural features alongside their behavioral anomalies. They often form precise three-dimensional arrangements with specific geometric relationships between different microbial populations. They frequently incorporate mineral structures and manipulate surrounding chemical gradients in ways that suggest these non-biological elements may serve as computational or information storage components within the system. And perhaps most intriguingly, they often maintain these precise structural relationships despite environmental perturbations that should disrupt such organization. Dr. Jonathan Nakamura, who studies the physical architecture of microbial communities, explains these distinctive features. What we observe in these hypercomplex systems is physical organization suggesting computational function beyond cellular boundaries. The communities maintain precise geometric arrangements between different microbial populations, often incorporating specific mineral formations at exact positions within their structure. These minerals frequently exhibit electromagnetic properties that could theoretically serve information processing functions. The spatial precision and persistence of these arrangements, often maintaining exact geometric relationships to fractions of a micron despite fluid currents and thermal variations, suggests they serve critical functional roles rather than occurring as incidental byproducts of growth patterns. Adding to the mystery is growing evidence that these hypercomplex microbiomes correlate with specific environmental conditions. They occur with statistically significant frequency in regions characterized by unusual electromagnetic properties, particularly areas with complex field patterns or rapid fluctuations. They appear more commonly in chemical environments containing specific rare elements, especially certain lanthanides and transition metals with unique quantum properties. And perhaps most intriguingly, they show distinctive relationships with gravitational anomalies, suggesting potential sensitivity to factors normally considered irrelevant to microbial biology. Dr. Raymond Chen, who studies environmental correlations with biological complexity, notes, one pattern emerging from documentation of these communities is their association with specific electromagnetic and gravitational anomalies. The frequency of hypercomplex microbiomes increases significantly in locations where Earth's magnetic field forms certain configurations or where localized gravitational variations occur due to subsurface density anomalies. This suggests these microbiomes may have evolved to utilize environmental fields as computational resources, essentially co-opting external physical phenomena as components of their distributed processing systems. If confirmed, this would represent an entirely new paradigm for how biological systems can interact with and utilize physical fields for information processing. The potential implications of hypercomplex microbiomes extend far beyond classification of unusual biological phenomena. If these communities indeed achieve computational capabilities beyond the theoretical limits of non-neural systems, they potentially reveal fundamental information processing principles that remain unrecognized in current biological and computational theories. This would require reconsidering basic assumptions about the relationships between biological structure and computational function, the boundaries of information processing without neurons, and the potential computational architectures available to living systems. Dr. Victoria Lindberg, a theoretical biologist exploring these boundary phenomena, explains, what these microbial systems force us to consider is whether our current understanding of biological computation, developed primarily through studying neural systems and individual cells, adequately captures the full range of possibilities for information processing in living systems. These communities suggest that under specific conditions, distributed networks of simple components might achieve computational capabilities far exceeding those predicted by our current models of biological information processing. This isn't about minor adjustments to existing frameworks, but potentially recognizing entirely new computational principles emerging from collective microbial systems. Some researchers have proposed radical hypotheses to explain these biological anomalies. One suggestion involves field-mediated computation, the possibility that under specific conditions, microbial communities might utilize quantum fields as computational resources, essentially leveraging quantum effects for information processing in ways normally considered impossible in warm, wet biological environments. This hypothesis draws inspiration from emerging research in quantum biology, where quantum effects have been documented in processes like photosynthesis and avian navigation. Others suggest these communities might represent living biocomputers utilizing specialized microbes as modular computational components, essentially biological integrated circuits, achieving computational synergies through precise structural and functional differentiation across the community. Such systems would represent not just sophisticated cooperation, but genuine computational architecture emerging from biological components. Dr. Michael Washington, who studies potential computational architectures in biological systems, outlines this perspective. One possibility we must consider is that these microbiomes have evolved to function as specialized biological computers, with different microbial populations serving distinct computational roles within an integrated processing architecture. Recent advances in synthetic biology have demonstrated that microorganisms can be engineered to perform specific computational functions in laboratory settings. These natural communities may have evolved similar capabilities, but with architectural sophistication exceeding our current engineering, essentially natural biocomputers, with distributed architectures optimized through evolutionary processes to perform specific information processing functions, critical to collective survival. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these biological puzzles. New generations of microscopy techniques can now visualize cellular activities and intercellular signals with unprecedented resolution, potentially revealing communication and coordination mechanisms invisible to earlier observation methods. Advanced computational models, incorporating principles from complexity science, can simulate the emergence of collective computation from networks of simple components, and theoretical frameworks from fields like quantum information theory are providing new conceptual approaches for understanding how biological systems might process information through non-classical mechanisms. Dr. Jessica Lindberg, who develops these advanced analytical techniques, describes their potential. We're finally developing the technological and conceptual tools to properly investigate these biological boundary cases, not just documenting their unusual capabilities, but understanding their underlying computational mechanisms. Current imaging systems can track signaling molecules, electrical potentials, and even quantum coherence effects across entire microbial communities, potentially revealing exactly how information flows through these systems. If these communities indeed represent biological systems achieving computation through novel principles, we now have instruments sophisticated enough to potentially decipher these principles. Yet despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean's extreme environments occasionally produce microbial communities exhibiting computational and adaptive capabilities that transcend the theoretical limits established for non-neural systems, suggesting dimensions to biological information processing that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of biology's most profound puzzles, a reminder that even our understanding of life's most fundamental capabilities may harbor significant unknowns still awaiting discovery. As your consciousness continues its journey toward restful sleep, imagine these mysterious hyper-complex microbiomes dwelling in the ocean's most extreme environments. Microscopic communities achieving seemingly impossible computational feats, processing and responding to their surroundings, with capabilities that transcend conventional biological limits, potentially utilizing physical fields and quantum effects for information processing in ways that redefine our understanding of biological potential. Like many oceanic enigmas, these biological boundary cases remind us that life's capabilities may extend far beyond our current conceptual frameworks, a humbling yet wonder-inspiring prospect, suggesting how much remains to be discovered about the computational potential inherent in even the simplest living systems. In certain deep oceanic basins, particularly those containing unusual mineral compositions or distinctive geothermal features, researchers occasionally detect what marine chemists term hypercatalytic environments, localized regions where chemical reactions proceed at rates and with selectivity that far exceed theoretical limits, established by conventional reaction kinetics. These chemical anomalies create the impression of temporarily altered reaction dynamics, operating within defined spatial boundaries, as if fundamental chemical principles are locally modified by unknown environmental factors. Unlike standard catalytic environments, which accelerate reactions through well-understood mechanisms involving reduced activation energies, hypercatalytic zones enable chemical transformations that should be energetically impossible under prevailing conditions. These environments facilitate reactions requiring energy inputs far exceeding those available in the local system, produce reaction products with selectivity beyond what statistical thermodynamics predicts, and maintain chemical equilibria that appear to temporarily circumvent entropy principles. Dr. Isabella Chen, a marine chemist specializing in extreme environment chemistry, describes one such hypercatalytic zone, documented in a deep eastern Pacific basin. What we observed wasn't simply efficient catalysis, but rather what appeared to be locally altered reaction fundamentals. The environment facilitated carbon-carbon bond formations that thermodynamically require energy inputs at least 3 orders of magnitude greater than what was available in the system. Most extraordinarily, these reactions proceeded with stereospecificity approaching 100%, selectively producing single molecular configurations, where even our most advanced synthetic catalysts typically generate mixed products. The reactions occurred only within a sharply defined spatial boundary approximately 400 meters in diameter, beyond which normal chemical principles immediately reasserted themselves. It created the impression of a bubble within which the fundamental energy requirements for chemical transformations were temporarily suspended or profoundly altered. Conventional chemistry explains reaction acceleration primarily through catalysis, processes that lower activation energy barriers without changing reaction thermodynamics. Traditional catalysts, whether biological enzymes or inorganic surfaces, operate through well-established mechanisms, including geometric alignment of reactants, electron transfer facilitation, and intermediate state stabilization. These mechanisms can produce impressive rate enhancements, but remain bound by fundamental thermodynamic constraints governing energy requirements and product distribution. Yet hypercatalytic environments exhibit chemical behaviors that appear to transcend these constraints. They enable endergonic reactions, those requiring net energy input, to proceed spontaneously in low-energy settings. They produce single reaction products, where statistical thermodynamics predicts mixture distributions, and perhaps most mysteriously, they often exhibit temporal patterns in reaction rates, suggesting regulation by factors beyond concentrations and temperatures, oscillations and synchronization effects, implying higher-order organization of the chemical environment itself. Dr. Jonathan Park, a physical chemist studying these anomalous reaction environments, offers a perspective on their significance. What makes these zones scientifically revolutionary isn't simply their catalytic efficiency, but their apparent transcendence of established thermodynamic boundaries. When we observe spontaneous formation of complex organic structures requiring energy inputs far beyond thermal energy available in the environment, with structural selectivity exceeding our best synthetic methods, we're forced to consider possibilities beyond conventional catalysis. These environments behave as if they've temporarily established alternative chemical operating principles, not violating thermodynamics exactly, but perhaps accessing energy sources or reaction pathways invisible to our current analytical framework. The mystery deepens when examining the physical organization of these hypercatalytic environments. They typically exhibit unusual structural features alongside their chemical anomalies. They often contain distinctive mineral formations with precise geometric relationships and specific crystalline orientations. They frequently demonstrate unusual electromagnetic properties, including anomalous field patterns and unexpected conductivity characteristics. And perhaps most intriguingly, they sometimes display synchronized oscillatory behaviors across multiple chemical subsystems, separated by distances that should preclude direct chemical communication. Dr. Elena Nakamura, who studies the physical structure of anomalous chemical environments, explains these distinctive features. What we observe in these hypercatalytic zones is physical organization suggesting system-wide coordination beyond normal chemical mechanisms. The environments typically contain mineral formations with precise geometric arrangements that remain constant despite changing current patterns and sedimentation processes. These minerals often exhibit unusual electromagnetic properties, particularly specific resonance behaviors at distinct frequencies. Most puzzlingly, we observe synchronized oscillations in reaction rates between physically separated reaction sites within these zones, coordination that occurs faster than diffusion or thermal propagation should allow, suggesting some form of field-mediated chemical communication across the entire system. Adding to the mystery is growing evidence that these hypercatalytic environments correlate with specific geological and physical conditions. They occur with statistically significant frequency in regions characterized by unusual electromagnetic properties, particularly areas with complex field configurations or specific resonant frequencies. They appear more commonly above certain geological formations, especially those containing rare earth elements with distinctive quantum properties, and perhaps most intriguingly, they show temporal correlations with subtle astronomical factors, suggesting potential influences beyond Earth's immediate environment. Dr. Raymond Kim, who studies correlations between geological factors and chemical anomalies, notes, one pattern emerging from documentation of these zones is their association with specific geological formations and field configurations. The frequency of hypercatalytic environments increases significantly in locations where certain rare earth elements, particularly ytterbium, gadolinium, and promethium, occur in specific ratios and crystalline structures. These same locations often exhibit unusual electromagnetic field configurations characterized by precise geometric relationships similar to those used in quantum field manipulation experiments. This suggests these environments might somehow leverage quantum field effects for catalytic purposes, essentially utilizing quantum phenomena that normally remain confined to subatomic scales to influence chemical reactions at macroscopic scales. The potential implications of hypercatalytic environments extend far beyond classification of unusual chemical phenomena. If these zones indeed enable reactions that transcend conventional energetic constraints, they potentially reveal reaction pathways and energy sources that remain unrecognized in current chemical theories. This would require reconsidering basic assumptions about available reaction mechanisms in natural environments, the relationship between energy and chemical transformation, and potentially the boundaries between chemical and quantum physical domains. Dr. Victoria Washington, a theoretical chemist exploring these boundary phenomena, explains, "What these oceanic chemical anomalies force us to consider is whether our current understanding of reaction dynamics, developed primarily through controlled laboratory studies, adequately captures the full range of chemical possibilities in complex natural systems. These environments suggest that under specific conditions, reaction pathways might exist that effectively circumvent the energetic constraints we consider fundamental to chemical transformation. This isn't about minor adjustments to reaction kinetics, but potentially recognizing entirely new chemical principles operating under specific environmental conditions." Some researchers have proposed radical hypotheses to explain these chemical anomalies. One suggestion involves quantum catalysis, the possibility that under specific conditions involving certain mineral structures and electromagnetic field configurations, quantum effects normally relevant only at subatomic scales might influence chemical reactions at molecular scales. This hypothesis proposes that certain environmental configurations might enable quantum tunneling, superposition effects, or zero-point energy harvesting to facilitate reactions that appear thermodynamically impossible under classical chemical principles. Others suggest these environments might represent manifestations of previously unrecognized energy harvesting mechanisms, specifically systems that can efficiently capture and channel energy from background sources normally considered thermodynamically inaccessible. Such mechanisms might include coherent extraction of energy from vacuum field fluctuations, efficient harvesting of ambient electromagnetic fields, or utilization of subtle gravitational energy gradients through currently unknown mechanisms. Dr. Michael Lindbergh, who studies potential energy harvesting at chemical quantum boundaries, outlines this perspective. One possibility we must consider is that these hypercatalytic environments have evolved mechanisms to access energy sources our current instrumentation treats as background noise. Recent theoretical work in quantum thermodynamics has demonstrated that under specific conditions, energy can be extracted from sources previously considered inaccessible, including vacuum field fluctuations and certain aspects of ambient electromagnetic fields. If these oceanic environments have naturally developed structures that can harvest such energy sources, they could potentially supply the missing activation energy that makes their observed reactions appear thermodynamically impossible under our conventional accounting system. Recent technological advances promise to gradually resolve some of these chemical puzzles. New generations of in-situ analytical techniques can now monitor reaction dynamics in natural environments with unprecedented temporal and spatial resolution, potentially revealing subtle energy flows invisible to earlier measurement systems. Advanced computational models incorporating principles from quantum chemistry can simulate reaction possibilities beyond classical thermodynamic constraints, and theoretical frameworks from emerging fields like quantum biology are providing new conceptual approaches for understanding how quantum effects might influence chemical processes under specific environmental conditions. Dr. Jessica Martinez, who develops these advanced analytical systems, describes their potential. We're finally developing the technological and conceptual tools to properly investigate these chemical boundary cases, not just documenting unusual reaction outcomes, but understanding their underlying mechanisms. Current spectroscopic techniques can track energy flows and molecular transformations at microsecond timescales in natural environments, potentially revealing exactly how these zones achieve their extraordinary catalytic capabilities. If these environments indeed utilize novel energy sources or reaction pathways, we now have instruments sophisticated enough to potentially characterize these mechanisms in action. Yet despite these technological advances, the fundamental mystery remains. The ocean occasionally produces chemical environments that enable reactions seemingly impossible under conventional thermodynamic constraints, suggesting dimensions to chemical processes that remain incompletely understood. This gap between observation and explanation represents one of chemistry's most profound oceanic puzzles, a reminder that even our understanding of basic chemical principles may harbor significant unknowns awaiting discovery in nature's most extreme laboratories. As your consciousness drifts deeper into sleep's peaceful embrace, imagine these mysterious hypercatalytic zones hidden in remote oceanic depths, chemical environments where reactions occur that should be impossible, where complex molecules form with perfect selectivity from simple precursors, where the fundamental energetic rules governing chemical transformation appear temporarily altered by environmental conditions. Science is only beginning to understand. Like many oceanic enigmas, these chemical boundary cases remind us that nature's capabilities may extend beyond our current scientific frameworks, a humbling yet wonder-inspiring prospect suggesting how much remains to be discovered about the fundamental principles governing matter's transformation. Within the ocean's most isolated regions, particularly certain deep-sea trenches and mid-oceanic ridge systems, research instruments occasionally detect patterns of sound propagation that violate established principles of acoustic physics. These acoustic anomalies, termed resonant singularities by perplexed researchers, create the impression of temporarily altered wave mechanics within defined spatial boundaries, regions where sound behaves according to principles that cannot be reconciled with conventional acoustic theory. Unlike standard acoustic phenomena, which generally conform to well-established wave equations despite environmental complexities, resonant singularities exhibit propagation patterns, frequency behaviors, and energy distribution characteristics that contradict fundamental acoustic principles. These anomalies maintain properties that acoustic physics suggests should be mathematically impossible, creating distinctive sonic environments that appear to operate under alternative physical principles. Dr. Thomas Nakamura, an acoustic physicist specializing in marine sound propagation, describes one such anomaly documented in the Western Pacific Trench. What we observed wasn't simply unusual sound behavior, but rather what appeared to be a localized subsension of established acoustic laws within a precisely defined cylindrical region approximately 2 kilometers in diameter. Sound waves exhibited propagation patterns that directly contradicted wavefront spreading principles, maintaining intensity across distances where inverse square laws should have reduced signals below detection thresholds. Most extraordinarily, specific frequencies within this region created standing wave patterns that should be mathematically impossible given the boundary conditions and medium properties present. The entire acoustic field behaved as if operating under alternative mathematical principles, not just unusual but fundamentally irreconcilable with our current understanding of sound propagation. These acoustic anomalies join the growing list of oceanic mysteries that challenge our scientific frameworks. From hypercatalytic chemical environments to inexplicable wave behaviors, our planet's waters continue to reveal phenomena that expand the boundaries of what we thought possible. As we've explored throughout this video, the ocean remains Earth's greatest frontier, a realm where science continues to encounter the unexpected and the unexplained. These mysteries aren't just scientific curiosities, they represent opportunities to fundamentally reshape our understanding of chemistry, physics, and biology. What other secrets might the ocean hold? What paradigm-shifting discoveries await in those unexplored depths? The answers to these questions could revolutionize everything from energy production to materials science and beyond. If you've enjoyed this journey into the ocean's most perplexing mysteries, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel for more explorations at the frontiers of science. Hit the notification bell to stay updated on our upcoming videos, examining other fascinating scientific anomalies and unexplained phenomena. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Which of these oceanic mysteries intrigued you the most? Do you have theories about what might explain these strange observations? Or perhaps you know of other scientific anomalies we should cover in future videos? Until next time, keep questioning, keep wondering, and remember that true scientific progress often begins where our current understanding ends.